started. All right, good.
Here's your adjournment.
Chairman, are you ready to begin? Good morning. This is Board of Appeals, April 17th, 9:30 meeting. Will everyone please rise for the Pledge of Allegiance? I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. Chairman, I have two adjournment requests that I am aware of. The first one is on page 2. Case 335 of 19, Belmore, Alan Foreman. Variances, height, front yard average setback, construct 3-story dwelling. It is located at 3330 Judith Drive, and there is an application for adjournment. All parties, please come forward.
Received a call from an adjoining property owner who was represented by Mr. Leno, indicating that there are some issues with the application. We both agreed that we would seek an adjournment today so we can discuss them. We're seeking the first available date in June, preferably towards the beginning of June, if that's available.
Okay. Mr. Leno, your name and address on the record, please.
Yes, David Leno from the law firm of Rifkin Radler, 926 RXR Plaza, Uniondale, New York. Here this morning on behalf of Dr. Miles Grossman, who's the adjoining property owner.
Okay. I guess then you have no problem with the request for the adjournment either, since it's apparently at your request.
No, Mr. Chairman.
Okay.
We appreciate the courtesy being extended by Mr. Edwards on this.
All right. The first date we have available is in June is June 5, or we have June 12. Any preference?
June 12th?
June 12 at 9:30? All right. We're going to adjourn it to June 12, 9:30 a.m.
Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Have a happy holiday.
You too.
Chairman, second adjournment request that I am aware of is on page 3. 345 of 19 near Valley Stream, Ephraim and Iana Friedman. Variance lot area occupied, construct addition to dwelling. It is located at 965 Cliffside Avenue, and it's defective notice to be adjourned.
Is there anybody else interested in that case? That's Ephraim and Alana Friedman at 965 Cliffside Avenue near Valley Stream. All right, name and address for the record.
Andrew Shear, 391 Garfield Avenue, West Hempstead, New York, 11552.
Defective notice. How much time do you need?
We need really very little time. We just need to send the notice out correctly. You have the first one in May?
That may not be enough time.
I could do it. They said if they get it to me, they'll do it.
You want to cut it that close, or just go with the 22nd? That way you know you have the date in there. May 22? All right, we're going to adjourn this to May 22 at 9:30?
Great.
All right, very good.
Chair, I assume that you're going to bring an expert with you to demonstrate the lot area in the surrounding neighborhood?
I mean, I think we're requesting 33%, right? Yeah.
I'm sorry, I thought it was a lot of coverage. I apologize. Yes.
Very good.
All right, thank
We'll
you.
try it. Thank you.
Got me embarrassed.
Are there any other requests for adjournments, or is anyone submitting amended site plans? Please speak now.
Thank you for your comments, by the way.
Oh.
Not because that's
Yeah.
Chairman, I'm calling one case out of order here. It's on page 3, 342 and 343 of 19, Franklin Square. Isadro Montero, mother-daughter residence, variance, lot area occupied, side yards aggregate, front yard, average setback, construct vestibule, portico, and cellar entrance, all attached to dwelling. It's located at 656 Seminole Road.
Yep, if you want to have everybody come up, sure.
My name is Robert Clifton. I'm the architect of record on the project, 500 Dogwood Avenue in Franklin Square.
Isidro Montero, 656 Seminole Road.
Rosa Montero, 656 Seminole Road.
It's open.
Rosa Rodriguez.
656 Seminole Road.
Rosa Rodriguez.
Rodriguez.
Before we begin your presentation, there's an open building permit for the swimming pool. When was it closed, and do you have any?
It was closed by Anthony Zarcone in October last year.
And what was the date of our search? And you have a certificate of completion of fences. What concerns us is the children and a swimming pool.
Everything was approved by
Okay,
There were a number of issues actually on the property.
okay. There were a number of open permits, so. And you,
Additionally, if I might as well start.
Yeah, go ahead.
Additionally, there were some
You Use the microphone.
There were some violations as well that were caused during the house being unoccupied. The house was purchased from a bank at the beginning of last year, and so there were a number of violations that had to be cleared up as well.
Okay.
What we're proposing today is there are 4 variances involved. I'll go through each one individually. First is a mother-daughter.
Let's do the mother-daughter first, because that has usually the most questions involved.
Sure.
All right, the way this house is set up, it's upstairs and downstairs?
Correct.
Primary housekeeping unit is downstairs?
I believe so.
Who's going to be living there? Names. And your 2 children? Ethan and Jordan? Okay, we have them all here, all right. And then who's going to be living upstairs? Okay, and that's Rosa Rodriguez de Gomez, and was it Jaime Gomez? Okay. All right, and you're aware that if this is granted to you, it's personal to you, and you, if you sell the house or you move out, you must take out the second kitchen. All right, and this must maintain the appearance of a one-family dwelling, 1 doorbell, 1 electric meter, 1 mailbox. And you were given a mother-daughter fact sheet. You read it. You agree to abide by the terms. All right, how many cars do you have altogether? 1 car among everybody? Okay, and there's definitely room to park that car off the street in a driveway? There is no garage. I see you have a big parking pad. Is there a garage in the back, or is that, okay. So you can fit a number of cars off the street. All right, and I see from the search sheet that there was a mother-daughter that was previously granted, looks like probably about 15 years ago, 17 years ago?
That's correct.
And when you bought it, was that second kitchen still in the house? I had to remove it. So you removed it. So now you're asking permission to put it back in. All right. According to the plans that you submitted were submitted to the Town of Hempstead Board of Architectural Review. They reviewed it. They make no recommendation. So that's a good thing. All right. So all of that being stated, let's go to the other variances now.
Okay. Oh, that's great. I don't have to say anything on that one. You did all the
Well, now you have to do your work.
Next item would be percentage of lot coverage. We're proposing to construct a front portico, which will be attached to an existing front vestibule. The area of that portico is 38.3 square feet. It increases the percentage of lot occupied to 28.67%, which is actually 96 square feet over the limit. And the reason for the difference appears to have been a mistake that was made during a previous variance many years ago. So it's just compounded and come forward. But our actual encroachment is 38.3 square feet. The proposed portico, it enhances the look of the house. It's a single-story permitted encroachment and does not encroach on the front yard setback. Next item would be side yard aggregate. The lot is 65.67 feet wide. That means that we have to provide 25% of the lot width at the front setback, which would be 16 feet 5 inches. We are proposing 12 feet 11 inches. The new encroachment is because of a proposed cellar entry, which does not go above grade, so it does not impose itself on our neighbors, does not impose itself from the street, and still maintains enough distance on the outside of it to provide emergency entrance if required. And the last item would be the side yard setback. The zoning ordinance requires a side yard to be a minimum of 50% of the opposite side. In our case, that would be 4 feet 9 inches. We are proposing 3 feet 5 inches. That 3 feet 5 inches, again, is due to the location of the proposed cellar entry, and that allows 3 feet 5 inches to the property line. 3 feet 5 inches is considered an acceptable distance for emergency access to the rear yard if necessary.
The house, the basement has egress windows, does it not?
Correct. We are installing a single egress window.
Is there any reason why you then also need an exterior cellar entrance?
The problem with basements today, especially on Long Island, is access to it. I can't really get access from the outside for things like pool equipment, things like that. We wouldn't really have access directly in from there.
It's a finished basement. basement is finished, so why would
Partially
you?
finished, yes.
Why would? Well, you have a den, a family room. The only unpartial finish is the mechanical room. Why would you need to store the pool
As I
equipment?
said, well, pool equipment is something that we had to put it somewhere. And so I generally always request that kind of a thing, only because of the fact that it's got to go somewhere. We don't want to apply for another application for a shed.
Why not?
I'm already over.
Where is the pool equipment anyway?
Is that a two-car garage or?
Has to be 1.5.
Okay.
And this is an in-ground swimming pool, correct?
That's correct.
Where is the pool equipment? Doesn't show on the site plan.
When I say pool equipment, I'm sorry, I'm not talking about the filter. I'm talking about the furniture.
I understand what you're talking about. I'm talking about equipment. Where is the filter?
Right in front of the
So it's between the garage and the pool itself.
Should not have disclosed. It's in the rear yard, but.
Is there a bathroom in the basement? Was there a bathroom in the basement?
To my knowledge, no.
But there was a kitchen, so to speak, kitchen counter and a sink.
There may have been the previous owner.
by the laundry, but
All right, is there any, let's see, we got everything then? All right, is there anything else that you would like to add?
No, sir.
Mr. Clifton, do you know the height of the basement?
Ceiling.
Yeah, from the ground to the ceiling? Probably, you don't know that.
Approximately 7 feet. The problem with, during construction, when they did these houses, you usually would set the ceiling height at 7 feet, so it's 6 feet, 11 and a half because of the finish.
But that's a usual,
That's considered within the limits of,
I understand that, I just wanted to know whether or not okay. For the record, the Board of Architectural Review, you did do that? Okay.
All right. Any other questions from the board?
Big time. I move the hearing be closed, the case placed on the decision calendar. When the board renders its decision, you and your clients will be notified.
thank you, sir.
You're welcome.
Second. All in favor? Any opposed? Any abstentions? Thank you. All right, for those of you who are questioning why this case got called first, we usually, when we have small children, and these are two very well-behaved children, we usually will take them in order to let the families go. So if you figure that out and you try and bring young children with you just to get higher on the calendar, we're going to find out, and then you've got a problem. So, and they have to be your own children, by the way. You can't rent them.
Chairman, first case, 323 of 19, Levittown, Michael France. Renewal of grant to maintain 6-foot-high solid vinyl fence forward of the dwelling, which may substantially obstruct line of sight, and maintain 9-foot-high arbor is located at 7 Harbor Lane. Chairman, no one has signed in.
All right, they did not ask for a waiver on this, so we're going to do second call on this case. I'll keep this one here. I'll leave it there.
Next case, 324 of 19, Belmore Alfonso and Mi Long Nagai Marino. Renewal of grant to maintain 5-foot-high fence forward of the dwelling, which may substantially obstruct line of sight, is located at 2877 Alder Road. Chairman, there's an application for appearance waiver.
All right, no one has appeared in opposition on this case, so the appearance waiver is granted. Premises were inspected by the building department on September 24 of 2018, and at that time found to be in compliance with all the conditions previously issued by the board. Any other questions from the board?
I move the hearing be closed, the case placed on the decision calendar. When the board renders its decision, we will notify the applicant.
Second. Second. All in favor? Aye. Any opposed? Any abstentions?
Good for you.
Next case, 325 of 19 Uniondale, 926 Nassau Road, Inc. Renewal of grant to maintain 6-foot, 6-foot 8-inch, and 8-foot high fences. It is located at 926 Nassau Road. Please raise your right hand. Do you swear or affirm to tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth? So help you God.
I will.
Please have a seat. Name and address for the record.
Yes, for the applicant, Robert W. O'Brien, 877 North Corona Avenue, North Valley Street, New York. Good morning.
Morning, Mr. O'Brien. What can we do for you?
We have a renewal application here. It is my understanding that there was an inspection. My clients were told that the inspection went well, but I don't have any firsthand knowledge, so I'll.
You will now.
Okay.
All right, the premises were inspected by the building department on August 31st of 2018, and the inspector found that all the conditions previously issued by this board were in compliance. Is there anything else you'd like to add? Any other questions from the board?
I move the hearing be closed, the case placed on the decision calendar, and the board renders its decision. You will be notified.
Thank you all very much.
Second.
All in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? Any abstentions? I think Mr. Fisher won that seconding contest, sir.
Yeah, oh, shucks. Look at that.
Next case, 326 of 19 Levittown, 3200 Hempstead Turnpike LLC, Mark and Linda Broadleap. Renewal of grant to maintain one double-faced illuminated detached ground sign, overall size 200 square feet, overall height 22 feet, setback 4.5 feet, 4 feet, 4.5 feet from Hempstead Turnpike and 2.1 feet from side property line. It is located at 3200 Hempstead Turnpike.
Sure.
Please raise your right hand. Do you swear or affirm to tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
Yes. Michael Calamusi, 295 Skidmore Road, Deer Park, New York.
Fred Hoyt, 3156 Hempstead Turnpike, Levittown, New York.
What are your relationships to the applicant?
I'm the original sign contractor. I've been assisting them all along with getting permits, putting the signs up, whatever. Freddie Hoyt here is the general manager of the actual facility itself.
That's the bowling alley? Is that the sign for the bowling alley?
No, it's Town and Country.
Town and Country Jeep Chrysler Dodge.
Yeah, this is the used car building, which is down on the east end. There's 3 buildings there. It's the most easterly building on the south side of.
Okay, and you're both obviously familiar with the sign?
Yes,
Good.
Okay, the sign was originally approved by this board in 2007. The permit was subsequently issued about a month or so later. This variance was renewed once before, about five and a half years ago. The permit currently is up to date. It was renewed as recently as November of 2018, and it's currently good for another 3 years.
Okay, and you're both familiar with the physical structure of the sign?
Yes.
This is the photo that's attached to the application. Is that what it looks like today?
Yes.
All right, and that's what it's looked like for the last few years?
Correct.
All right. For the record, the sign was inspected by the building department on February 11 of 2018, and at that time found to be in compliance with the conditions previously issued by the board. Is there anything else that you would like to add?
No, not at this time.
Okay, do I have any other questions from the board?
Move the hearing be closed, matter placed on the decision calendar. You'll be notified by mail of the board's decision.
Thank you. Second, Mr. Fisher, all in favor? Any opposed, any abstentions? Thank you, gentlemen.
Next case, 327 of 19 Oceanside, Gaetano and Lisa Barone. Renewal of grant to maintain 4-foot and 6-foot high fences forward of the dwelling, which may substantially obstruct line of sight. It's located at 475 Chelsea Road. Chairman, there's an application for appearance waiver.
All right, since nobody has appeared in opposition, the appearance waiver is granted. Premises were inspected by the building department on February 19 of 2019 and found to be in compliance with all the conditions previously issued by the board. Any other questions from the board?
Move the hearing be closed, matter placed on
All in favor? All opposed? Any abstentions? All right.
Chairman, next case, 328 and 329 of 19 Levittown, Joe Lazara. Special exception to maintain accessory structure exceeding horizontal maximum. Special exception to maintain second accessory structure exceeding horizontal maximum is located at 12 Constable Lane.
I do. William J. Mullen, 19 Jerusalem Avenue, Levittown, New York, 11756.
Morning, Mr. Mullen. What can we do for you?
Morning, members of the board. I'm here on behalf of Joe Lazara from 12 Constable Lane, Levittown, New York. I'm here for two reasons. He has two sheds on his property. We know that we need a variance to get the second one approved. Both sheds are exceeding the maximum horizontal length, so we're getting approval from that. And one has a shed with a attached oil tank enclosure. Oil tank enclosure.
Okay, give us the size on the sheds?
Yes. The shed that has the oil tank cover is 13 foot long by 9.1 foot deep. The second shed is 13 foot long and 8 foot deep.
Okay. Are you aware that, at least as of the date of the search sheet, which was last year, that there are a number of open permits on the premises?
Yes, I am actually also the architect for Joe Lazara, and I am maintaining those structures on his property.
So you've got, there was an open permit for a garage back from 1954 and a dormer from 1955, and all of those are going to be taken care of?
Yes, he is under contract with me to maintain those structures.
Okay. Who gives the dimensions? It's a garage. All right, Mr. Miller, the site plan shows behind the garage a rear extension.
Yes.
Is that an extension of the house or just of the garage?
That is the extension of the house, so that is a room behind the garage.
At the time that, what does it show in the search sheet? Does that show as legal? Does that have a CO?
No, it doesn't show it. I don't think it does. I'm off today.
Is there an application pending for the legalization of that rear extension?
Yes, there is.
And is that, do you have a building permit for that yet?
I have an application number.
You have an application number. There's a pretty good shot you're going to need a side yard aggregate.
Yes, I understand.
You're aware, okay. Just wanted to make sure that that's coming down the road. All right.
When did you file that application?
End of last year, 2008.
Did it filter through the buildings department into this office yet?
I've had to meet with the planning examiner to go over other things regarding the extension, so it has not gotten to the variance department yet.
All right. Anything else you'd like to add?
No, that is it.
Any other questions from the board?
One other,
Yeah,
do
good.
you have a building permit application number by any chance for that?
It is 2018. 2018.
20.
12206.
2018-12206.
Correct.
Thank you.
All right, any other questions from the board?
No, that is it.
I move the hearing be closed, the case placed on the decision calendar. When the board renders its decision, you will be notified.
Thank you.
Second?
Second.
All in favor? Any opposed, any abstentions? Okay.
Do you want information on that?
We should just check our computer.
So wait. Coffee with?
I got it.
Next case, 330 of 19 Elmont, Abraham and Minimal Thomas. Mother-daughter residence is located at 1371 Fox Street.
Got it. Is it me? Hey, what do you know?
Good morning. My name is Minimal Abraham, reside at 1371 Fox Street, Elmont, 11003.
Okay.
Good morning. My name is Helen Abraham, residing at 1371 Fox Street, Elmont, New York, 11003.
Good morning. My name is Abraham Thomas, 1371 Fox Street, Elmont, New York, 11003.
All right, this is a mother-daughter application. The way, I'm just looking to get pictures here. The way this house is structured, is it upstairs and downstairs? All right, and the main housekeeping unit, is that upstairs or downstairs?
We are upstairs and my daughter.
Okay, so when you say we are upstairs, so downstairs is going to be Helen Abraham? Oh, just you? And then the upstairs is going to be Abraham Thomas, Minimal Abraham, and Tinu Abraham?
That's my son, Tino Abraham.
Okay, and he is not here today?
He's not here. He's at school today.
He's at school, okay. And that's it, it's just the four of you living in a house? All right, and in the event, there's no basement in this house, I see. All right, in the event this is granted to you, it would be personal to you so that if you move out or there's a change in occupancy, that the second kitchen must be removed? In the event you move out, it's personal to you, all right. And it must maintain the appearance of a one-family dwelling, one doorbell, one electric meter, one mailbox?
Correct, yeah.
And you were given a mother-daughter fact sheet, you read it, you agree to abide by the terms?
Yes.
All right, how many cars do you have between the four of you?
Three cars.
Three cars? Is there room to park all three cars off the street, on the driveway, or in a garage?
On the driveway, 3 cars.
Okay, so you can fit 3 cars. All right, the property was, the plans actually were submitted to the Town of Hempstead Board of Architectural Review to see if they made any recommendations to make it comply with their basic regulations. They've made no recommendation on this property, which is a good thing. Is there anything else that you would like to add?
No, we are just here for the approval, that's all.
Okay, any
Did you say an approval, that's all?
approval?
Oh, okay.
Any other questions from the board?
Move the hearing be closed, the matter be placed on the decision calendar. You will be notified by mail of the board's decision once it's rendered, okay? Thank you and have a nice day.
Good day. Thank you.
Second. All in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed, any abstentions?
Next case, 331 to 333 of 19, Oceanside Timothy Lambert. Variances, front yard setbacks on Ortesk Avenue and Clyde Place. Construct roofed over open porch and addition. Side yard, construct second-story addition attached to dwelling. Construct second-story addition to existing detached garage higher than permitted. Variance, front yard setback on Clive Place. Maintain 2 AC units to be relocated. It is located at 3012 Fortesque Avenue.
Good morning. My name is Timothy Lambert. My address is 3012 Fortescue Avenue in Oceanside.
Morning.
Good morning. I'm actually
Wearing
here
a
today.
different hat today, huh?
Yeah, a little bit. 2 hats, architect and homeowner.
Okay.
I'm here with an application to improve my own home. My wife and I now have 3 young children, and we need to expand the home. Our plans propose a bedroom addition, a bathroom, a front porch, and more storage above the existing detached garage. To help the board visualize the design, I brought a rendering here. I'd like to submit that to the board.
We'll accept that as evidence.
There's 3 copies there if you want to pass it around.
Okay.
This rendering shows a street view of the home. There's also attached photos behind that of the existing house. It shows the home along Fortescue and along Clive, and it shows the garage along Clive Place. So as you can see from the rendering, the front porch, which is proposed, wraps around the home. It faces both streets. And along Clive Place, we propose to build an enclosed porch also. That has a master bathroom above it. Also along Clive Place and with character with the proposed improvements to the home is a small dormer on top of the existing garage. There's also a bedroom addition on the south side of the house. And there's also AC units that I have to relocate, and they are in the front yard as it is, but I need to relocate them a few feet, so that triggered a variance in the front along Clive Place.
Is the height only as it to the garage? It looks like the height only relates to the garage.
We have, yes, there is no change in height on the home. The addition to the home is only horizontal.
Right, but the addition to the garage appears to trigger a height variance?
Yes, it does. Now, the zoning requirement for garages is an average height of 16 feet. No, I'm sorry, an average height of 12 feet. And I'm proposing an average height of 14 feet. So 2 feet or 24 inches above the required or allowable maximum height.
Is it basically going to put effectively a second story on the garage?
It's not technically a second. It would be considered a 1.5 because the average ceiling height in that room proposed is only 6 feet. It's got sloped ceilings. It's got knee walls at about 4.5 feet, and it goes up to 7 feet in the middle for about a 2-foot area.
Strictly storage?
Strictly storage.
Is it a pull-down stairs or permanent stairs there?
A permanent walkable stair. That's
Is the garage attached or not attached?
It's detached by about 10 feet.
I'd say it's detached by about
It's
10?
detached about 10 feet. It was built with the home in 1935. So it's all original construction. I played around with the idea of attaching it, but I didn't want to destroy the character of the home.
If you attached it via a breezeway, you would not need a height variance for that garage.
That's correct, but I just didn't like that design look. It made the house look bigger. And I also have a patio between the two that I don't want to ruin.
You designed a very attractive house.
Oh, thank you, yeah. I mean, this is many years in the making, of course. We've been at the house for 13 years now. We've always had the intention of doing this work. So we hope that you understand that we have to make a small infringement on the zoning code for an improvement.
So I think that the change here may have.
Let's see.
Albert, did you want to mark this?
Oh, you did?
I also, I'm very friendly with my neighbors, and we walked around the neighborhood a couple of weeks ago, and we have letters of no objection. I have 8 letters, and that's from people directly, adjacent to my property, next to the garage, across the street from the garage. So I'd like to submit those to the board.
All right, you want to submit those in evidence? Yes, please. All right, we'll accept those. All right. Now, Mr. Lambert, how long have you owned this house?
13 years now.
You aware that as of last year, you had a couple of open permits?
Oh, I actually filed those. Those are mine. I filed those when we applied for this project, and it's for a fence and a hot tub.
I show on the search sheet a 2005 open permit. The building permit's 2005. It says 2006 maintained dwelling on a lesser lot.
Oh, yeah, but it should be closed.
All right, but it was still open as of November of last year.
Oh, well, yeah, when we bought the house, somebody had divided the land and had an application to legalize that, and I have a certificate. I have a certificate of completion for that non-conforming.
When did you close that?
It was a previous owner who closed it and actually got a certificate. I didn't bring it with me today, but I could provide that.
Well, I'm just saying, I'm telling you that on the search sheet, assuming I have the correct information, 3012 Fortescue, it shows an open permit from 2005 to maintain a dwelling on a lesser lot. And even more interesting, it has a 1937 open permit for a wood shed. Or maybe a woodshed, I don't know.
Right.
Can't tell the way it's written. I'm just calling it to your attention because this is what they show in the building department record, so you might want to check that out.
Yeah, I reviewed that first thing, and I made sure that I had all certificates, so I wouldn't have a problem, moving forward with more improvements.
You know what? And it appears what they did, and I apologize. In 1998, maintained dwelling. You have a closed permit, maintained dwelling and detached garage on lesser lot. So obviously, they closed it out, but they left the open permit, so you might want to have.
Oh, okay, so we have like a duplicate of
The
permit
woodshed, I can't
application
help
right
you.
there,
That one
yeah.
You'll have to take care of.
You want to see this? If you want to take a glance at it and write the numbers down before you.
Yeah, I have that in my file, of course. Yeah, that's one of the first things I do is a record search on the property, especially when I'm going for zoning.
All right, so because there's 3 open permits.
Okay, yeah, I can take care of those. I think they're old, never been closed, but they're actually superseded by, newer permits.
Not uncommon, unfortunately.
Mm-hmm.
Okay. Anything else you'd like to add?
I do have a precedent. Actually, someone on my property, someone on my block, adjacent to my home, I can see their garage, actually built a 2-story garage in 2004, and it was granted. And I have that here. I'd like to submit it to the board.
I will accept that. It's evidence. All right.
That's it. That's my case today.
All right. Any other questions from the board?
So the hearing be closed, the matter be placed on the decision calendar. Mr. Lambert, you'll be notified by mail of the board's decision once it's rendered.
Thank you very much.
Have a nice day.
Second. All in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? Any abstentions? Thank you.
Next case, 334 of 19 East Meadow, Zine Herrera and Martha Velasquez. Variance is height, lot area occupied, front yard average setback, maintain second-story addition and portico, construct second-story deck with stairs, all attached to dwelling, is located at 2185 Prospect Avenue. Please raise your right hand.
Yes.
My name is Sin Herrera. My address is 2185 Prosper Avenue, in East Meadow, New York, 11554. Yes. That's my mother.
My name is Marta Velasquez. 2185 Prosper Avenue, Smyrna, New York, 11155. Here? Right here?
Good morning. Yes, we're here because of the height of the house. When we got the house built, they took the height from the drive when it's supposed to be from the street, so he went over 3 inches on the house.
So this is a newly constructed house?
Yes, a couple years ago.
Or was it just redone?
No, it was redone the second floor. Only the second floor.
But it was not built as a brand-new house.
no,
There was a renovation of an
Only the
existing
second
house.
floor, yeah, everything was existing.
So in 2013, you had a permit to construct second floor addition with interior alterations, complete second floor new roof. And you had, it looks like a variance to do all that back in 2013?
No, the house used to be a mother and daughter, and we came here for the variance before, but we took it out because I don't cook, so I don't need a second kitchen.
Can you just speak up, pull the microphone slightly closer so we can hear that? It's hard to hear.
No problem.
So it used to be a mother-daughter?
Yes, and we used to be a mother and daughter. We took the kitchen out because I don't cook, so that was removed back by a long time ago.
Well, that's a good reason to take the kitchen out. If you
Yeah, I don't cook, so I don't need it.
Was there ever a permit for a mother-daughter?
Oh, yes, it was. Back a couple years ago, maybe 10 years ago, 10, 12 years ago.
I'm looking at the search sheet, and it shows nothing about a mother-daughter.
Was it mother-daughter when you owned it?
Yes, when we bought it, yes.
When you bought it?
Yes.
But you didn't have it as
No, we didn't have it because we didn't need it.
When did you buy it?
Oh, we owned the house for like over 15 years already.
15 years, so it was around 2002?
Yes. Yeah, we have permits for everything. When we follow the drawings, we follow for everything.
So you back in 2013, you did a variance, you got a building permit, they built it, and then it turns out they measured it incorrectly?
We got the new survey, we got the wrong height, so we went over 3 inches. That's what the architect said.
3 inches more than what it was supposed to be?
Yes.
What are you looking for? This is the...
Don't know.
We're just trying to coordinate
No
the
problem,
paperwork we have, because it looks like we have the original paperwork from 2013, which was just then revised.
But he has a maintain, and a construct.
What's confusing is that what we have in front of us plan-wise is a supplementary plan.
Yes, because when we did the dormer on the second floor, we didn't need a variance for that. We didn't.
That was granted to you from the building department as of right. Something was changed from that approved plan.
Yes.
File a supplementary plan, which is this.
Yes.
And that's what.
Because when in my room, I did high ceilings, and before when I did the house, there was no high ceilings. When the inspector came, he wanted to get new drawings for the high ceilings, so we submitted them.
So is the deck constructed yet?
Oh, not yet, miss. That's what I'm here for, because we have two big dogs. Every time that I come out down the stairs, because I live on the second floor, I open the door, the front door, they just come right off. And I can control them. One thing, the one behind somebody, the other day behind a person's dog, so it's going to be a problem pretty soon. I can feel it. And I'm getting older, too. I've got to come out from the second floor 10, 20 times a day just to let them come out. You understand? So it's getting annoying.
And this 2013 application to complete second room.
No, we didn't have a
new
deck.
roof-
I didn't have a deck for the
wait.
application.
Wait, hold on. New roof, it says new roof frame. Did the roof line change?
Yes, definitely, yes, because we took the
That's part
second
of
half, yeah, the whole second floor came off. Then we braced it up, then we did a new pitch after the new roof, yes.
Sorry, man.
A new kitchen for what?
No, when we took the second floor off, we did a new, the whole thing got framed. So at that point, we framed the walls and then we framed the ceiling. Yes, the roof got new, yes.
And the fence that you proposed, which is also seen to be an open permit from '09.
Yes.
So that's it's hard to tell. It looks like it's a 6-foot fence.
Yes, the fence is legal. We never close the permits because the inspector wants to close everything at once. He doesn't want to come in just for the fence.
Okay, so the fence that you wanted in '09, you filed for a permit, you got the permit, you put the fence up,
Yes.
and you didn't need any variances?
No, we didn't need no bearings for the fence.
Behind the house?
Yes, behind the
It
house,
doesn't go
yes.
forward of the
No, it doesn't go through the front of the house.
So why does it need a variance? Or is it just an open permit?
It's just
All right.
Why do you need the stairs on the second floor?
I just told you, sir, I have two big dogs, and it's kind of, I got to come down 10, 20 times a day just to let them come out, so I got to go down the stairs 10 times a day. So it's kind of hard now, it's getting hard.
So you could open the door in the
Yeah,
back?
and the deck is going to be by my room, so
Let the dogs do
they
that.
let it come out, and I don't have to deal with them now. They're in the backyard,
Yeah. Who let the dogs?
Is there anything else that you'd like to add?
Thank you.
All right, any other questions from the board?
Will the hearing be closed? The matter, hold on. I withdraw my motion, Mr. Chairman.
Didn't make it yet.
Go ahead, Joe.
How many people live in the house?
My mother with her husband, me and my girlfriend upstairs, that's it. We got a big house. We don't have a lot of people in the house, and we got plenty parking space.
You have like 6 bedrooms, right?
Yeah, we have a big house, sir, yes. One is a computer room, one is like my office. So we have a nice house. There's no need to rent. It used to be a mother and daughter. I could have left the kitchen. I don't need it, so
Understood. Thank you.
no problem.
Will the hearing be closed? The matter be placed on the decision calendar. You will be notified by mail of the board's decision once it's rendered.
So much.
Have a nice day. Thanks.
Second. All in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed, any abstentions?
Next case, 336 of 19 Inwood, Nissan Templeman. Variances, lot area occupied, front yard average setback, side yards aggregate, rear yard, construct two-story additions and open porch to dwelling. It is located at 132 Donahue Avenue.
Good morning, Chairman and members. Christian Brown, 333 Earl Ovington Boulevard, Suite 601, Uniondale, appearing for the applicant. Mr. Templeman is seated to my right. Can you put your name and address on the record, please?
Nassan Templeman, 132 Donahue Avenue, Inwood, New York, 11096.
All right, we're here before you seeking certain variances that are all related to a two-story addition that is being added to this house at 132 Donahue Avenue in Inwood. I'll go through the variances briefly, but just the The reason for the application overall is Mr. Templeman lives in this house with his wife and 5 children. And so, as is the board often hears in the 5 towns, these types of applications, families, there are many large families, and they're looking for living space. And that's the reason that they are proposing this 2-story addition, which goes to the back of the property, as well as the addition of a new open porch in the front of the property. The house complies with the height requirement. It's a 2-story house or 2.5-story house. It will have an attic. The attic is for storage only and would be accessed by pull-down stairs. Yes, sir.
Thank you. Oddly enough, this is the second supplementary plans,
Yes, this is a supplement.
but the supplementary plans show a 2001 permit.
And
And
the search
it's-
sheet does.
The search sheet has nothing.
Wait, how many digits? I think they put an extra, did you have an application in 18?
Yes, I believe it would be an 18 application. There is a building permit that was granted on a previous design for the addition that did not require variances.
Wait, no. I think that there's too many digits. It says 20018. I wonder if there's an extra 0, and it should be 2018. See? They put an
Yeah, but
extra
that's,
0.
but he's, Mr. Brown, I just handed you the building permit search sheet.
Right.
And it shows,
It doesn't show a permit on it,
so this,
but I know a permit was issued for the original construction.
What's the search sheet date?
the search sheet was April 2018. It's a year old.
Yeah, so I believe it was under the same number? Yes. Yeah, so it would have been under 2018-03978.
They put an extra 0. So they put 20018, and then those numbers, so it looks like a 2000, okay.
See, the original design in the back of the house, in order to try to meet the rear yard requirement, the rear addition was stepped in twice to leave additional room in the back. If you look at the plot plan, you see that the rear property line is on an angle. So the addition at the northerly portion of it is 25 feet, but as you go across south, it tapers down to 15 feet because of the way the property line angles. So the original design that was approved without variances had that addition stepping progressively in as you went south. As they were doing the project, they determined that that was really an impractical design. It looked rather ridiculous, and it just wasn't going to give them the living space that they needed. So they filed this supplement, the crux of which is to just make the addition the rectangular shape you see so that it goes across in the back evenly. That triggers the rear yard variance of 15 feet at its smallest point because, again, the property line is at a diagonal, so it's closer to the building line at the southerly point and farther away from the building line at the northerly point.
And it would have been 25 because it's 2 stories.
Correct. So it is 25 still at that northerly point. It tapers down to the 15. That's the rear yard variance that we're seeking. And that's occasioned, again, by the fact that the lot is not a rectangular shape but has this this curved property line. I think they call that a sort of a parallelogram. Not sure. Mr. Regano remembers this geometry. So that's the rear yard variance that's occasioned by these new plans. In addition, while they were doing that, they decided they'd like to add a front porch. Several other houses on the block, I think including the neighbor, has a open front porch. So that's where we go to the front yard. So we're proposing a front yard of 28 feet to the porch line. The porch would be run the full length of the house, so that's 34 feet 7 inches, and would come out 11 feet 4 inches. So it's about 407 square feet, and that accounts for about, I just want to make sure I'm saying this correctly, I believe it's 7% of the total lot coverage that we've proposed. So we're proposing a 39% lot coverage. It is a slightly substandard lot. It's only 5,547 square feet. And of the 39%, about 7% of that is attributable to the open porch, which obviously won't be living space, but just recreational space. 7%. The house with the addition is 32%.
So with the open porch, you'd be under the 27 and a half allowable in the residence B zone?
Well, we would be at 32 with the addition, the full addition.
You'd be at 32, but that includes the open porch?
No, 32 would be the house. The open porch adds the additional 7.
So you're at 39?
Correct.
Open porch.
Correct.
Sorry, I missed that.
So that is the front yard, and then we have the side yards. So the side yard on the southerly side, we're proposing to reduce to 6 feet 7 inches. The only place that encroaches is on a set of stairs which is adjacent to the basement. Now, I know the board sometimes does not look kindly on basement stairs, but here there is no garage on this property. There is a full basement that was existing when the Templemans bought the house that was, I guess, semi-finished. It's now fully finished. It's intended as a storage and play area for the children. They have 5 children. So the idea is to have a way for the kids, the family, to get out into the backyard, which would be their recreational space, take their toys, their bikes, have a safe way to get out. They're going to store their sukkah down there because they don't have any other place to put it. So it's going to function partially like you would for a storage garage and as a recreational space. These stairs would be, as I said, to access the rear yard without having to go through the full, length of the house, et cetera, to get out with all of the kids' equipment and toys.
What's the other side yard?
Say that again?
The other side yard?
Oh, the other side yard is 5 feet. There's the only encroachments are allowable, the window wells and so forth. So it's 5 feet on the other side.
So you only need side yard because of the cellar stairs?
That's where we encroach. Correct.
What about the other stairs?
The other stairs are just to access, they're about 3 steps up to access a mud room to get outside and to come out the back of the kitchen into the yard. So the house is not built totally on grade. It's about 3 steps up. Is that correct? And I would also mention that the Templemans had originally thought and proposed to put a half bath in the basement that was removed from the plan. So there's no plumbing in the basement. It's just an open space for recreation and storage.
Mr. Brown, other
Yes.
than stairs, going a few stairs to the mudroom, the stairs to the cellar, and it looks like 2 stairs on the side of the proposed new open porch.
Yes.
Other than stairs, is this, and I guess, and egress windows, is this 2-story proposal in line on both sides?
Correct.
Of the existing house?
It's completely in line. The porch is in line, and the encroachments are what you've outlined. And the only one that counts against us for zoning is the basement accessway.
So the side yards, both side yard aggregate, that's the only real change to the side yard aggregate?
That's the only change. The rest of it is in line with the existing house. And that's, the existing house is, without the encroachments, the existing house is just under 11 feet off of the southerly property line. Both, Mr. Templeman has spoken to both of his abutting neighbors, both consent to the application. That would be the Ackermans and the Friedmans, and we have a letter from the Friedmans who are actually on the side where the stairs encroach, giving their full consent.
All right, we'll accept that in evidence.
So again, this is an addition being done to accommodate this family, which has 5 children, so they can have 4 bedrooms, some enhanced living area, and a play area in the basement that's easily accessible to the rear yard. And that's our case.
All right, First and most importantly, it's a trapezoid, not a parallelogram.
I had a feeling I was wrong about that.
Any other questions from the board?
Mr. Chairman, I move the hearing be closed, the matter be placed on the decision calendar. Mr. Brown, your client, and anyone else who signed in on the case will receive a copy of the board's decision by mail once it's rendered.
Thank you very much.
Thank you.
All right, before we call the next case, put a second. All in favor? Any opposed, any abstentions? After this next case, we're going to take a short break. It's going to probably be, I'm not sure how long this one is going to take. We're going to take 15 minutes, and then we will come back and finish the calendar. So if anybody wants to go get a cup of coffee and so forth, there's a cafeteria right down at the end of the hall.
How are your hands, Linda? I'll give you a few minutes to rest.
Next case, 337 of 19, Merrick Robert Fuentes and Yvette Pereira, maintain 4-foot-high pool enclosure, is located at 3382 Hewlett Avenue.
Good morning. My name is Dean Katsubis. My address is 121 Newbridge Road, Hicksville, New York, 11801. Good morning, members of the board.
All right, Mr. Katsoupas, you can go through it.
We are seeking a variance to legalize a 4-foot-high fence as a pool enclosure where the minimum required height is 5 feet. The 4-foot portion of the fence is located along the rear property line, which abuts the bay. The fence is attached to the top of the bulkhead, which is approximately 13 feet above the water level at low tide. It is a black aluminum fence with thin stainless steel cables, making the fence virtually see-through and preserving the water views. From my understanding, the purpose of this fence is to serve as a barrier to protect children who may enter the property to use the pool unsupervised. It is highly unlikely that a child, let alone a non-swimmer, would enter the yard through the ocean. In this case, I feel the fence, the purpose of the fence is really to act as a railing to prevent somebody from falling into the ocean rather than from protecting the pool. The remaining portions of the fence are 5 and 6 feet high, as indicated on the plot plan. There is no access to the rear yard from the two abutting properties. With this, I've kindly asked the board to grant this variance.
Mr. Katsoupas, I'm looking at the photos that you submitted. Are there old and new photos? I see a white metal fence, and then I see a black aluminum fence.
Right. I'd like to see those photos. This was handed to me. The homeowner submitted the photos, so only.
It looks like there's a new fence installed to replace an old one, but if you look at the photos, there's a white fence installed along the bulkhead, and then there's other pictures with a black fence on it.
Yes, okay. This white fence. I was there on Saturday. The fence you see here in this photos, the black aluminum and stainless fence, is the new fence.
That's the one you want to approve.
That's what we want to legalize. This is what was there before. I never saw this. I was there this past weekend.
All right, because that old white fence was in pretty bad disrepair.
They replaced actually the sides and the rear, but we're only, the side fences, they are 5 and 6 foot aluminum or PVC. It's different materials. It is indicated on the plot plan.
Mr. Katsoupas, hold on, Mr. Katsoupas. So the white fence, just referring to the water area.
Yes.
That's the metal and brown one or whatever it is we see on the front.
Yes.
Okay, I got it. Now, the one on the side, if I'm looking at the water on the right-hand side, correct? If I'm facing the canal.
Facing the canal.
The water. The right-hand side, is that the 6-foot white PVC that slats?
Okay.
Or solid?
This is facing the canal on the left.
No, that's the right if I'm facing the canal, because I see the water. If I'm standing in the yard facing the water, isn't that the fence on my right?
No, it's to your left.
The fence on the north side of the property. Okay. Let's do it that way. The fence on the north side, it shows on here 6-foot PVC unchanged.
Yes.
Is that 6-foot solid white PVC?
It's brown, but...
solid brown PVC?
Yes.
Is it, but the fence is solid or it has slats?
Solid. The fence on the north property line is solid.
And it goes all the way to the bulkhead solid.
All the way to the bulkhead, yes.
South side, you have six,
I just have one more question. Okay, yeah, go ahead to the south.
south side from the, looks like from the front of the house along the line that goes sort of, I guess it's southwest. That's, again, 6-foot solid PVC?
No, it is 5-foot
No, that's,
aluminum.
No. Look from the front of the house.
Oh, yes.
All right, 6-foot solid PVC. Then it goes a little bit to the northwest. That says 5-foot aluminum fence unchanged. Is that white aluminum that we see?
It's no longer white. It's now, this fence that we see here looks like it's somewhat in bad condition. This has been replaced with a 5-foot aluminum.
solid or slats?
Slats. Similar to this.
Okay, and
Just newer material, black aluminum.
And then, okay,
do you have a permit for, was that done pursuant to a permit? And I'm asking you because of the swimming pool, I want to make sure that it meets the non-climbable requirement. That's what I'm trying to ask you. So as it relates to the fence with slats, the 5-foot fence with slats that runs sort of northwest toward the water.
I do have some photos in my phone of that fence.
if you want us to keep your phone as evidence, we'll be glad to do that, but otherwise, we can't accept them, and you're going to have to tell us what's there or supply us with additional photos.
Well, you were there Saturday, you said.
Yeah, it appears to be the same material. I did check, all I checked was the height of it.
And it was 5 feet?
It was 5 feet. It did not,
It's okay.
it doesn't appear to be climbable. I didn't look into the requirements of climbing.
See the top brace running horizontal along that 5-foot fence?
Yes.
We'll use the white one, but it appears to be the same. We can't accept this. Based on your experience, does that meet the non-climbable requirement? If it looks like that.
I agree.
I'm just not sure if that one horizontal brace that's about, I don't know, a foot down, which at maybe say at a 4-foot level, is sufficiently non-climbable. I don't know the answer, I'm asking you.
I don't know the answer to that.
Mr. Kasupas, the plans that we have here are not reflected as to what's there. In my observation, either reviewing the file, the buildings department has not seen what your client has done. It's inaccurate. We don't have accurate paperwork before us for us to make an intelligent decision.
This is unchanged.
But this has changed.
What you need to do, in my opinion, is adjourn this case, file the necessary plans with the buildings department so that they can determine whether or not it's climbable or not climbable based upon what's there or what needs to be done, and then you come back and say hello to us.
Can he do it now? Can he run up there now?
No.
Because if I correctly understand you, the only thing that's changed is the color, other than that which you've already gone before us for, the 4-foot.
Yes.
But if I correctly understand you, the solid PVC that's 6 feet on the north side, the solid PVC that's 6 feet running sort of southwest is unchanged. The 5-foot aluminum that was white in the photographs you're saying appears to be the same fence but a different color.
Yes.
And then the fence you're here before us, for the 4-foot running along the water, is changed, and that's been before the building department. That's how you got here.
That's why we're here. That's why I saw the objection. Unfortunately, I did not personally make this application. I was just called in. I helped her with the radius map.
All right, well, again, we're just trying to make sure that especially because it's a swimming pool, that what may get approved is the right fence. Now, I see there was a 2018 application as a building permit issued for install fencing to code. But now you have a variance for a portion that does not comply with the code, so I don't even know how to coordinate these two.
I know that. I did try to make sense of with the owner. How did she get a permit? I wasn't clear how she got a permit for a fence, unless this was a separate permit for a separate fence just for this back.
But we have a situation where our site plan is now inaccurate because there was a change in the fence that's listed on the site plan. We can go back and forth a million different ways, but let's get it done correctly. What I would ask you to do is we'll give you an adjournment. we'll let you go back to the building department so you can explain to them what's going on. You might require a different application because of the fence that was changed, that was originally on the site plan, that's now different. Because if they go out with this site plan and they see something on the site plan that's not there, they're gonna bounce it on you. So let's get it all done correctly. We'll give you a short adjournment, give you a chance to go get it straightened out, and we'll get you back here relatively quickly, because apparently all this exists, and we have a swimming pool out there that may or may not be properly enclosed, so we don't want to do anything on the long term. What I'd like to do maybe is, we'll just, today, then our next available date is May 1. I'll put it on for May 1. Do 9:30. And this will give you a chance to at least take the file, go back upstairs and see if you can get it straightened out. Then, we have no problem with this. We just want to make sure that what's there is on paper and that the building department can approve it. Okay. All right? So we're adjourning this to May 1 at 9:30.
Okay?
Thank you. That means you have to hustle to the building department with correct and accurate plans, correct and accurate photographs. All right. Meet with the plans examiner, have them logged in by the buildings department, and then filed back here.
And make sure you know, make sure they know
It's
when
an
you're
adjournment.
coming back. Okay? So that you can make sure that they get a look at it.
Understood.
So you can get back.
Thank you.
That doesn't.
All right.
Okay?
It's now about 13 minutes to 11. We'll be back a couple minutes after 11, and we will go through and finish the rest of the morning calendar.
I actually heard it because nothing's changed from what the building department saw.
The building department didn't see what's there.
Represented the next case is a Union Venture, right? Is that Union Venture?
Well, it's not the next case, but you're going to sign it.
Okay.
Yeah.
Very good, thank you. So just print my name and sign it? Okay.
Name and either the business address.
Okay.
That's the reset, Nicole. Joe? Joe? Oh, no, no alcohol. Is she in favor? Yeah. Good. Makes life easier. To clean up these coding issues. Gregory. Oh, really?
Next case, 338 and 339 of 19 Point Lookout, Point of the Point, LLC, variances, lot area occupied, front yard average setback, rear yard, construct extension to existing front entry deck and extension to existing second-story deck, both attached to dwelling, variance, lot area occupied, construct two-story infill addition attached dwelling. It is located at 136 Limbrook Avenue.
Please raise your right hand, sir. Do you swear or affirm to tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God?
Yes.
I do. Please have a seat. Name and addresses for the record.
Good morning, Mr. Chairman, members of the board. Appearing for the applicant, Howard Avertine, 575 Underhill Boulevard, Syosset.
Good morning, members of the board. David Bush, registered architect, Bush Associates, address 90 West Main Street, Bay Shore, New York.
Peter Cohen, owner, 571 Shore Road, Long Beach, New York.
Do you want to? Yeah.
Virginia O'Shea, affected neighbor.
Grace Valenti, 137 Limbrook Avenue, Point Lookout, New York.
All right, Mr. Avertine.
Mrs. O'Shea, just for the record, you're in favor of the application, correct? Yes, and, okay. Generally speaking, when we have people opposed, they sit on that side. But that's why I wanted to clarify that. I saw you signed in support of. Thank you.
The neighbors want to sit together. This is the application of Point of the Point LLC for variances required in order to construct an existing front entry deck and also an extension to an existing second-story rear deck, as well as to construct a two-story infill addition to the interior of the dwelling.
I'm sorry, Mr. Avertine, but I haven't seen the infill addition. Is it like a fill-in? Is it like all around it is already 2 stories? Or
Yes, there's an sort of like an atrium
okay.
with an area that didn't count toward lot coverage, and now that's being modified on the interior, increasing the lot coverage.
Oh, an infill addition.
Yes, interior, absolutely. The premises under application is located on the easterly side of Lynbrook Avenue, 810 feet south of Beach Street in Point Lookout. It is also known as Section 61, Block 60, Lot 285 on the Nassau County Land and Tax Map. The premises has dimensions of 110 feet in width by 75 feet in depth and a lot area of 8,350 square feet. A new single-family dwelling is currently being constructed at the premises pursuant to building permit number 2014-03226, issued by the building department. The applicant filed an application in 2018 in order to extend the previously approved first floor entry deck at the front of the dwelling, as well as to extend a second-story deck in the rear. Also, the applicant sought to create an interior modification which resulted in an increase in lot coverage. The variances required are as follows. First, we have the front yard setback on Lynbrook Avenue. The average setback, which is the required setback on Lynbrook, is 15 feet 3 inches. The front yard to the proposed extended entry deck will be 14 feet 1 inch, so just a little bit over 1 foot. I would respectfully submit to the board that that is de minimis and would have no impact on any adjoining property. The rear yard, 18 feet 9 inches is required. 10 feet 9 inches is proposed to the extended rear deck, and that deck primarily faces the ocean. I would respectfully submit similarly that there are no adverse impacts in that regard. I know Mrs. O'Shea lives adjacent to the premises on that side. I did visit with her, show her the plans, and go over everything with her, and of course she'll be speaking for herself momentarily. Lastly, we require relief for lot coverage. 27.5% is the maximum. and with the proposed changes, the overall lot coverage will be 31%. That is typical, as this board is aware, to have lot coverage issues in Point Lookout. And in this particular instance, I would respectfully submit once again that the changes we're proposing, while increasing the lot coverage, really will not result in any adverse impacts. So that is the relief we are seeking. I have the project architect, David Bush, here, if the board has any particular questions about the design or the site plan. And of course, the applicant, Peter Cohen, is here as well, should the board have questions. But at this time, I would see if the board has questions, and if not, defer to the folks who have come to speak.
Anybody have any questions for the applicant at the moment?
Yes.
That's correct. Yeah, that lot, it was previously one lot. It was subdivided several years back. Right. Yeah, the house that you're picturing, Mr. Fisher, is the one that's under construction is the one that we're talking about, and the photos in the file depict. And as I indicated, the home is being constructed under an existing permit, which was issued as of right, and these changes triggered some variance relief. There was no house there previously. It was vacant land. 110 street frontage on Lynbrook with 75 feet of depth, yes. 31% lot coverage, which, as you know, Mr. Fisher, is actually much less than most other existing or proposed parcels in Point Lookout.
Mr. Cohen, you do own the property immediately to the north, is that correct? Okay.
I think that's in a different entity, though, is it not?
Yeah, there are two different entities listed on the site plan. All right, I guess we should go with Mrs. O'Shea first, since she's in favor, and then we can go over to Mrs. Valente. Ms. Valente.
Okay, thank you. The concern of the neighbors at Point Lookout was that the lot was so close to what's called the primary dune, and Peter Cohen and his architect, Mr. Bush, have made sure that they have been well back from that primary dune, which was really the main concern of the people at Point Lookout. Mr. Cohen's been paying taxes on this piece of property for a long time, so my husband and I were very happy to know that he was going to finally be able to build a home, and as long as he stayed within the legal rulings of the town, we had no problem with it. And so these few little things that he's asking for, we feel, we have no problem with it all, and we wish him good luck.
Thank you. All right, Ms. Valente, if you pull that mic down a little bit so you can speak directly into it. There you go. Perfect.
I wanted to say that I think that the house is big enough because it's very big for the property that it's on. And I don't really think any extensions and extra decks or extra space should be taken because, there is no outdoor space around the house as it is. And I think that any little extension is going to make it look even more obtrusive. I find it obtrusive on the corner.
But the only extension that I think is even visible from anywhere on the street on Lynbrook, which is what you, I think, are across the street and slightly down from, it appears to be a little one-story entry deck extension, which it's kind of hard to see the numbers here, but it looks relatively de minimis. Is that the extension that is offensive?
That one is. I think that in the back, that the back of their house is really where the path is, where the public space is. There's a big path going to the beach right in the back of their property. So I think that anything that extends makes it just infringe more on the beach.
Does that path come off Mineola?
Mineola, when the entrance, because people sit on those benches. It's sort of been always a very quiet spot all the time.
So you mean the back
deck? As if it's going to be that way anymore.
That's where Mrs. O'Shea is.
I know. There's a reason.
Mr. Abertine, I don't know whether you mentioned it, but how much, you're looking for 31%, is it?
Correct, sir.
How many square feet does that Comprised, right. Thank you.
That square footage of that second floor deck, which is actually a cantilever, point being there's no posting to the ground, so it won't interfere with any ground view if you are strolling in that beach area or that pathway, is 185 feet, is approximately 2.2%.
So that's it, that 185 feet is what kicks it?
Correct.
Okay, they're not,
Having this here moving, so anything extra.
I wanted them to hear that, but
Yeah, I
Mrs.
just wanted
Valenti.
to add that for a house of this nature, and a lot of thought was given to this, as far as the rear deck, that is really winds up being quite a bit of the recreation space for the property. There's, while the lot is a considerable size for Point Lookout, where many of the lots are smaller, there isn't room for a swimming pool, there isn't room for really play area or recreation area. So this rear second-story deck will be where a lot of the enjoyment of the house will come from. So, and we also were very careful to try to minimize any impacts to the O'Shea dwelling, which is really the only one from a visual perspective which would be impacted. And right behind the property is the Atlantic Ocean. So there really wouldn't be any adverse impacts. I know one of the neighbors spoke, Mrs. Valenti, indicated that she thought there might be an impact upon those who use the public area, but I would respectfully submit that use of that deck, the way a residential deck is utilized, is not going to infringe upon the public use of public lands.
Counselor, I don't, my plans are not that extensive. What I'm seeing is, how many cars is it going to be able to park off-street?
I believe two.
Just two?
Yes.
Wow.
It's actually more.
I'm sorry, I'm sorry. So you have a two-car garage, and you have two cars.
So it's four spots, essentially four spots.
My mistake, Mr. Fisher. Yes, it's a two-car garage with a two-car driveway in front of the garage.
And again, only because I
Essentially, there would
don't
be room
have
for
the
two more.
plans. I'm sorry.
Essentially, there would actually be room for two more cars in the setback.
So you're talking about six?
Yes.
Okay.
Mr. Cohen, you're talking about on the southerly side of the premises? When you say the setback?
Actually, the northerly side, northern
So
side
that will,
between
that will
136
not
and
affect the usable square footage. In other words, that stays within the 31% lots of the lot coverage?
Yes, so when we talk about lot coverage and impervious surface, et cetera, any improvement to driveway is an impervious surface. We are not changing the percentage of lot coverage. We're still at the proposed.
So,
All right, Mr. Everett, that's your case? Any other questions?
Chairman, I just have a couple of questions.
Oh, sure, absolutely.
How many bathrooms are in the building?
There's 3 bathrooms.
Okay, laundry room,
Yes.
one kitchen.
Yes.
Okay. All right, thank you.
All right. Any other questions from the board?
Move the hearing be closed, the matter be placed on the decision calendar. Everyone who signed in on the case will receive a copy of the board's decision by mail once it's rendered. Thank you all for coming and participating. Enjoy the remainder of the day. Nice to see you, Mr. O'Shea.
Thank you. Second? All in favor? Any opposed? Any abstentions? All right, Linda, on this next case, I'm recused, so I'm going to...
You might want to use this one as the exhibit now because I have improved it. I should show you my improvements. Oh, well, I can't find it. I drew the water. I drew the water. Oh, excuse me. Jojo. Mr. Joe. And I do have one or more. Read that.
Next case, 340 of 19, Merrick Gloria Stanzone. Install 4-foot-high improper pool enclosure is located at 2776 Clubhouse Road. Please raise your right hand. Do you swear or affirm to tell the truth, the whole truth?
I do.
Please have a seat.
It's Michael Gregory of Permits RS LLC, 64 Division Avenue, Suite 104, Levittown, New York, 11756.
No affiliation.
Good morning, Mr. Gregory.
Good morning, Madam Chairwoman, members of the board. I'm here representing Gloria Stanzione in reference to 2776 Clubhouse Road in Belmore. Ms. Stanzione would like to propose improper fence enclosure on the rear of her property, which fronts the open water. Ms. Stanzione does have a permit for her in-ground pool with a proper fence enclosure for the sides and for the rear. We're here proposing the rear yard fence enclosure along the waterway.
How'd she get the permit before she came?
The original permit was for
She had a 5 and she
fence.
wants
Yes.
to change it to a 4.
And she wants to change the 4-foot open rail fence so she can preserve the view of the water. I was at the premises yesterday. I took some measurements from low tide, which when I was there, actually there, from the top of the bulkhead to low tide where the sand is 10.5 feet. So with that 4-foot fence enclosure, you have 14.5 feet from low tide to the top of the railing of the enclosure. Now, there's on the mark on the bulkhead, that's high tide, and that's 6.5 feet from the top of the bulkhead, which gives us 10.5 feet to the top of this fence enclosure from the top of the water at high tide. This area is at the dead end of an inlet. There really isn't any room, there isn't any much traffic on this inlet. I gave a picture of the inlet. I'd like to submit it into evidence. Like I said, it's the dead end. There isn't any traffic there. Mrs. Stanzione has consents from both of her neighbors to the north and to the south that have no objection to this fence enclosure. I'd like to submit that as well. And she respectfully requests approval today. Furthermore, she did have some storm damage, if the board is interested, some minor storm damage, which she did file permits for the replacement of her boiler. And that permit was closed out.
So the only area that has a 4-foot fencing is on the bulkheaded area?
Yes, Mr. Pellegrini.
And it's not in yet, you're proposing.
We're proposing it. And the other fencing has not been installed either. She's going to do it all at once.
So the pool's not there either?
The pool, she has a permit for the pool. The pool is closed, right?
No.
The pool hasn't been opened.
Oh, the pool is closed and not the permit?
Correct.
I got it.
Yes, the permit for the pool is still open. The pool hasn't been opened yet.
Understood.
Oh, I thought you
Right.
said the permit for the
Right.
pool, I thought you said,
Right.
I thought you said that
I
she
did,
had.
I'm sorry.
No, I thought you had said you also had the
Right.
CFC for the permit.
No.
I mean, for the pool, because it was in a 5-foot enclosure.
Correct, yeah. The
Okay.
permit for the in-ground pool is still open.
Wait,
And there's no water in the pool?
There's no water in the pool.
Okay, good.
There's a cover on it, so the pool is not open.
and is that your case, Mr. Gregory? Yes. Are there any other questions from the board?
I move the hearing be closed, the case placed on the decision calendar. When the board renders its decision, you will be notified.
Second?
Second.
All in favor?
Aye.
All opposed? Abstentions, recusals?
Have a nice day.
Thank you, Mr. Gregory.
No. Really?
Next case, 341 of 19, Merrick Richard Gianetta. Variance rear yard construct second-story addition to dwelling. It is located at 5 Perth Court.
Jonathan Badger, 68 West Main Street, Oyster Bay, New York, Oyster Bay Drafting and Architecture.
This was like this.
Gianetta, 5 Perth Court. Newark, New York,
Chairman's page.
11566.
On this case. Are they in the back of that old case? 1 second.
Sir, you are an architect?
What's that? I'm the project manager. I'm representing the architect, yes.
All right, what can we do for you?
Good morning, board members. I'm here with my client. We are proposing a second floor rear addition on the back side of the home. It's a pre-existing non-conforming, the house as it sits. The second floor addition that we are proposing is not changing any of the setbacks. It is just pre-existing non-conforming with regards to the rear yard setback, which is what we're asking for relief on. The required setback is 25 feet. We're at 18.67. That's the way it sits right now. We are going over an existing footprint. An existing footprint. So we are not making it more severe.
I'm sorry, I couldn't hear if you said 8 or 18.
It's 18.67.
And that's
Yeah.
what you said, isn't it?
Right. And it's an allowance of 6.3 feet.
Right,
So
so you can have 15 on the first floor, but you need a 25 on the second, since it's a second level, I guess.
we're going over, yes.
Sugar.
Exactly. So we're staying in the same footprint, foundation, but we're going up, obviously, that's what triggered it. The site itself is a cul-de-sac, so it has an odd shape to the lot itself. So we have the front yard setbacks, it's very nice, but on that one side, because it has that curved, angled shape on that side, we would be required to have a variance for that rear yard setback. But it's got a young family, 3 children, and they're looking to add a master bedroom. Right now they have 3 bedrooms, add another bedroom so that all the kids have bedrooms, and that everyone will play nice and enjoy their lives.
The properties behind Mr. Giannetta, one is the Steets property is located it's 127-foot deep lot. How far away is that dwelling from the property line? Guess.
How far the rear home is away from the house, the backside. So the lot in back here, the home, how far do you think that home is from?
Oh, it's closer to the curb on there.
Is it like 5 feet away from the property line, or is it like 20?
Oh, you mean from my?
Yes.
From the property?
No, it's at least, what, 20 or more, yeah.
Okay.
And you've spoken to all your neighbors, and they are happy with, and yeah.
My point is that it's not going to have a negative effect. They have such a deep lot and their house is further away. Thank you. I have no question.
Three young children. My youngest is 7 months.
Really? All right, any other questions from the board?
Move the hearing be closed, the matter be placed on the decision calendar. You'll be notified by mail of the board's decision once it's rendered. Thank you, have a nice day.
Very much. Have a great day.
You have a nice day.
Second. All in favor? Any opposed, any abstentions?
Next case, 344 of 19 Elmont, Michael and Camille Benacasa. Variance front yard setback on Meacham Avenue, maintained cell entrance attached to dwelling. It is located at 1349 F Street. Please raise your right hands. Do you swear or affirm to tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God?
I do.
Please have a seat. Name and addresses for the record.
Michael Benacasa, 1349 F Street, Elmont, New York, 11003.
Camille Benincasa, 1147 Russell Street, Franklin Square, 11010.
Good morning.
Morning.
What can we do for you?
We're looking to maintain a cellar entrance at the said address.
How long has that cellar entrance been there?
It was there prior to me buying the house in 1996. So
That's when you bought it?
Yeah, that's when I bought the house with my mom.
What's in the cellar?
I'm sorry?
What's in the cellar? Like, is there a bathroom?
There's a bathroom and a den and a utility room and the trap for
So you use it just,
plumbing.
as, for the, I guess, for like a family room or something?
Yeah, recreation.
A den?
Yeah.
Does the bathroom have a permit? Or is it something, does the bathroom already?
I believe it does, because there was a house fire, and that's how all this came about, that this didn't have a permit. So on the blueprints, there is, and they said I had to get this rectified before I could move forward.
Oh, it's probably, maybe it's a ride-along, but you're working on trying to legalize the bathroom also?
Yes, trying to make everything legal.
All right, right now, I'm looking at the search sheet from the building department, which shows that in 2017, you filed an application to repair fire damage, which includes install, I can't even read what they wrote here, something, three bath fixtures in a basement, kitchen. Looks like this.
That's on the main floor.
No, there's three of them here. There's a basement, there's a first floor, and there's a second floor, all looking for three fixtures, three bath fixtures?
Yes.
So all three floors are part of the application. And that's still open pending what this decision is.
I like your closet.
When the house was built, to your knowledge, was this basement entrance part of the original house?
It was a private mortgage. I just bought the house.
It actually probably, in reality, I guess it wouldn't be, or otherwise you wouldn't be here. Because the original house, when it was built in 1960, received a variance to build this, and you would have needed a variance to add that basement entrance back then, so that's why you're asking for it now. Is there an interior entrance to the basement? Yes, we already did that?
Well, there
Yes.
is, I looked at it.
Yeah, and this is the only other way in and out?
Yes.
How many people live in the house?
I live there with my wife and 2 kids.
That makes sense. Yeah. Well, the basement only goes to the basement. Yeah. But the basement is just the basement, so the other three entrances. I mean, is this house conducive to being set up in that way? Yeah. Yeah, that's the way it faces.
No, I mean, that's.
When I was going through all this, I found out that because it's a corner property, I have 2 front yards, not a front yard, and that's, again, why I'm here, because
I just want to add, the other entrance to the basement in the house is in the middle of the house.
Right.
So sometimes when the sewer man has to do the sewer, we really wouldn't like him to have to come through the house.
Hopefully that doesn't happen all that often. The garage has a door in the rear, besides the
Yes.
front door? Is there an entrance into the house through the garage?
no.
So you have to go outside to get into the house?
Yes, front or
So,
back door.
so that door to the back of the garage only leads into the garage?
Yes.
So you have effectively, with this basement, you have 2 regular entrances into the house and the basement?
I'm sorry.
You have 2 doors to get into the house, and then this
Front and back
basement
door.
entrance takes you only, okay, go back. You have 2 doors that lead into the house, and then the additional basement entrance, which only leads to the basement. All right, I just want to get that on the record. All right, any objections from any of your neighbors that you know of?
No, had I known, I would have gotten approval letters from my abutting neighbors. This is my first time here, so sitting here and seeing people come in with letters, I would have definitely got them, but when I told them I had to do this, they said it's been there forever. Why is this happening? I said, this is what I have to do, and I'm doing it. So,
Are you back in your home? I don't know how extensive the fire damage was, but are you?
yes, I'm back in there.
You're back in your home? Okay. I'm glad to hear that.
All right.
And,
Is there anything else that you would like to add?
No, not unless you want those letters. I can get them.
No. When we close the hearing, it's going to close. All right. Do we have any other questions from the board?
move the hearing be closed, the matter be placed on the decision calendar. You'll be notified by mail the board's decision once it's rendered. Thank you for coming and being patient. Enjoy the remainder of the day.
Thank you for your time. Have a nice holiday.
Second. All in favor? Any opposed? Any abstentions?
Let's take lunch.
Next case, 346 of 19, Elmont, New York Land Development 2 Corp. Variances, lot area, front with construct dwelling with garage. It is located on the east side of Carnegie Avenue, 140 feet south of Pelham Avenue. Please raise your right hands. Where or from? Please have a seat, name and address for the record.
Good morning again. Good morning. Robert W. O'Brien, 877 North Crown Avenue, North Valley Street, New York, for the applicant, 2 Corp.
Gentlemen, what can we do for you?
This is a reopened hearing. I represent here today the applicant, New York Land Development, with respect to the instant application for permission to construct a one-family dwelling on a substandard parcel in the hamlet of Elmont.
What do you mean by reopened?
Well, or rehearing, maybe I'm using it. This was approved, Mr. Pellegrini, back in 1988.
88.
Okay, and we asked that it be, and the permits were never picked up, and I'll present the decision and everything as part of the case.
I understand that.
Okay. And also present, Mr. Bianco has put his appearance on the record.
He wasn't there in 88, was he?
I don't think so. I'm trying to think where I was in 88. I know the hair wasn't this silver. And Mr. Bianco is prepared to answer any questions that the board may have regarding the application. And because this is a rehearing of a previously granted application, and you'll see that the economics of the application is relatively, are going to be relatively simple. Mr. Bianco is going to also testify as to the economic benefit to the applicant if the application is granted. Again, these are things within his personal knowledge as a builder in Nassau County, so I'm not asking him to go above and beyond what or to the level of a real estate.
Was a permit issued in 1988?
Yes. Mr. Bianco said yes.
But it was never built, so
Never picked up.
it was.
Never picked it up.
Okay.
And I'll get your copy, as I said.
No, I have it. Is that what?
Yes. Yeah.
Bianco, do you want to do the? No.
The property is on the east side of Carnegie Avenue in Elmont. The area of Elmont is called Jamaica Square, or sometimes referred to the backstretch of Belmont Racetrack, approximately 140 feet south of Pelham Avenue. And just for the record, it's also known on the Nassau County tax map as Section 32, Block 360 and Lots 64 to 66. The parcel as it currently exists has 3,654 square feet of area, with 42 feet of frontage on Carnegie Avenue, 87 feet of depth on each side, and a rear property line of 42 feet. As I previously stated, the applicant proposes constructing one new one-family dwelling. Variance is needed, therefore, for lot area and front width from and on the street line to the front setback line. There was an error in the original notice. which said lot area occupied as opposed to lot area, which I brought to the office's attention, and I know they conversed with Mr. Weiss. And what I did is I sent out an amended notice to all of the people on the mailing list.
We have that in the file.
And what I would like to do is put on the record so that you have my sworn statement to that effect, where I just crossed out the word occupied, so it would just read lot area. And that was done a couple weeks ago, so well in time of.
So the relief you're requesting is just lot area?
It's lot area and front width.
Right.
Because of the size. Now, getting back to the original, the previous grant, on February 2nd of 1988, this board granted a Loris, L-O-R-I-S, Patterson, a former owner of the very same variances that we're requesting today. And I'm handing up a copy of that decision and requesting that it be accepted into evidence.
So, Brian, we do have that in.
We have a copy of it in evidence already, so.
I probably put that when I said the letter.
We did.
And as Mr. Bianco indicated or intimated, for reasons unknown to us, the applicant never followed up and never picked up the permit, never constructed the dwelling. But again, we're asking for the exact same relief. I would ask the board to take administrative notice of that decision in its consideration of the application. And as Mr. Bianco's custom is, if the board is inclined to approve it, he's amenable or acceptable to all the customary conditions that the board has been known to impose to ensure that the property is utilized as a one-family dwelling rather than a multiple-family one. Before turning the case over, just a couple of things I think of import. In order to get this on the calendar as a reopening, rehearing, the applicant had to indicate that it was willing to build the same exact house. The house that was approved by the board back in the 80s was a high ranch on a slab. Now, I know that sometime thereafter this board began frowning upon that type of construction because it was so easily convertible into a multiple family dwelling. And if the board were to impose a condition that instead of that type of construction, that he build the standard house that he builds now in Nassau County, which is a colonial with a basement, he's willing to do so. In fact, we have the plans with us here that we're prepared to hand up, and again, if the board is inclined to do that. Also, the property, when I talked about the economics, the property has already been purchased. The building lot was purchased along with another property assigned to this one for $107,500. So it's already, that aspect as far as a lot goes has already been established, this cost. And if I may just ask Mr. Bianco a question, based upon your experience, Mr. Bianco, what do you think that the property is worth as an approved building lot?
It's approximately $125,000.
So between the 107.5 and the 125, there's a minimal profit, as you can see, of roughly $17,500, which is, it's a lot of money, but in the scope of cases I know that come before the board, it's not a tremendous amount of money. What would it cost you to build the houses that we've spoke about, either the high ranch or the colonial?
Approximately $200,000.
It's a rehearing.
So you paid 107.5, and it cost you $200 to build. That would be $307.5. What do you believe that the property could be sold for then, based upon your experience?
Between $575 and $595.
So there's a profit to be made of roughly $275,000 or so. Is that correct?
That's correct.
If it's approved.
Mr. Bianca, how many square feet is the proposed dwelling?
Approximately 2,000 square feet.
So it's about $100 a square foot building? Thank you.
Anything else, Mr. O'Brien?
Nothing else, unless the board has questions.
All right, any other questions from the board?
Yes. Is there a basement entrance?
No, if the board would, the original, there won't be, but just so you understand, the original grant was a
Slab.
a high range, which was slab, so there was no basement. Would the board like me to submit the plans for the Colonial with the basement as an alternative, or you tell me?
Well,
Have these been reviewed by the building department?
No.
That's,
No, whatever.
but we have the plans that your primary proposal are plans that are here, that are accurate, and that were reviewed by the building department.
Just to back up, Mrs. D'Amato, because I know you stepped out for a minute. This was approved back in the 80s as a high ranch on a slab. That's what's before you. That's why we have the reopening here. We know that the board has started, in the mid-'80s, started frowning at this type of development because they were easily convertible into legal multiple-family dwellings. My client said if the board was inclined to impose a condition that instead of building a high ranch on a slab, the board would say, we prefer you build a Colonial with a basement, he's amenable to doing so. So if the board would, I guess the time would be if you were to impose that condition, then we would submit the plan so they could be reviewed.
So I think I understand you. So if we said, I mean, it's a little bit odd because we don't have plans, but are you suggesting that if the board were inclined to grant the case with the condition you've described, then having that grant in hand, you could then go to the building department with your new house with the basement proposal? The building department could review that, and you likely won't need additional variances, and the building department could proceed that way.
Be on the same footprint.
Because, normally we don't do it without the plans having been reviewed, but if you're comfortable that.
What Mr. O'Brien had mentioned is that the same size house that was approved in '88 and the same dimension and square foot is exactly the same. We're just changing the layout.
And just so the board is clear too, Mr. Bianco had indicated to me that he believed, when he saw it, he said, wow, he said, I could probably make more money selling a high ranch on a slab than I could on a Colonial with a basement. He said, but he knows what the board's feelings is, as I said, going back 30 years, and he wants to work with the board if the board is inclined to, renew the grant.
So what we're going to do is, our job today then is just going to be to decide whether or not we're willing to grant the ranch on the slab. And if we were to say we would grant a high ranch on a slab, and if a condition to that were a basement, that's all we would have to say on the matter at the moment. And then you can take whatever grant we made if we did so, and you'll work it out with the building department, right? But you also find
we want to work with the board.
Desirable, the ranch as desirable.
Right.
I understand.
We're happy with the same grant, but we're willing to work with you.
I got it.
There was.
Oh. Good. That you're willing to make, not that you have made.
I don't care.
all right. Yes, Mr. Bianco?
Being from Elmont, and I must have built about 50 homes in this area, there is a retaining wall on the short side of the proposed house, which is 5 feet. The only other minor change that I made to this new proposal with the Colonial is by shifting the house over 1 foot, because I feel that 5 foot would be too close to a retaining wall. So that's the only other change, is by shifting the house over 1 foot.
But that's a change from the original grant. That's not a change since the building department looked at it.
It's a original change from what was approved.
Right,
We'll
but
accept it that way.
Yeah, no, but that's not a change you made after the building department reviewed that plan. It's a change you made from the plans that were originally approved.
That's correct.
Yeah, okay, I got it.
And just no more than 1 minute. I got 2 phone calls from neighbors. I just want to bring the board, both from people in the rear. One with the people, last name France, France, who thought the property property near them on Roquette. Once they found out it wasn't the property on Roquette, they were concerned with. They said and they also thought they were being subpoenaed to be here today. I explained, no, you're welcome to come, but they were happy with that. The next was from Mr. Smith, again in the rear. He didn't understand the notice. I explained to him that my client was looking to build a house on the same size property he had. Ironically, Mr. Bianco, I think, built his house.
I
It's
built
the
that.
same. He wants to build the same house on this lot that he built for Mr. Smith, and that's okay.
Right. Very good. Any other questions from the board?
Move the hearing be closed, the matter be placed on the decision calendar. Mr. O'Brien, Mr. Bianco, and anyone else who signed in on the case will receive a copy of the board's decision by mail. Thank you for coming, being patient. Enjoy the remainder of the day. Nice to see you, Mr. O'Brien.
See you this afternoon.
All in favor?
Maybe elsewhere.
Any opposed? Any abstentions?
I just saw him bringing in the.
Thank you.
See you this
Next door,
afternoon.
right outside.
See you too.
Yeah, I didn't know if it was that one or if it was the, I didn't remember the one in there having the circle on it, but it
Yeah,
was.
usually, because it's usually facing the wall.
Both Joe and I went, oh, yeah, we're gonna get kicked out of here. We got the plumber.
Yeah.
Yes. It's roughly 25 by 40.
No, approximately 2,000.
Jimmy, thank you. I'm running.
Okay.
Ready? You good? Okay. Next case, 206 of 19 East Meadow, Uniondale Venture Partner, renewal of grant to use part of premise for coin-operated laundromat. It is located at 351 to 353 Merrick Avenue. Please raise your right hand. Do you swear or affirm to tell the truth, the whole truth, so help you God?
Yes.
Please have a seat. Name and address for the record.
Okay. My name is Ki Kwan Wang. The address is 351 and 353 Merrick Avenue, East Meadow, New York, 11554.
All right, so this was previously on a calendar on a renewal, but nobody appeared, so it was adjourned to today.
Sorry about that. I have emergency come out. My son is in the school because my son is autistic. Just for something.
All right. So we're just here today. It's on a renewal. Just for the record, the building department did inspect the premises on December 5 of 2018, and at that time they found you to be in compliance with all the conditions that were previously issued by this board. Is there anything else that you would like to add to that? All right.
How many washers do you have and how many dryers do you have?
37 washers and 24 dryers.
Excellent.
All right. Any other questions from the board?
Move the hearing be closed, the matter be placed on the decision calendar. You will be notified by mail of the board's decision, sir. Have a nice day. Thanks for being patient.
So much.
Second? All in favor? Any opposed? Any abstentions? All right, back to the first page. We have a second call. This is case number 323 of 19 in Levittown. Michael France. Property address is 7 Harbor Lane in Levittown. No request for an appearance waiver was made on this, although he could have gotten one. Since nobody's appeared in opposition, we're going to grant an appearance waiver. And these premises were inspected by the building department on June 4 of 2018 and found that at that time to be in compliance with all the conditions previously issued by the board. Any other questions from the board?
Move the hearing be closed, the matter be placed on the decision calendar. The applicant will be notified by mail of the board's decision once it's rendered.
Second. All in favor? Any opposed? Any abstentions? All right, and that completes the hearing calendar for this morning. We're going to take a very short break, and then we'll come back and do decisions and reserve calendar and administrative calendar. stuff out of the way so we can have a... All right, Al, you ready? We got everybody? Okay. First page, first case, 323 of 19 Levittown, Michael France, 7 Harbor Lane in Levittown. Any discussion? If not, do I have a motion?
Move the case 32319 Levittown, 7 Harbor Lane be granted as requested.
Same conditions, 5 years? Second? All in favor? Any opposed? Any abstentions? Next case, 324 of 19 Belmore. Alfonso and Milan Nai Marino, 2877 Alder Road in Belmore. Any discussion on this? If not, do I have a motion? Second.
Second.
All in favor?
Aye.
Wait, before we, it's the same terms, same conditions, 5 years. Second on that?
That was Joe.
Okay, all in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? Any abstentions? Next.
Abstention.
Okay, you were not, that's right.
Cat. On
Mrs. D'Amato.
I was here on the first one, but I wasn't here on the second.
Yeah, all right. 325 of 19 in Uniondale, 926 Nassau Road, Inc., Nabil Deeb, 926 Nassau Road in Uniondale. Any discussion? If not, do I have a motion?
I move that case 325 of 2018, 926 Nassau Road, Uniondale, be granted for the same term with the same conditions.
Second.
Second.
All in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? Any abstentions? Next case. Next case, 326 of 19 Levittown, 3200 Turnpike LLC, and Mark and Linda Broadlieb, 3200 Hempstead Turnpike in Levittown. Any discussion? If not, do I have a motion?
I move case 32-6 of 2019, located at 3200 Hempstead Turnpike in Levittown, be granted as requested with 5 years.
5 years, same conditions.
Yes.
Second. All in favor? Any opposed? Any abstentions? Next case, 327 of 19 in Oceanside, Gaetano and Lisa Barone, 475 Chelsea Road in Oceanside. Any discussion? If not, do I have a motion?
Mr. Fisher.
Case 32719 Oceanside, 475 Chelsea Road be granted as requested.
Second. Granted as same conditions, 5 years.
Yes.
Seconded, Mrs. Perry. All in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? Any abstentions?
Al.
All right, we got
I'm
2
gonna second
abstentions.
That one and the next one, and then I'm back in.
All right, 328, 329 of 19 in Levittown, Joe Lazara, 12 Constable Lane in Levittown. This is the one where he has open permits and he's going to need a side yard aggregate variance on his permit that he has outstanding right now. But otherwise, we have these cases that are before us, which again have open permits. So, do I have a motion?
I don't know whether or not this, he has a 2018 permit, which was started last year.
But it's the application. He hasn't gotten it rejected by the building department for side yard aggregate.
Something's lacking. I wanted Al to verify that 2018 permit is in fact for the addition to the garage. Maybe we could address this afternoon.
All right, we'll hold it. Okay. Next case, 330 of 19 in Elmont, Abraham and Minimal Thomas, 1371 Fox Street in Elmont. This is a mother-daughter. There was no BAR recommendation. Do I, any other discussion? If not, do I have a motion?
Motion case 330 of 19 be approved as requested.
With standard mother and daughter conditions. Second.
Second.
All in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? Any abstentions? Next case, 331 through 333 of 19 in Oceanside, Timothy Lambert, 3012 Fortescue Avenue in Oceanside. Any discussion? If not, do I have a motion?
The only discussion I would mention is I think there were open permits.
Okay. Do I have a motion? Okay, second.
Second.
All in favor? Any opposed? Any abstentions? Next case, 334 of 19 East Meadow, Zain Herrera and Martha Velasquez, property address 2185 Prospect Avenue in East Meadow. Any discussion? If not, do I have a motion?
I just have one question. If I recall correctly, this is the one that had a minor height, like 3 inches or something, because of the manner in which it was inadvertently constructed. Is that correct?
It's not, he claims that they mismeasured or they mislabeled it on the initial application, that they measured apparently from grade and not crown of road, or the other way around, but it's only a 3-inch difference.
Right, this is that. Okay.
And the house is already built, and it actually happens to be a very nice-looking house.
Okay,
All
that's
right.
what I thought it was. So, Mr. Chairman, I'll make a motion that case 334 of 2019, Zane Herrera and Martha Velasquez at 2184 Prospect Avenue.
2185.
Oh, I'm sorry, you're right, 2185.
Shows
Be
I'm
approved
listening.
as requested.
Second.
Second.
All in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed, any abstentions? Next case, 335 of 19 in Belmore, Alan Foreman, 3330 Judith Drive in Belmore, is adjourned to June 12 at 9:30 a.m. Case number 336 of 19 in Inwood, Nassan Templeman, property address 132 Donahue Avenue in Inwood. Any discussion? If not, do I have a motion?
I move that case 336 of 2019 at 132 Donahue Avenue in Inwood be granted as requested, and he gave good reasons for the exterior basement entrance, that it's children play in the basement and they frequently bring their toys to the basement, to the basement entrance. It's got 5 children.
And no garage.
Second.
Second.
All in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed, any abstentions? Next case is case 337 of 19 in Merrick, Robert Fuentes and Yvette Pereira. Property address is 3382 Hewlett Avenue in Merrick, adjourned to May 1 of 2019 at 9:30 a.m. Next case, cases 338 and 339 of 19 in Point Lookout. Point of the Point LLC, property address 136 Lynbrook Avenue in Point Lookout. Any discussion on this? If not, do I have a motion?
I move cases 338 and 339 of 2019, located near 136 Lynbrook Avenue, Point Lookout, be granted as requested.
Second.
Second.
All in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? Any abstentions? Next case, 340 of 19 in Merrick, Gloria Stanzione. Property address is 2776 Clubhouse Road in Merrick. I am recused on this. Is there any discussion? If not, do I have a motion?
I move, this house is fully enclosed on the side yards and near the house that it connects. It's totally protected as far as the swimming pool. However, it is on bulkheaded property, and it fronts the water, and based upon that, I don't think there's a need to have a 5-foot fence as required. And therefore, I would move that case 340 of 2019, also known as 2776 Clubhouse Road in Merrick, be granted permanently as requested.
Second.
Second.
All in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? I'm abstained. 341 of 19 in Merrick, Richard Gianetta.
Dave's out on that case.
5 Perth Court in Merrick. Any discussion? If not, I'm sorry? I was out on that case on 340. 5 Perth Court in Merrick. Any discussion? If not, do I have a motion?
I move the case 34119, 5 Perth Court in Merrick be granted as requested.
Second.
I'll second.
All in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? Any abstentions? Next case is 342 through 343 of 19 in Franklin Square. Isidro Montero. Property address is 656 Seminole Road, Franklin Square. This is the one with the cellar entrance. There's a mother-daughter. First off, there was no BAR recommendation. This is the one where part of the application was for a cellar entrance.
And they do have egress windows.
Right. So does anybody want to have any further discussion on this, or do they want to make a motion?
I'd like to inspect that house.
Inspect, okay. We'll hold that one. JR. All right, next case, 344 of 19 in Elmont, Michael and Camille Benincasa, 1349 F Street in Elmont. Any discussion? If not, do I have a motion on this?
Motion that case 344 of 1349 F Street be approved as requested.
Second.
Second.
All in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? Any abstentions? Next case, 345 of 19, near Valley Stream. Property address is 965 Cliffside Avenue, near Valley Stream. Adjourned to May 22 at 9:30 a.m. Next case, 346 of 19 in Elmont, New York Land Development 2 Corp. Property address is, no street address, east side of Carnegie Avenue, 140 feet south of Pelham Avenue. Any discussion on this? This was the case that was just presented. It's a reopening of a case that was previously granted. I don't see how we can even consider replacing plans with a different structure. So, any further discussion on this?
I would tend to agree with you. I think the plans before us, if we're inclined to look at this favorably, I think we should just do so with the plans that are before us.
Okay, and second on that? Second. All in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed, any abstentions? Last case was the renewal on the 11 o'clock calendar, 206 of 19 in East Meadow, Uniondale Venture Partners, 351 through 353 Merrick Avenue in East Meadow. Any discussion? If not, do I have a motion?
Make a motion, we approve case 206 of 19 East Meadow.
Same condition, 5 years? All in favor? Any opposed? I got a second that. All in favor? Any opposed? Any abstentions? All right.
I just have one question.
This is the motto.
Why would you have fewer dryers than washers? Washing takes a half an hour.
Yeah, but you
should
can
have
fit
double
more stuff
dryers.
into a dryer.
I think so.
You don't do a lot
Not
of
too low.
laundry.
Right, right?
The dryers are much bigger capacity than a washing machine. In these places, they do.
Okay.
And you can mix colors and whites in a dryer.
In a dryer, you can do that.
Well, you can be like my son and just
No,
throw
if you
everything
put a
together.
And overload the whole washer,
That's
right?
called combat.
All right, reserve calendar. Al, page 1.
Chairman, the first page I have something on is page 2.
Okay, page 2. Which one are we on?
We are on 1058 to 1060.
Okay,
No
that's,
dent.
no dent property, property address 2000 Long Beach Road, near Island Park.
Do you have the resolution from the...
Apparently we have.
I do. I have we left off with, I needed the resolution from Town Board. I have the resolutions. I have copies.
And it has been approved.
Has been approved.
All right, I think that's what we were waiting to hear.
So you have the resolution here. The conditions are in the covenants.
Okay. Okay, and these have been filed, you said? All right. These covenants that the... Yeah. You want to make a motion on it?
Yeah.
Okay. Page 2 of the reserve calendar.
I know, I said, I know, I went past page. It's stuck together.
1058 to 1060.
It's stuck together.
Okay. All right, so this is on 1058 of 18 to 1060 of 18, near Island Park, No Den Properties, Inc., DBA South Shore Collision, property address 2000 Long Beach Road in Island Park. Any further discussion?
Just one thing, was the CEQA now made?
Determination not made, so we can make that as part of the decision now. All right, do I have a motion?
Mr. Chairman,
Wait.
This is classically what I talked about. I just got handed stuff, and now I'm supposed to make a decision. I can't even read it.
Okay, hold it.
and in that regard, can that other issue be addressed later? We don't need to do it now.
Yeah.
Hold?
It's all going to be done as part of the decision process. So,
Right, but,
yeah, I will hold that one until we have a chance to review what was.
Chairman, I'm going to make a copy of I did present the covenants before the board the last time with condition. I will make sure that later on, everyone has a copy of it.
So we come back after Len, that's fine. All right, what about the next case? I'm asking Mr. Jagers. I'm looking to receive revised plan from applicant and a letter from plans examiner.
Case number 1109.
I'm just asking Mr. Jagers if we are ready to deal with the next case, 1109.
Yes.
18. Okay. We received the revised plan and a letter from the examiner. What does the examiner say?
Let me just make sure. Chairman, I'm giving you the right case.
1109 of 18. Okay.
Chairman, I did receive this yesterday.
Okay. 1109, this is from Paul Montemorano, the plans examiner, which says, enclosed, please find 2 copies of revised plans and elevations, proposed 2-family dwelling. The overall height of the structure has been reduced to 30 feet above the crown of the road. This eliminates the request for height variance. The dwellings proposed show 2 separate living spaces, one on the first floor with basement area as storage, and a second living area indicating a second floor with an attic as limited storage. Attic, cannot walk in attic. It's a 4-foot to colletize, okay? No exterior access to the basement. The only access to the basement is through the first floor living space. The proposed detached garage will remain the same as proposed. No variance is required. Note that 2 parking spaces are provided inside the garage and 6 spaces are provided on the proposed driveway. The requested before the BZA is now solely for permission to have a 2-family dwelling, a permitted use in a C zone on a lot that is 10,732.23 square feet when 12,000 square feet is required.
And it appears from the notes that the primary question we answered by that anyway was just the height. So it sounds to me like I would make a motion that case be approved unless there's additional discussion.
Based upon the revisions, yeah.
Unless there's additional discussion.
Yes. What did the attorney write when he submitted the amended plans?
I don't know. That's the memo back from the building department.
I see that, but
I don't believe, I think the plans speak for themselves, though, right? No, but it's 10,700 square feet. Wow. I mean, but we had already seen the plans, and making it less high, lowering the height so they don't need height variance. Yeah, that's the only difference, is they lowered the height, which was the issue apparently we needed addressed, and then the building department went over the plans. Well, that's the only change we seem to be concerned about. Well, here, where's the, can I have that thing from the examiner for Joe? No, I
see what's here.
You may have a better.
So I think this will probably be held.
Make a request that we review the cover letter and hold a decision.
If there is one.
Letter from the attorney.
Let's make that. No,
No, but if this is how we got it from upstairs, I would think that was acceptable.
we have a question as to whether there's anything further other than the memo from the plans examiner and the revised plans,
I'll
so
second Mr. Regano's motion that we hold it until we.
we don't need a motion, we're gonna hold it.
Oh, he made a motion.
Yeah, okay, we'll hold that one and see.
So, 1058 and 1109 so far, we are going to
We'll hold
address
it.
this afternoon.
Well, 1058 may be a little bit beyond this afternoon, we'll see. Yeah, all right, what,
Actually, that one, whatever should be done.
same thing? All right, so we'll
So
check on that one
materials
also.
on that too out. Those 3 cases. Okay?
All right.
Guys on that end, did you hear that Al said the last case on that page has the same situation? So all three of those in a row we'll attempt to address this afternoon, or it's when we can.
Chairman, on Church of Vanderbilt, I have a letter from Howard Avertine.
We're on to the next case. We're on to the top of page 3, 1174 and 1175 of 18 and Elmont, the Church of God of Vanderbilt Avenue.
Doesn't that put it in the same situation?
Well, let me see what he has to say.
If it's 125, it's 125.
All right.
I'm not sure.
On this,
When we get it to the letter, we can.
we have a letter here from Mr. Avertine stating, as you know, the office represents the above applicant. In the event the Board of Appeals grants the above referenced application and rescinds the previously imposed condition, the applicant consents to the imposition of the following conditions. Well, right off the bat, we did not rescind the previously imposed conditions. Correct. We only granted what they were asking for in this particular case.
Right, but I think what he's saying is if he wants us to consider doing so in exchange for these
But
conditions.
they did not ask for a modification. So let me just go into, he agreed the fellowship hall on the second floor of the building will not be utilized at the same time as Sunday worship services or special services are taking place in the sanctuary. So there's no simultaneous use. The applicant will use best efforts to utilize the parking lot with tandem parking spaces as provided on the site plan during Sunday worship services or special services in order to minimize the street parking, which is fine. The applicant will utilize best efforts to ensure that congregants do not park in the crosshatched no parking area on the easterly side of Meacham Avenue abutting the subject premises. Yes, that's correct, and he shouldn't be doing it anyway because it's crosshatched, it means it's no parking. The last one, the minimum occupancy for the entire premises, the maximum occupancy for the entire premises at any one time shall be 140. That's the wrinkle, because the original limitation was 125. Otherwise, there would be a modification which they did not ask for. So I don't have a problem with granting, provided all of the prior conditions remain in effect, subject to these changes with a maximum occupancy of 125.
So I guess someone needs to clarify, if Mr. Abertine is asking to change only that one, or if he wants all others rescinded, and how many of those, what conditions is he asking to have rescinded that are not replaced by the new ones adequately, or to our, sufficiently so for our purposes?
To that question, this board did hear of a modification of granted.
Well,
so any subsequent requests for modifications perhaps are beyond the scope of the
all
hearing.
I'm saying is, and maybe someone else knows the answer, all I'm saying is, he's offering these conditions, and beside the wrinkle of the 15, are there other conditions that he's asking us to rescind in this letter that are not replaced sufficiently by the conditions he's giving us? I just don't know the answer.
What we had, this list that you have put in the draft of your decision is a word-for-word list of the previous conditions, other than the 140, which should be 125.
Okay, so these are the conditions he wants, all of these rescinded?
No.
That's what is unclear to me.
The original grant gave them what they wanted with these conditions, with a limitation of 125 people in the building, and they could not use the second floor for fellowship. The only thing he asked for was the use of the second floor, which is exactly what is requested here.
But what I'm reading in this letter is as follows. In the event the Board of Appeals grants the above referenced applications and rescinds the previously imposed conditions,
it should be condition, well, again,
That's why I'm saying.
Look, the point is that this is his suggestion to us. We're not accepting it.
Yeah.
That's in the garbage.
Right.
And what we're going to accept is the use of the second floor, non-simultaneous, and the rest of the conditions remain in place.
Exactly.
Which is what we discussed last week.
which is what we were trying to do here,
But it's
except this
not.
is not exact. This needs to be revised.
And it also back up to 140 spaces.
Wait,
Right.
wait. But I'm not sure that Mr. Avertine's offering these conditions unless we rescind all the other conditions, is all I'm saying.
But we're not rescinding the other conditions. So Mr. Avertine's letter is not what we agreed to.
Right, but so we're not going to accept these conditions,
We're not
right?
gonna-
I mean, we're not going to
Correct.
add any of these conditions because he's only offering those, as I read the letter, if we rescind all the prior conditions, right?
Okay, yeah. What we agreed or what we discussed was to take the original decision, change that permits the use of the second floor for fellowship, and everything else remained the same.
Yeah.
That's what we discussed.
Yeah.
That's what this needs to do. This decision that we have in front of us, this draft of a decision, needs to be revised to do just that. Is that correct?
Yes.
So the
With my
revision,
opinion.
in addition, if I may?
Yes.
Do you not want to add conditions 2 and 3 in Mr. Labatine's letter to the draft?
I don't really have a problem. I don't, but as I say, I don't think it's a real problem, but we can't, pick and choose because he's premising this on the fact that it is his misstatement that we were modifying all the previously issued restrictions, which we're not. Yeah. Which is why I'm saying if we go back to this draft decision, which word for word takes the prior conditions, and we go back to the original 125, all we are granting is specifically what they asked for with all of the previous conditions and the limitation of 125 people. Is that correct? So we just need a redraft of this, and then we'll be able to do something with it, with the 125. And again, this list here is word for word out of the prior decision.
The only thing that's different between this, what we have here, and the previous conditions is that in the previous conditions, it precluded use of the second floor.
Right, and now it's permitted.
Reflects the permission. And of course, this draft has 140 instead of 125, which I'm understanding the board wants.
Yes.
Right, okay? So we're going to get a redraft on that, and then we'll make it.
So I apologize, but, so this says that there shall be no simultaneous use of the first and second floor. That will stay the same.
Right.
We're just gonna allow him to, but if before, he was not allowed to use the first and second floor
No,
simultaneously.
he wasn't allowed to use the second floor at all.
Period.
Right, no, but by definition, I think, if you say you cannot use the first and second floor simultaneously, by definition, you can use the second floor sometimes.
Yes,
So,
which is what,
please, I just want to understand. So what we're changing now, so if we already had told him he can use the second floor sometimes,
we had not.
We did
We
not.
had
He was not
before.
permitted to use the
We had
second
not
floor
previously.
then why
previously.
was there a condition saying he could not use it simultaneously?
No,
It was that he could not use it at all.
the first case said he could not use the second floor, and now we're saying that he can use it, just not simultaneously.
So when I just asked a minute ago if this was the condition that was previously in there, it was not.
This is the one that's changing. That's based upon what he asked for.
That's
You're right.
exactly why I asked the
You're right.
question.
Okay.
Okay, so that's the only thing that's changed. This condition that said you can't use the second floor now says you cannot use it simultaneously, implying that you can otherwise use it.
Yes,
Right?
yes.
And everything else is the exact condition except for the number change.
125.
That needs to go back to 125. Every one of these conditions is just what they were before.
Yes, yes.
That's why.
Okay. All right, that's fine. All right, Al?
They couldn't handle me.
Chairman Giovanni's garment care, I'm going to talk about in the afternoon because I want to make copies for,
Okay, we'll give everybody a copy on that.
Which one is that, I'm sorry?
111, the Giovanni's garment care, first one. All right?
Pass?
What are we waiting for anything, or just for everybody to inspect? Yeah. All right, let's get that one done. Okay, it's been sitting for a while. All right. Next case. You know what, let's hold that and see if we can do that if we have time this afternoon. Yeah. The synagogue down in Valley Stream.
Is that for this afternoon then?
If possible, we'll see. We'll see if we have time.
Which one? It's 118?
Yeah. All right. Next case, 158, 161 Lido. Did anybody have a chance to go look at that one? John, did you get a chance on that one? 158, 161, top of page 4. Lido Beach, no? So hold that. All right, the next one, hold for draft.
No, that one's done.
Okay.
I mean, I think that, well, we can do that this afternoon because we already looked at it. And Heather and I worked out a few edits. The 3 conditions, which are written there, this one on the back. So either we can look at that this afternoon because it's already been looked at. And so it's just really, she can add those.
Yeah, okay, we're gonna hold on that, we'll get it redone.
Make some copies of that with the edits. So Mr. Fisher
Right.
and everyone, if that one's kind of like, we already did one, so it's not.
Okay, what about Vargas and Bonilla?
So this is in the afternoon.
Do we have a draft on Vargas and Bonilla?
I don't recall.
Okay.
No, sorry. Okay, so, oh, no wonder I don't recall, I was absent.
All right.
I was absent.
Next one, the next couple was at 81 Hathaway.
Make a motion, we approve case 21, 22, 17, and 23, 17 with the standard subdivision conditions.
Second. All in favor? Any opposed, any abstentions? Okay. Let's see, the next one, mother-daughter, return file supplemental review. Okay, so waiting for a decision on that. What about Inwood Properties?
Why don't I remember that one?
I don't know.
That's hard for me, I don't remember that.
Inwood Properties is the one with the, affiliated with the synagogue.
I must have not been here for that.
You might not have been.
It doesn't say that I was absent, but I would have remembered if I had 6.
Yeah, you were asking questions on this one.
I don't. One where they want to sell
Does-
the houses
yeah,
at
does-
a discount to the, yes.
Okay, does anybody, do we still want to look at this? Has everybody looked at it? What do we want to do with it? Does anybody care to make a motion on this? Or do you want to continue to hold it?
Can I just ask one thing, and if someone remembered, if someone doesn't, is there any chance I could see the plan, unless someone's already got it? I just was trying to remember.
The 5 houses on the
two-story
street, the
house.
one around the back.
Is this the one where they, no, this isn't the one where they wanted to have a rental house also? And we keep that, okay, so then this is
They
the
were
one,
being
yeah,
silks
I-
houses for
Yep.
the resident teachers and their
Well,
families so they could get their
And
claim.
sell them to their, at a discount, slight discount, yes.
Yes.
Okay. Yeah, I remember.
Do we want to hold it, or does anybody?
Has some input.
Yes.
No, I think 2 houses should be eliminated.
I don't know.
However, I don't, I'm not really infatuated with requesting 284. What is the reason for building a 2-family as opposed to a 1?
We don't have to do the 2-family, they just wanted it.
Mr. Gann, if I may, I believe that may be the rabbi, was that the rabbi's house? One of them was going to be occupied by the rabbi.
That's okay, but it doesn't necessarily need to be a two-family house. So
Does anyone recall the rationale for the two-family request there? I just don't recall that rationale.
to fit more people into the
No, I mean,
premises.
did they have, it's obviously slightly different than the other cases proposed, so I thought maybe there was some explanation that I just didn't recall.
I think it was a much larger lot.
But it's a B zone, right?
I think we need to, I personally would like to see the plot plan, because I think.
All right.
Yeah, can we pull that into this section, just so I can take a quick glance?
It's a total of 6 houses.
And then I would, I remember the.
All right, we'll pull this up.
Yes?
Can I see it?
Yep.
So, John, your thought was that the two-family, there was a bit of an overuse of the property? Yeah, well, because, well,
Compelling reason.
it is kind of an overuse, I think, because it's so, to be a two-family, it's much larger. And if it were a one-family, presumably it would be something more of that size. You know, I'm just saying is that, because I think it does look quite large. So, yeah, I think it looks. Yeah, I think that it does look like. Look, here, look on this, see the two families seem so large. Yeah, this is. See how big it is?
Proposed 2 stories.
Okay, that's the two family.
I'm not that I'm questioning you, but.
This one sounds like one dog. Yeah, well, this is wrong.
We deny the two-family residence, but we still don't want to approve the structure that large either. So we have to deny the entire request, I guess.
Do you have an objection to a structure that large?
Well, I thought, that's actually one of the reasons why I think it's inappropriate to have a two-family there, because I think that large a structure there, I mean, I presume the reason that structure is made that large is to make it a two.
Two-family use, do you not think that, I mean, if logically, they're going to limit the size of the house and make it smaller?
No, that's what I'm trying to, no, I'm just trying to ask that, depending on what it is we hope to achieve, it may not sufficiently achieve, depending on what board members want. It wouldn't, I don't know that it would achieve making the structure smaller to deny the two-family use. I think we would have to do something more than that if we thought that structure was too large as proposed, which I think is that large because of the two-family request.
It appears that we're just not ready to make a decision at this particular moment, so let's hold this one.
All right,
We
well,
will
I was
get
just
to it
trying to have a
shortly.
discussion.
I understand.
I mean, I thought that's what we're supposed to do, is discuss it. You know. Right.
But, yeah, but we have a lot of differences of opinion, so I want everybody to take a look at it again. All right. Al, what about the,
Nine, 294 of 19.
what about 291?
That I do not have anything on.
Has did anybody do an inspection of 291 and 293 in Hewlett?
I did not.
Okay, let's go to the next one. Yeah, it's got a,
Okay, 294.
no, Joe said, hold on a second, so let's, Joe, are you okay?
I just wanted to, we were reviewing something else, and I
Okay, well, we
didn't
just
hear.
want to get.
Okay. We're skipping 291 and 293, we're going to 294 in Elmont. Al, what do you have there? Oh, you did, okay, you did look.
I looked at 291.
Okay,
And my recommendations are, okay, it is a very, very busy street, all right? But I have pictures, we'll show you where, the area that's near the neighbor's driveway, there should be a triangle cut there.
All right.
And it should be set back 10 feet.
okay.
Is that the 10-foot living fence?
I think there's part of a fence there and part of the living, part is fence, regular fence, and part is living fence.
So there should be no fence and no living fence in that triangle. Is that,
That's true, yes.
okay.
And also, the 10-foot living fence, that should be maintained to 10 feet, so it would be temporary for 5 years.
All right, are you going to be able to mark up a site plan so that we can get a decision on it, get a written decision on this?
Sure.
Or how, what, is it by the neighbor's driveway?
Yes, it's fine. It's on a corner, okay, so the neighbor's driveway is up here. Cut it back. Right, this is.
Here, I use red for no, pink for meaning.
Yeah, so it's a triangle.
Okay. She'll do it.
10 feet and 10 feet on the legs, right?
So we can make a motion.
And maintain the 10-foot living fence. Okay.
At height of 10 feet.
So that's
Right,
5 years.
So it's temporary.
So, and the
All right,
AC
so-
units are okay?
The AC units are fine.
All right.
5-foot and 5'9" fence is okay?
We're going to get a draft on that, I guess, whatever.
Well, wait, are the other fences, the 5 and 5'9", okay?
I think that comes back there at the neighbors where we're gonna cut it back.
So, but other than the fences and living fences located in that triangle, the remaining fences are acceptable?
That's fine.
And the units, ACs are acceptable, okay.
Acceptable.
All right, so can I get a draft of a decision on that one?
Yeah.
Okay. All right, Al, back to 294.
Okay. Next, which one?
294 of 19 Elmont, Jean Josu,
Okay,
161 Avenue. I reviewed this one because this was the case that Dennis Oliver brought before the board, and there was a question to, basically in regards to what he was trying to say, which was that it didn't require a front yard setback variance. So I spoke to Dennis Dunn, the plans examiner, on this, and we confirmed that it does not need a front yard setback variance under section 73.
Okay, I'll make a motion on that.
okay.
Chairman, I'd like to make a motion that case 294 of 2019, Jean Jessou, I hope I said that correctly, at 161 Fallon Avenue be approved as requested.
Second? All in favor? Any opposed, any abstentions? All right, what else do we have on that page, Em?
I looked at
299?
Yeah, I looked at, two.
Well, wait, can we even do it if we don't?
Joanne, one thing was, yesterday I did receive a revised plan. I would like I did not have an opportunity to bring it to the plans examiner because she was not in yesterday, so I am requesting that be held.
All right, so we'll hold that one.
Okay.
All right, next one, Elmont. Mr. Regano, did you look? This one had a maintained cellar entrance. I think that's what we were concerned about. Okay. Next one, Rossman. I don't see any note on here as to what we were doing with it.
Actually, Chairman, it is not bolded. It should be bolded at the bottom. I received a letter from Mr. Flom and as per my request, an attic plan.
Okay.
What I think was, if I may add, what I think there was some confusion with, in the plan that went before the board, there was what was marked on the bottom existing versus what the new constructed was, and there was no attic plan. So I have a letter from Mr. Flom here explaining the clarification. He is the architect. And I have the attic plan, which was looked at by Lou Carnival and confirmed that there was no additional variances.
So the questions that we had were answered. Yes, I just have to grab
This is there a second page to this letter? Oh, okay. All right, I am submitting supplemental attic floor drawings to assist in clarifying the proposed attic floor usage. Brought up during the variance hearing, our property is in a FEMA flood zone, we're working scopes of. Therefore, the proposed new construction must comply with FEMA regulations. Just as I'm reading the second paragraph, the proposed first floor is elevated above the BFE to comply with the required minimum of the design flood elevation. At such a lowest level, a lowest level is created, which is comprised of a crawl space. It is not habitable or intended for any use. The only space that is below the DFE is the one-car enclosed garage, which is permitted to be at the ground level, whose space is not usable at the same level as the proposed first floor of the remaining residence. This is written. I hope this clarifies any confusion. I don't think. The only space that is below the DFE is the one-car enclosed garage, which is permitted to be at the ground level, whose space is not usable at the same level of the proposed first floor of the remaining residence. I have no idea what that means. The only space that is below the DFE is the one-car enclosed garage, which is permitted to be at the ground level, whose space is not usable at the same level of the proposed first floor of the remaining residence. I don't know what that, I have no clue what he's saying.
Well, I mean, our question on that house was that whether or not it is a true true three-story. Because the garage was, I know, that's what I thought.
Are they the plans?
It's exactly what I thought.
This is what Rebecca first had said.
Yeah, it is a third floor, but it's a FEMA third floor.
No, there are 3 usable floors plus the garage level.
So it's not really.
No, the garage is the first floor. Separate from the garage, there are 3 usable floors above the DFE.
Let me see the plans.
So it is a 3-story, it's 3 usable levels. think about it and debate it or deliberate on the next round, maybe, I don't know.
But it's 30 feet for the DFE. It's a 30-foot height.
I mean, I think, weren't we holding it to determine if it was in fact 3 usable levels? That's correct, Sean, that's what I thought all along, but there was some confusion, and so he went back. Yes,
This is the third story, the attic.
Yeah.
but it's not an attic.
I'm sorry.
Oh, boy.
Empty?
No. This third floor has 2 bedrooms on it.
Yeah.
And a bathroom and a gym and a living area. I think it might be, the bedroom's sort of a giveaway. All right, what do we want to do with it?
Deny the attic space.
We'll deny the third floor, third story.
Third floor attic space.
It's not, just deny the third story.
They call it attic, that's why.
Well, they can call it an attic, but it's got bedrooms in it.
Are we denying the level of the house or denying the use of it? Are they still going to construct the same structure but not use it as living space up above? Or are we saying we're denying the house with that number, that many stories that are usable? I mean, that are actually real stories. I mean, I think this is what we have to figure out, right? Does anyone have any input?
Well, the specific request is construct 3-story and second and third story additions, and then some other stuff. So, I mean, we're not gonna give them a third story, are we? So if we just deny any third story, they're gonna have to submit totally revised plans. I mean, it's not even a height variance because that's not in there, but the third story is not happening.
So what if he resubmits plans and calls it an attic space?
Well, yeah, and show us plans that show it as an attic space.
Well, that's my question.
He doesn't need a 9-foot ceiling and 2 bedrooms and a bathroom and an attic. Yeah. But that's got to go back to the building department. Does anybody want to make a motion on that?
What motion is it?
To deny a third story?
Motion to deny the third story. I will make that motion. I make a motion that we deny the third story on case 307, located at 553 Green Place in Woodland.
So,
And the third story additions, obviously.
yeah, any third story, any livable third story space.
Well, you can't articulate it that way because then they'll go, oh, we built the third story and we just made it not livable. So there's obviously some portion of the house that's already a third story.
If we deny the third story, they've got to change the plan.
Fine. There's already some portion of the house that's a third story apparently because they're asking also for third story additions. So I'm just trying to clarify for purposes of getting this right. So we're going to deny construction of a third story and deny third story additions. However that means it is, right?
Yeah, because we don't know that there is any third story right now.
You can't make an addition.
Well, you can make a
guess you
third
could.
story, yeah. All right, so second on it?
Second.
All in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed, any abstentions? Okay.
An open porch in the rear wood deck?
Well,
we're granting everything
but they're
else.
going to have to redo, effectively, they really have to do the
But
entire plan.
we're granting the.
Yeah, we're granting and part and denying
Okay,
in part.
Franklin Square?
But we could get rid of it, right?
Yeah, it's going off our calendar now. Yeah.
Okay, so Franklin Square?
Franklin Square 7-Eleven, everybody had a chance to review the draft of the decision that was done by outside counsel? Oh, no, I take that back. I'm thinking of
say,
the
I
other
didn't get that.
7-Eleven.
That was the other.
No, that's the wrong 7-Eleven. This is the Franklin Square 7-Eleven. I had too many 7-Elevens before, so as opposed to the Wanto
So
7-Eleven.
on that one, what are we doing on the, are we waiting for a draft decision? I don't,
No, I don't think we were on this one.
What, on
This was, yeah, this is the one we heard last week. I mean,
right,
is
so
there-
is, what,
is there any discussion? I mean, this is one that just, it's in a very difficult area. The neighbors came in talking about traffic and safety and all the other things that they would normally discuss on this stuff. I mean, it just looks like it could be a nightmare waiting to happen, is the way it was laid out. Does anybody else have anything that they want to add on this?
I believe, from my experience, notwithstanding anything the expert testified to, it's a congested area. And in addition to that, I found the testimony that it will not have an adverse impact on the property values in the area patently unbelievable.
Yeah. And this is the type of stuff with the reason that they specifically enacted that ordinance when you have something like this type of convenience store on a small road. And I think this is the type of structure and setup that they were specifically trying to address.
And I make mention of the fact that your comment about oversaturation is well, because they do have one about a half a mile away.
In each direction, I think they testified to.
How many 7-Elevens would you like to have on?
You know, I try and look at that really as a business decision, but it really does impact the neighborhood, too. John, you want to make a motion on this?
I'll make a motion that cases 195 of 19 through 198 of 19 be denied.
Second.
Before we do that, also, all right, we can do the next case separately. All right, so to have second by Mr. Fisher, all in favor? Aye. Any opposed? Any abstentions? All right, the next case is just to maintain the fence. Different scenario. Do we have any discussion on this? It's a chain link fence that just separated, I believe, this property from the neighboring property.
Yeah, it was the one that separated it.
That's a renewal of a prior grant.
Yeah, there was.
I would make a motion that we
Approve that.
approve it with the same conditions on the.
Same terms, 5 years, okay.
Second.
Seconded, all in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed, any abstentions? All right,
Just to remove
Al,
the fence.
administrative.
So we're supposed to read this, this. I'm gonna be.
I have a rehearing request from Mr. Schaefer, or from the applicant.
In reference to the above property address and application, a personal financial hardship in 2006 made it difficult for the homeowner to proceed with the construction, therefore requesting a rehearing.
Yes.
I don't know. This case was originally in 2006. It's a C-zone.
So yeah, it's a rehearing.
Variance, it's a subdivision.
Subdivision case.
But they want a rehearing, so.
Yeah, and it's not
Make a
time
motion?
barred. It's not time
Well,
barred.
it's a rehearing, so.
Well, I never am quite clear.
No, a rehearing doesn't have a time bar. No.
Mr. Chairman, I make a motion, hold on.
Al, what's the case number on that?
Case numbers are,
Should be right on his letter.
he's got the building department number, so it's 374 of
80 of 8, was it? 08?
2007.
07?
there only one case? Because it's a subdivision, there must be two.
375.
That was like 735.
735.
734 and 735. Wait a minute. Hold on. You gave me 376. This is 734 and 735. Are there other cases? All right. So, Mr. Chairman, I make a motion that cases 734 and 735 of the year 2007, the request to rehear those matters that were at that time granted, but for which the construction and/or permits was not completed, that we rehear those cases.
Reopening the cases, okay.
Reopen them and rehear them, yeah.
Second?
Second.
All in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? Any abstentions? All right?
That's all the administrative, right, you said?
Yes, there were notes, I received notes.
Okay, so we're good, done until 2 o'clock.
John, you
right, before we get started, folks, if you have cell phones, put them on vibrate or silent, or turn them off altogether. Leave them outside, whatever. It's whatever's easiest. Yep.
Good afternoon, this is Board of Appeals, Town of Hempstead, April 17th, 2 o'clock meeting. Give me 1 second. Chairman, there was one adjournment request I am aware of.
Okay.
1 second.
Page
There it is
5.
on page 5. .357 of 19 Franklin Square. Lucas Jablonski and Edita Judica. I'll stick with that. Immediate family residence is located at 100 Carolyn Avenue. It's defective notice to be adjourned.
Is anybody else interested in that case? Okay, tell us, give us your name and address.
My name is Natalie Zizzo. The address for my address is 707 Route 110, Farmingdale, New York, 11735.
All right.
And I was given the wrong notice on accident from, I was given case number 345, their notice on mistake. So I need to adjourn the hearing.
All right, so how much time do you think you need to get this straightened out?
If possible, would be great.
Al, how much time do we need on this? If we give you any date sooner than May 22nd, you will have to get it all out today. So I think we're going to deal with May 22nd. It's probably the best bet. Okay. Is that a problem? Because I can do after that, but that's the earliest date I can realistically give you.
Okay. What's the next availability after?
June 5. June 5, June 12.
I guess I'll do the 22nd.
Okay, so we're going to adjourn this to May 22nd at 2 p.m.
Okay.
Thank you.
The office will prepare the new notice, and then you'll redo that.
Very good, thanks.
Are there any other requests for adjournments, or is anyone providing amended plans?
Linda, Mr. Fisher's recused on the first two cases.
Case 354 of 19, Levittown Chamber of Commerce, amusement rides, duration May 23rd to May 27, 2019. It is located at the Town of Hempstead parking lot, L2. Have you swear in for me, so please raise your right hands. Will you swear or affirm to tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God?
Yes, I do.
Robert L. Ryan, Jr., 24 Chase Lane, Levittown, New York, 11756.
Tara Cassano, 756 Woodbridge Lane, Wantor, New York, 11793.
Good afternoon, Chairman, members of the board. Richard M. Bavone, 308 East Meadow Avenue, East Meadow, appearing as the agent for the Levittown Chamber of Commerce, requesting an approval for a special event, Town of Hempstead parking lot L2, Hempstead Turnpike and Division Avenue, located in Levittown. As you heard, to the left of me is Tara Cassano, the chairperson of the event, and Robert L. Ryan, board member of the Levittown Chamber of Commerce. This is their approximately 25th year of holding this event in Levittown. The dates being requested are as follows: Thursday, May 23rd, 5 p.m. to 10 p.m. Friday, May 24th, 12 p.m. to 11 p.m. Saturday, May 25th, 12 p.m. to 11 p.m. Sunday, May 26th, 12 p.m. to 11 p.m. Monday, May 27th, 12 p.m. to 10 p.m. Application.
I'm sorry. The notation that I have for the proposal says 9 p.m. If it's 10 p.m., it's fine.
Normally, what they do is go to 11 p.m., but the music ceases at 10.
On Monday, the hours are 12 noon to 10?
10 p.m.
Okay. I'm just going to correct this here. Thank you.
An application has been filed with the town board for the use of the parking lot, authorizing the special event. TBR 2372019 has been granted and approved, and we submitted a copy for the board. Again, all music will cease at 10 p.m. each evening. There will be a standard buffer, has been discussed many years, with the abutting properties or residential properties, which is listed on our site plan. The event administrator is Dreamland Amusements, Inc., with on-site security and sanitation being provided. Letters have been sent to the following agencies for notification purposes: Nassau County Police Department 2nd Precinct Commander, Wantaw, Levittown Volunteer Ambulance Corps, Levittown Fire Department, Town of Hempstead Parks and Recreation Commissioner, Town of Hempstead Sanitation Commissioner, and also Nassau County Board of Health applications are being filed by the amusement ride provider for any food that's going to be served at the event. There will be approximately 18 to 22 rides that will be at this event. The New York State Department of Labor inspects they do provide safety inspections prior to the event opening for Dreamland Amusement, Inc. That is a standard operating procedure on a yearly basis. This has been a successful community event sponsored by the Chamber of Commerce for 25 years, and we are respectfully requesting an approval.
All right, and what about, do you have any additional security besides having the police?
Security hired?
Okay. All right, as you've done in the past, I believe?
Yes.
All right, and what about the cleanup and sanitation besides the town? Is there any private group that does the cleanup there?
It would be Dreamland Amusement, the employees hired by Dreamland.
Okay. Anything else you'd like to add, Mr. Bavone?
No, Mr. Chairman.
I think you hit on all the points we normally ask. Any other questions from the board?
Well, Mr. Chairman, I would just like to move that case 35419 Levittown Chamber of Commerce be approved as requested.
Second? All in favor? Aye. Joe?
Aye.
Aye.
Thank you very much.
Nice to see you, Mr. Pavone.
Since
Enjoy
everybody
your
was-
celebration.
Since everybody was an aye, there was no, they asked for no nays or abstentions.
No.
Next case, 355 and 356 of 19 Merrick Chamber of Commerce, Inc. Amusement rides, duration April 26, 2019 to April 28, 2019. Amusement rides, duration September 6, 2019 to September 8, 2019. It is located at the Town of Hempstead parking lot, M5. Do you swear or affirm to tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God?
Yes, I do.
Please have a seat.
You can tell it's spring when all these start coming before the board.
Julie Marcasella, 29 Merrick Avenue, past president of the Merrick Chamber of Commerce.
Good afternoon. Andrew Nakamy, 7 Smith Street, Merrick, New York, 11566, treasurer and board member of Merrick Chamber of Commerce.
Right, Mr.
Good afternoon, Chairman, members of the board. Richard M. Bavone, 308 East Meadow Avenue, East Meadow, appearing as the agent for the Merrick Chamber of Commerce, holding its yearly two events. With me again is Julie Marcasella and Andrew Nakame, both members of the Chamber of Commerce. I'm respectfully requesting both cases be heard as one.
They're actually totally different dates. I guess we'll put them together as much as we can, but
Okay.
they're really two different events.
Yes,
so-
I will list out both
Okay.
events
Fine.
for you. And so the case 355-19, known as the spring event, which is the kids event, the dates, if approved, are Friday, April 26th, 2019, 6 p.m. to 11 p.m., Saturday, April 27th, from 8 a.m. to 11 p.m., Sunday, April 28th, 8 a.m. to 8 p.m. That would be the kids' event. And case...
Mr. Pavone, I'm sorry. The one that's April 26th to the 28th, 9 rides, Friday, could you repeat the hours again, please?
Friday would be 6 p.m. to 11 p.m.
11, okay.
Saturday would be 8 a.m. to 11 p.m.
8 a.m. Early
And
risers.
Sunday would be 8 a.m. to 8 p.m. Yes.
Thank you.
Now, case 356 of 19, known as the fall event, the dates would be Friday, September.
Hold on a second.
It's the fall.
Okay, I'm ready. Friday.
That would be Friday, the September 6th, from 6 p.m. to 11 p.m. Saturday, the 7th of September, from 8 a.m. to 11 p.m. And Sunday, the September 8th, from 8 a.m. to 8 p.m. Okay, a town board application has been filed.
9 rides on that September?
Only the fall event will, correction, only the kids' rides, which would be the spring event, has rides.
So April.
The
Wait a second.
So the April one is the spring one, I take it.
Where's my list?
Yeah, both, correction,
What-
both events
we
have
gotta do
rides.
this.
He's just trying to get the papers. right,
Merrick.
'cause
Merrick Chamber of Commerce, 426. How many rides? Mechanical rides?
That's the spring event. Spring event, how many rides?
I'm counting a total of possible 12 rides, up to 12 rides. It could be 8, it could, depending on what the vendor puts out that time, but I'm not exceeding more than 12 rides.
Okay, 8.
Same thing for the other event.
8 to 12. So the fall event is going to be 8 to 12 rides also?
That is correct. Gives them a little latitude in case they bring an extra ride.
Okay, you can continue.
Okay. Town board applications have been filed requesting the use of Lot M5 Merrick Avenue and Sunrise Highway. Town Board Resolution 236-2019 has been issued for the spring event, and approval for the fall event is pending at this time. We're going to submit that as soon as that's been approved to the town. Letters have been submitted to the first precinct inspector from the police department detailing the days of operation, the type of the event, private security that will also be hired and on site during the event. Town of Hempstead Sanitation has been notified for services. Applications have also been filed with the town clerk's office for the closures of street, and that would be for the fall event only. The spring event, they do not have any closures of streets, but they still file an application with the clerk's office for both events.
Mr. Pavone, I'm sorry.
Let's say the spring event does not have a street fair associated with it. The fall one does, which is why you need the additional permits.
The Kid Fest is all in the parking lot.
Right.
Fall Festival, Merrick Avenue is closed, as well as Broadcast Plaza, to allow entrance into the parking lot.
Okay.
Mr. Pavone, just as a point of clarification, when you said that you haven't gotten the approval from the town board as to the fall event, and you'll submit that when you do, we're still hearing that today. You just meant you'll submit a copy of the decision.
That is correct.
Got it.
Thank you.
So the grant, if it's granted, which it more than likely will be, that'll be a requirement to submit in the Department of Buildings.
Yes, that is correct. And we'll follow up to make sure that the proper town board resolutions are submitted for your records also, and also when the permit gets issued by the building department.
They have been submitted for the spring, but not the fall. So we don't want to see the paperwork again. You'll just have to submit them to the buildings department.
Yes, it will be part
So
of
we
the
don't have to hold your file here.
Yes, thank you.
That's a good idea.
There will be no alcohol served at these events. All music will cease at 10 p.m. Again, stating there will be approximately 8 to 12 rides inspected by the New York State Department of Labor prior to the opening of the event. And the operator is Newton Shows, Inc., which has been retained by the Chamber of Commerce to administer both of these events. Again, this is another Chamber of Commerce that had very successful events over the years, located in Merrick, and they do very well for their community.
And that's your case?
That is my case.
All
Cases.
right. I think you hit on the one thing I was going to, do you have also private sanitation or people from the chamber that do cleanup also besides the town of Hempstead?
Newton Shows, Inc., part of their agreement will be that they will provide sanitation to clean up, including the fact that they do notify the town of Hempstead to provide whatever they can, as the previous.
Anything else you'd like to add?
No, Mr. Chairman.
Any other questions from the board?
I move that case number 355 to 356, which is the Spring and Fall Festival of Merrick Chamber of Commerce at the Town Hempstead Parking Lot M5, be granted as requested with the appropriate conditions.
Second? All in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? Any abstentions?
Thank you very much, and have a good day.
Enjoy your events. You too. Good job. Fixing all those numbers, Joe. Look at me.
Who's on first? Here, it's on the thing.
Next case, 347 of 19 West Hempstead, Jared Guzman. Variance lot area occupied construct addition to dwelling. It is located at 273 Coventry Road.
Jason Smith, 1521 Westerville Avenue.
Francesco Borghese, 350 Cornwall Avenue, Malvern, New York.
All right, who's doing the presentation? You can do both together, or?
Presentation.
Before you do that, what are each of your relationships to the applicant?
Agents and architects.
Yes. Who's the agent?
Oh, geez, I thought you were both agents and both architects for a moment.
All right, what can we do for you?
We're proposing a new addition to the existing one-family. Sorry, hello, is that good? That's good. It's better? We're proposing a single-story addition to the existing single-story one-family residence. It is a small addition to the rear of the home. It's 174 square feet. The primary purpose is a utility room and a laundry room as well.
And the only variance that you need here is that a lot are occupied.
Lot coverage, correct.
And is it a Residence B zone?
Residence A,
Okay, so what are you allowed in Residence A zone?
25%.
And what do you propose?
We're at 29.
So 4% over what's allowed, and that's the only variance you seek.
That's correct.
Any other, anything else you'd like to add?
Area occupied. Yeah, but this is a construct, right?
Yes.
Yes.
I'm looking on what you submitted on the zoning conformance. Oh, that's lot area. Where's my lot area occupied? All right, I was just misreading something they had on here. Any objections from any of the neighbors?
None that we have heard.
What's it? Open door on. That's good. All right, anything else you'd like to add? You needed two guys to do this, huh? Any other questions from the board?
Move the hearing be closed, the matter be placed on the decision calendar. You'll both be notified by mail of the board's decision once it's rendered.
Thank you.
Thank you. Enjoy your day.
Second. All in favor? Any opposed? Any abstentions?
Because it's a construction, the weather's just in case they want to line up.
Next case, 348 of 19 Merrick Odino de Ulisa. Variance side yard, maintain AC unit attached dwelling. It is located at 87 Alfred Road East.
Yes, he case. Joe? Yes, he case.
Good afternoon, Mr. Chairman, members of the board. My name is Mark Anthony Monastery. I am the architect for Mr. and Mrs. DeAlisa, the owners of 87 Alfred Road East in Merrick.
All right.
Mr. Monastery.
Yes.
What can we do for you?
This afternoon, we're looking to maintain two AC units that are located on the northern side yard, both of them located at 1.99 feet from the property, where 5 feet is the minimum side yard setback. I think what you're looking at is the same thing. It says just one unit, but it's actually two.
You're good, Mr. Monastery. You're good. That's exactly what we were wondering about.
Takes a little while.
So are there two or one?
There are two.
Okay.
They're existing there, and they've been there for many years.
And what caused your client to know that these need to be legalized?
We designed a rear addition, and during the rear addition, quite a few things came up. Finished AC units.
No complaints from neighbors, been there forever?
Really
Don't
has.
need to be elevated?
No, ma'am.
Okay. Oh, and by the way, what side yard do they maintain? If you said it, I apologize.
1.99, where 5 is required.
That's your case.
That is, sir.
Any other questions from the board?
The hearing be closed, the matter be placed on the decision calendar. Mr. Monastery will be notified by mail of the board's decision once it's rendered.
Thank you all. Have a wonderful afternoon.
Thank you. You too.
All in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? Any abstentions?
Next case, 349 of 19 Near East Rockaway, Wagas Buddha. Variance, front yard average setback, rear yard construct dwelling. It's located at the south side of Kirkin Court, 240 feet east of East Boulevard.
Bocas Buta, 2 Dewey Street, West, East Rockaway, New York 11518. West, yes, 2 Dewey Street, West.
C-zone. Good afternoon.
Good afternoon.
All right, what can we do for you?
Yes, the lot width is, the length is 50 feet. So C zoning allows 5 feet from the back.
Sorry, say that again. I'm sorry. You're in a C zone.
Yes, I'm in the C zone, and I'm putting a new one-family dwelling, 2 stories, and the lot says in the zoning that you have to be 25 feet from the lot line in the backyard.
Right, so just so I'm understanding, the lot that you want to build on, did I correctly read that it's 30 feet wide by...
By 55 feet long, yes. So if I do that, I can build anything over there. So I have to get the variance, leave 5 feet in the back, and build. I'm building like 15 by 35 on the lot.
Okay, give me 1 second.
And I'm within the 35%.
Right, so the rear yard,
Yes,
the rear yard is supposed to be for the first story, I think, 15 feet at least, and the second level would have to be 25 feet.
yes,
And you're here because you can't.
yes, yes. Yes, in the back. It's a double story, it's a two-story. I am building a two-story.
Okay, so you would need to maintain up to 25.
Yes, yes.
And then you also need a front yard average setback. So do you want to tell us about that?
Front yard average setback is equal or more than average setback within 200 feet is 12.5, 12 feet and 5 inches, and I am 14 feet and 92 inches. 14 feet, about, I'm 15. Yes. Yes. Yes, yes. Yes, it is. So I actually don't need it. I just need the one for the back, but they put it this way in the plans. I just want.
Because you are listed as meeting that unless I read it incorrectly. So what the numbers we're talking about would not necessitate a variance for front yard. And that seems to be what you're indicating by the building department thought you did. So we just give us a second.
Yes, ma'am.
You in a flood zone, FEMA flood zone?
Yes.
So you're raising the house?
Yes. The one I'm going to build it raised.
The new house is going to be raised?
Yes, yes. The old one, I'm knocking it down. This is why I need a variance.
But he says for front yard average, he's required 12.5.
Is there exterior stairs?
Yes. But they are within the limits of the exterior stairs in the new house.
Do they go up to the second level?
No, they don't go. It's just on first floor, and from first floor, its interior stairs go on second floor.
Whoa, back that up. They go from the first floor to the second? Wait, well, first of all, what is your base flood elevation, if you know? What was the lowest you could finish the first floor given the FEMA zone? Do you know?
I have it in the plans. They already got approved and everything by Rebecca first, so I don't have it right now on top of my head.
Do you have front stairs that go from the first floor to the ground, I take it?
Yes, I do.
From wherever your
Yes,
first
yes,
level of
yes,
living?
yes.
And those may be what are causing you to have, because I see that to your house, it's 1411. And if, as you say, 12.5 is your requirement, but those are 3 feet 4 inches deep, so that would put you below 12.5. That may be, because at that height, I'm guessing that height was more than what would be a permitted encroachment. Okay, that's all another. This may be so high that it's not a permitted encroachment, which takes you down to 14 to 11. 534 down to.
You're in a court, right? There's
Yes, I'm in the court.
No cars allowed on that court.
I know, yes, there's no car as well, yes.
Just out of curiosity, how do you get the materials down there?
There's an open street next to that house, so you can get the material easy. There's 2 more houses built at the same block, 3 Kurgan Court, and the one next to me, 16 Kurgan Court.
It's a lot of moving material down there.
Yes, but they have enough space. It's about 8 feet. You can see it's about, I think, 8 feet in the middle. You can easily take materials.
Yes.
It was a Sandy affected property.
The staircase on the, what I think you consider the back of your house, well, I mean,
Front of the house.
pardon me?
Front of the house. The staircase is in the front of the house, and one is on the side of the house.
And the side one is near to the back of the house?
Yes, yes, yes. Near to the back of the house, yes.
Does that staircase go up or down?
No, it goes,
I mean, I guess
it goes down to the,
I guess it goes both, but I mean above grade or below grade?
it goes down to below grade to the street level.
Oh, so I was going to say it wouldn't be, it's not a permitted structure.
It's the, you know, when you get out of the kitchen and you go in the side of the house.
What is the setback from the property line on the, I'll call it the north side? In the back, I'm talking about the stairs. What's the setback from that property line to the stairs?
I think it should be about 8 feet.
8 feet?
You have 5 feet and you have another 3 feet.
No, there's a number there. You see 7 foot 6 inches?
Yes, I can see that. Yeah, that's the side yard. Yes, 7 feet 6 inches.
And then the stairs, exterior stairs, diminish that by 3 feet 4 inches.
Okay, I can get rid of these stairs on the side. I just need the front stairs. It's not important to keep these stairs on the side.
Okay, so you're going to withdraw?
Yes, I can withdraw the stairs on the side. I don't have a problem. I just need the one on the front.
Okay, because
Yes.
that was leading to say that you more than likely need a side yard.
Yes, yes. So I don't need it. It's just an option. I'll withdraw on the stairs. I just need the front stairs so I can build the house.
Excellent. Saved us a little grief as you as well.
Yes, yes, yes. I just want to get it started.
I would rather approve.
What?
Wait, gee, how many ways can you get in and out of your house if you don't have the side staircase?
Front, from the front, and I can get out from the windows because it's not very high.
Well, what if someone?
If it's like fired up or anything, but I can get out from, yes.
Okay, so you're in an AE9 zone, so your first floor of your house cannot be lower of your living space than 11 feet.
Okay.
So I'm not thinking it makes a lot of sense for you to have people jumping out windows in the event they need another egress to
Mm.
Is there interior stairs?
Yes, it is.
Okay, so if I'm on the first floor, I could go down to the ground.
Yes, yes, yes. Yes, yes, yes. I can also add a fire escape in the window if you know.
No, but the interior stairs will just take you down to the bottom level, still inside the house.
Yes, yes.
God forbid in the event of a fire, there's still only one door that's going out unless your finished first floor is at 11, the lowest window is at 15 feet. If someone can,
Mm.
you know, you have.
So I can move these stairs on the side to the front of the house. That's going to be okay?
It just appeared that it appeared at first glance that there may be another need, there may be, it looks, when you first look at it, like you might need a side yard, the actual side yard area for that side staircase, and I guess a lot of your occupiers you don't need, and even the front yard, I know you don't think you need it, but I think that what's happened is even if 12.5 is what's required, then on your plans, or your plot plan, it shows to the house is 14 because it is a FEMA house, I don't believe it's a permitted encroachment, which would mean that they rejected it for front yard average because there were 12, or 14, 11 versus 12. But either way, that's the reason we're asking the questions. So we're trying to make sure that whatever you're asking for right now is what you in fact need.
Okay.
Not because we necessarily have a problem with the house.
Oh, okay.
Like, if the woman goes out and says,
So if you can allow the stairs on the side? Okay, okay.
Your plans and application was reviewed by Rebecca first,
Yes,
who is our resident FEMA expert in the Department of Buildings.
Yes.
She's the plans examiner.
yes.
It may be her position that those stairs, because it is in a elevated FEMA flood zone,
Okay.
that's your secondary means of egress,
Okay,
that they would be allowed, and was not cited for the fact that it needed a side yard or a side yard aggregate variance.
which it may or may not.
And therefore, we will consider your application in full
Okay.
with those
All right.
exterior side stairs.
And
I
based
understand.
on the plans
I
as they've
understand.
been submitted, the plans, the site plan. So that's what we're going to consider.
I understand.
And she knows better than us as to what
Yes,
there
yes,
is.
yes, yes.
Okay?
All right, thank you. All right, any other questions from the board?
Move the hearing be closed, the matter be placed on the decision calendar. Sir, you will be notified by mail of the board's decision once it's rendered. All right? Have a nice day. Enjoy the remainder of this nice day.
Second?
Second.
All in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed, any abstentions?
I noticed there's how many houses, and the whole house is approved.
Yeah, no,
And they come out. But I don't care, I'm fine with it. I always worry that the poor guy, he's gonna go get the permit, they're gonna go, listen, there's jack people around. They're gonna go, oh, well, you didn't get a variance for that now. And then because we fucked up.
Next case, 350 to 352 of 19, Merrick, Cynthia, and Charles Undorf. Variance side yard aggregate, maintain addition attached to dwelling. Special exception to maintain gazebo higher and larger than permitted and exceeds horizontal maximum on both sides. Maintain 10-foot high living fence is located at 2261 Brook Avenue.
Name is Paul Biegler from PEB Design Group, Biegler, 158 Irving Place, Woodmere, New York.
Good afternoon.
Good afternoon.
All right, what can we do for you?
We're looking to get approval for a one-story rear addition to an existing one-family, one-story house. And we need to seek a variance for the aggregate side yard. The lot is 100 feet wide, so it's 35% is required. We're meeting it by 24.5%. The rear addition does align up with...
Pull the microphone closer, I'm sorry.
Sure. The rear addition does line up with the existing portions of the house, and it lines up with the back portion of the garage, which was permitted approximately 20 years ago.
right, so let's, I guess let's deal with them one at a time. Side yard aggregate?
Side yard aggregate, correct. That's for the one-story rear addition. That's
We're in a B zone. The side yard aggregate, this lot is
100 feet wide.
100 by 100, so.
Can you, I'm sorry, could you come a little closer and speak up? 'Cause
Sure.
When we're ruffling
Sorry.
papers, it's more difficult than what's.
Absolutely.
Thank you.
Yeah, the lot is 100 feet wide, so in a Residence B zone, 35% combined.
So you got
aggregate.
35 feet, which, but your existing is 24 and a half. That is not changing?
That is not changing. This is a maintain. It's built already.
All right, and again, with the gazebo, what are the dimensions on the gazebo?
Gazebo is 12 feet 10 wide by 25 feet deep.
And what is permitted normally?
I believe it's 100 square feet.
What is that?
Well, you're allowed up to, for an accessory structure, up to 40% of the rear yard.
Yeah, I think what he's asking you is
Yeah.
the overall size, you're allowed 144 square feet.
144 square feet, sorry.
What are you proposing?
We're proposing, sorry. $320 square feet.
Okay, and then as it relates to the height, you're allowed 9 feet?
Correct. We're proposing 12 feet.
Okay, and on any one side, you're allowed no more than a 12-foot horizontal maximum, and you're proposing 12 foot, 10 inches on one side and 25.
Correct, 25. Yep.
And then you want to go over the fences, I guess?
Any objections from any of your neighbors?
No, nothing, as we haven't heard anything, no. We have not heard anything, no.
Now, the living fence that you're referring to on this application, where exactly on the property is that?
Living fence, it's inside the fence that's there. These are shrubs that were planted when they put the pool in, and over time they grew. They're up to 10 feet, sorry.
So, what kind of fence? You say it's inside the existing fence. What's the existing fence?
There's a 6-foot fence there.
6-foot solid PVC?
Correct.
That belongs to these homeowners?
Correct.
And then they have this 10-foot living fence on the inside of that?
Yes, it's arborvitae.
It does not extend forward of the dwelling,
No.
does it?
No.
The swimming pool has a permit issue.
Excuse me?
Your swimming pool shows a 1996 building permit.
Correct.
Has that permit been closed out?
I believe so.
The fence running along the east side of the property, right? Right?
Yes?
Okay, I'm sorry. That fence, I know you had indicated that it belongs to the homeowner. The applicant here today?
The applicant is not here today, no.
No, I apologize. That fence belongs to this applicant, is that
I
correct?
believe so, yes.
Okay. I ask that because as that fence continues on to the north,
Yep.
it says existing fence in an area where that wouldn't be the applicant's. You know, let's say past the back of the applicant's property, right?
Right.
And appears to be a continuation of that fence. So I just wanted to confirm with you that that the fence that is on the applicant's property, which appears to continue to the back, is in fact the applicant's, and I ask because there is a swimming pool.
Oh, yeah. I believe it's on their property? Is that the question? On the applicant's property?
Yeah, well, the question is that the fence running on the east side of the property, after it gets to the back of the applicant's property, it continues on as if it's the
Oh.
same fence continuing.
Oh, no, no.
And I just want to confirm that whatever that is, because it does appear to be a continuation, that the piece that does run on the applicant's property does belong to the applicant because there's a swimming pool, and I wouldn't want if the neighbor were to tear down a fence,
Right.
then the pool would be exposed. So that is in fact the neighbor's, the applicant's.
The one that's only on this property is his, not on the adjacent
Because it
properties.
continues, I want to make sure that in fact belongs to the applicant, because there's a pool. That's all I'm asking. All right, so you're certain that the fence that runs along the east, and for that matter, the west and the rear, or the north, are all the applicants, because those enclose the swimming pool, that's why.
Right, correct.
Okay, because the design appears, because like on the west, for example, there appear to be two fences that run along the west side of the applicant's property and then separate slightly as if one, I guess, belongs to the neighbor and one belongs to the applicant?
Correct, yes. There's a bunch of fences that are joining, whether they're neighbors or the owners
On this side.
of the property.
So I'm trying to make sure that's the other. Okay.
Is there any particular reason why they need a 10-foot-high living fence?
I don't, they like it for the privacy. I mean, it grew over, you plant a 6-foot arborvitae, in 10, 15 years, you're going to have a 10-foot arborvitae. So that they trim them, but they don't cut them down. They don't cut the height down. So they're not, the neighbor, the owner is not holding to the 10 feet. He's just going on because he needs permits for all these 3 applications.
Right, he'd like to maintain what he has now.
He likes to maintain what he has, yes, absolutely.
Is there anything else that you would like to add?
No.
Yeah, got that already. Any other questions from the board?
Move the hearing be closed, the matter be placed on the decision calendar. You'll be notified by mail of the board's decision once it's rendered.
Great,
Thank you and enjoy your day.
Have a good afternoon.
Second? All in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed, any abstentions? All right, thank you.
Old case.
Okay. Okay, so this is the new case.
Next case, 353 of 19 Inwood, EG Custom Woodworking Limited. A special exception to maintain carpenter shop in existing building with a proposed addition, waive off-street parking, and special exception to park in a Residence B district. It is located at 167 Doherty Boulevard. Please raise your right hands. Do you swear or
Good afternoon, Chairman and members. Christian Brown, 333 Earl Ovington Boulevard, Suite 601, Uniondale. I'm appearing for the applicant. Seated to my right is Mr. Galindo, the principal of the applicant. Can you put your name and address on the record, please?
Edwin A. Galindo, 309 Beach 25th Street, Far Rockaway, New York, 11096.
All right, we're here today before you to legalize an existing condition and also seeking permission to make a small addition to this building in Inwood on Doughty Boulevard, known as 167 Doughty Boulevard, and really to rehabilitate, clean up the site, make it a little a nicer, more orderly site than has been the case in the past. Mr. Galindo is the proprietor of EG Custom Woodworking, and he has been in this building since 1988, doing the same thing as he's doing today, which is a carpentry shop. Basically, he makes custom cabinets and some other woodworking, furniture woodworking goes on there, but it's principally a cabinet-making business, carpentry shop. It's been that way since 1988 with no complaints, no history of any complaints from any neighbors. He has 4 employees in addition to himself and 1 delivery van. The hours of operation are 8 a.m. to 5 p.m. Monday through Friday, and he's closed on the weekends. He's proposing now to square off a section of the building in the back, which you can see is the hatched area on your site plan, and that would be just an additional storage area and would square off the building. For quite a while now, he's had these, the metal storage containers with which you're all familiar. Nobody likes them. They're rather unsightly, so those will be gone. There'll be no more storage containers on the property, and all of his materials and so forth that he's storing in the containers will be stored in this addition that's proposed at the back of the building. The use that he has generates almost no customer traffic. It's a wholesale type of business. He's making cabinets for customers and delivering them to customers, so there's no real, retail type of traffic. The parking lot is not utilized by anybody other than Mr. Galindo and I think maybe 2 of the workers, right? And the other 2 come by bikes. Is that correct, sir?
So is that parking lot pretty much empty most of the time?
Yeah, but for 2 or 3 cars belonging to the employees. Occasionally they do get a customer, but there's no retail traffic. The parking, yes.
I'm sorry, but what vehicle does he use to deliver?
He has a van.
Like a van like we think of, a little larger than a minivan, or like a box trucks? I mean, is that in the parking?
Size cargo van.
Cargo van.
Cargo van.
Okay, and so that I assume is also parked and or stored on the premises somewhere, or inside or outside, I don't know.
Correct. It's parked there when it's not being used, but I think, Mr. Galindo, correct me if I'm wrong, it's usually out during the day on jobs.
Mm-hmm.
And then do you use it as your vehicle to go home, or do you store it on the premises?
No, we store it on the premises.
Okay, and you just have one of those?
Yeah.
Okay.
So previously, if you went there today, you'd see there is a parking lot. There's currently parking in the Residence B zone. It's a split zone district, a split zone property with the the portion that fronts on Dowdy Boulevard is in the business zone, and then towards the back of the property on Wanzer Avenue, there's a piece that's in the Residence B. We don't get credit for any of the parking, technically, because all of it will be in the Residence B. That's the way that it is now, the way that it's been for the last 30 years, but this plan will actually clean up the parking. There'll be marked stalls, obviously. There's going to be some drainage provided in the parking lot that hasn't existed before. There'll be a handicapped space. We're actually adding some parking to the site, so we'll have 9 spaces. The spaces are legal for stall size and backup space. It's just that they're in the Residence B zone, so we don't get credit for them. But if they were not in the Residence B zone, we would not need any parking relief for this building and for this use. So the fencing will remain. The site will be cleaned up. His use is not changing. There's no chemicals or fumes or loud noises that come from the site. It's all woodworking. And some furniture repair, but principally, as I said, he's just making cabinets there, as he has since 1988. I did see the email from the fire department. Mr. Jagers was kind enough to forward it to me earlier in this week, so I had a chance to look at it. I'm not sure. I think maybe there's a misunderstanding about the nature of the application. They seems to be concerned that as is often the case, people think that a parking variance means that you're getting special permission to park on the street, you're going to clog up the streets, but no, as you know, that's not the case here. In fact, we comply with the parking request. There's no additional traffic that's going to be brought to the area. It's a very low intensity use, and so I think the fire department is, their concerns are misplaced here only because I don't think they understand the exact nature of the application.
Well, the application does include an extension or expansion of the building, so that would be a reasonable thing that they would be more heavily occupied. So
yes, but it will not be more heavily occupied. It's just squaring it off for storage space, and the benefit to the community is that you're going to get rid of these unsightly storage containers, and everything will be put inside. Well, no one likes the storage container.
No, I understand. It's self-created hardship, so now the benefit is getting rid of the self-creation. That's not my question. Getting back to reality.
Yes.
There's obviously sawdust, and there's finishing of furniture inside in the cabinets. What type of remediation so that the dust does not go outside of the building and the vents, et cetera?
What does he have now?
We have dust collectors. So every machine has a dust collector that collects the dust, and then we just, we clean it up, we pack it, we bake it.
Is there any roof exhaust or side exhaust of your venting or anything?
No, outside?
Yes.
No.
And I take
There's
it,
no, other than finishing and polyurethane type of painting, there's no other sort of chemicals or materials used in your work, correct?
there might be stripper if he's reupholstering, right? If you're doing reupholstery, you might have stripper also. Let me rephrase that. That sounds like an adult ABRA application. I'm sorry. They call it stripper if you're doing reupholstery. Sometimes you have to strip the prior finish off.
Okay, yeah.
But,
yeah.
oh, well.
But that's done by hand.
Okay, but you have, I take it you have already in place the proper services to dispose of whatever debris you create. And it sounds to me like, in answer to Mr. Pellegrini's question, you have already in place, for example, these sawdust collectors on whatever your bandsaw, your skill saw, whatever you have going on in there in terms of debris, right? And it's already been operating in such a fashion that you've been able to, you haven't had any problems with the county, the town, the state, in terms of anything that it puts off, right? And in terms of your disposal of any debris. That's all already in place, right? Yes. Okay. And when you remove the 2 containers, if approved, and square off this building, if approved, then you are not proposing to have any containers other than, I assume, a garbage dumpster.
Dumpster, yeah.
Outside on the property. Right, okay. And so, or maybe you keep the debris inside until it's picked up?
Yes. We're not proposing a dumpster. Everything is going to be stored inside the addition. There will be no more metal storage containers on the property. There are 3 that are shown on your plan. All 3 will be removed.
All right, so on the outside, I just want to cover all the bases here. You don't, at the end of the day, if you were granted what you proposed, there would be no, as you said,
Yes.
debris receptacles on the outside.
Correct.
But do we need to figure out where this commercial vehicle might be stored overnight, whether it's indoors or outdoors? I mean, is that something that needs to happen, or?
Well, I believe it's the typical custom that you leave the van in the parking lot.
Yeah, in the parking.
And since it's just a
But
smaller vehicle size van.
Cargo van, yeah.
All right, so that would just be left into one, so there needs to be no provision in the event we were to grant the application. There, you don't need any provision for storage of any van, et cetera. I'm just actually thinking back, as we just finished a case like this. I think, Mr. Brown, you're aware of it, so.
I am.
I was just thinking about whatever we had to do to make sure our ducks are in a row when we deal with the case.
I don't know if there's what exactly triggers that requirement. I don't know if one van triggers it or if that's considered overnight storage.
Well, since we were doing the parking, I wanted to.
I won't beg the question. We would, if the board sees fit to grant the case, perhaps a provision that it be permitted to store one cargo van on the premises
well, I only
overnight
ask
would
because
be appropriate.
when we do parking, there's a distinction between parking and storage, and
Yes.
sometimes that gets lost in the mix. So.
Correct. So
All right.
I would request that you consider that granting that additional permission.
All right, just want to understand it.
But yes, no activities outside, nothing will be stored outside other than the van. Everything will be done inside as it has been since 1988, and we hope you'll approve the application. I think the site will be much more neatly maintained this way. That's the application. Yes.
All right. Have any other questions from the board?
Move the hearing be closed, the matter be placed on the decision calendar. Mr. Brown, and you and your client will be notified by mail of the board's decision once it's rendered.
Thank you very much.
Thank you. Have a nice day.
All in favor? Any opposed? Any abstentions? Okay.
Next case, 358 to 360 of 19 Oceanside, Marie Liddy. Variance, lot area occupied. Side yard aggregate, maintain addition and vestibule, all attached dwelling. Variance, lot area occupied, side yards aggregate, maintain roof over patio, attached dwelling. Variance, lot area occupied, maintain shed. It is located at 92 Evans Avenue.
Salvatore Coscia, Permitter Us LLC, 64 Division Avenue, Suite 104, Levittown, New York, 11756. Good afternoon, Mr. Chairman, members of the board. I'm here today representing Marie Belletti with a property known as 92 Evans Avenue in Oceanside. We're proposing to maintain rear one-story additions to the main dwelling that incorporate a bathroom, a dining room area, and a rear garage extension. The extensions have an aggregate side yard of 14.9 and a side yard setback of 4.9. This property is located in Residence B zone, as the required minimum side yard is 5 feet, and the aggregate is 15 feet. We're seeking a 1-inch variance. In addition, the lot coverage proposed for all structures is 29.66, and we're seeking a 2.1% variance for lot coverage, as the required is 27.5. These structures have existed prior to the code change, where the allowable lot area occupied was 30%. We respectfully request your approval today.
And that's the case.
And that's my case.
All right, any other questions from the board?
Move the hearing be closed, the matter be placed on the decision calendar. Sir, you'll be notified by mail of the board's decision once it's rendered.
Thank you very much. Have a good afternoon.
You too.
Second. All in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? Any abstentions?
Next case is 361 of 19 Roosevelt, Vertiland Homes, Inc. Variance subdivision of lot area, front width from and on street line to front setback line, construct dwelling with garage. It is located on the north side of Henry Street, 300 feet west of Nassau Road. Also, 362 Roosevelt, Legacy Investment and Management Group, LLC. Variance subdivision of lot area, front width from and on street line to front setback line, side yard aggregate, maintained dwelling on a lesser lot. It is located at 38 Henry Street. Please raise your right hand.
For the applicant, Robert W. O'Brien, 877 North Corona Avenue, North Valley Stream, New York.
Barry Nelson, 220 Pettit Avenue, Belmont, New York, 11710. Good afternoon.
Mr. Laverty, name and address?
Steve Laverty, 1374 Fox Street, Elmont, New York, 11003.
All right, what can I do for you?
Good afternoon, Chairman Weiss and members of the board. I represent the applicants, Vertiland Homes and Legacy Invest and Management Group, LLC, with respect to the instant application for a two-lot subdivision in the hamlet of Roosevelt. At the outset, I'd like to move to have the two cases consolidated.
So moved.
Yes, I see.
So moved. Yeah.
Thank you. I'm sorry. With me here today is real estate expert Barry Nelson to my left, who is prepared to testify regarding the nature and character of the area and the benefit of the application to the benefit of the application to the applicant outweighs any detriment to the surrounding community. Also present is Steve Laverty, the principal of Vertiland Homes, Inc., to answer any questions the board may have regarding the application. And I've also been joined by Mr. Hernandez from Legacy Investment Management Group, LLC, who's sitting in the front row as far as that application goes. The property that is subject of this application is on the north side of Henry Street in Roosevelt, approximately 300 feet west of Nassau Road. It is known for the record on the tax map of Nassau County as Section 55, Lot 421 and lots 118 through 121, and also as 38 Henry Street. The parcel as it currently exists is 80 feet of frontage on Henry Street, with 124.65 feet of depth on the west side, 128.38 feet of depth on the east side, and a rear property line of 80.08 feet. I'm going fast. Feet of depth on the east side and a rear property line of 80.08 feet. There is currently a one-family dwelling on the west side of the property that the applicants are looking to maintain under case number 362. The applicants also propose constructing one new one-family dwelling on the east side of the property, that'd be lots 118 to 119, under case number 361. Under case 361, the applicants are seeking permission to construct the aforementioned one-family dwelling east side of premises. Parcel has approximately 5,098 square feet of area, front of 40 feet, sides again of 126.52 and 128.38 feet, and rear property line. That's okay. Square feet, 40 feet of frontage, sides of 126.52 feet and 128.38 feet, and a rear property line of 40.04 feet, I'm sorry. The variance is needed therefore for subdivision of the lot area and front width from and on the street line to the front setback line. Under case 362, the applicants are requiring permission to maintain the existing one-family dwelling on the west side of the parcel, again with 40 feet of frontage, sides of 124.65 feet and 126.52 feet, and again, a rear property line of 40.04 feet. The variances needed to maintain that house are therefore for subdivision of the lot area, front width from and on the street line to the front setback line, side yard and side yard aggregate to maintain the dwelling on the lesser lot. If the board is inclined to grant the application, the applicants are amenable to all reasonable and customary conditions that the board has been known to impose to ensure that both properties is used as one-family dwellings rather than multi-family ones. As is my practice, I made a personal inspection of the area. The only item of note is that my client Legacy is currently renovating the dwelling with all required permits, and the reason I know that is I saw the big orange sign up on the building issued by the building department of the town of Hempstead. Although Mr. Nelson will go into depth, the board, I'm sure, is looking at the radius map right now. You'll see there are a number of 40-foot frontage properties in the area, and at this point, I'll turn it over to him.
Okay, Mr. Nelson, your name and address is on the record?
Yes, sir.
And you've been sworn in. Since the last time we qualified you as an expert in real estate and real estate valuation, have been any changes in your credentials?
None.
All right, if not, we will continue that qualification as an expert, permit you to testify, and we will accept your photos, your comparable sales, and it looks like any aerials there, or just, all right, we'll accept those into evidence.
So I just handed in a packet of approximately 14 photographs. That includes the subject property and surrounding uses. The second exhibit is 6 or 8 comparable sales, comparable listings of similar homes that sold within the last year or two, new colonials on similar sized lots. The application council mentioned is to subdivide the existing parcel into 2, maintain the existing house on the westerly side, construct a new one-family colonial on the easterly side. The area generally south of Sun State Parkway, north of Sunrise Highway, in Roosevelt, west of Nassau Road. If you look at the radius map, you'll find that the pattern of development is well established. Henry Street, you'll find on the north side, to the eastern subject property, there are 2 40-foot frontages, and just to the western subject property, there is an additional 5. On the south side of Henry Street, just within the 200-foot radius, 6 additional 40-foot frontages on Henry Street between just west of Nassau Road and just to the westerly end of the 200-foot radius. Total of 19 homes. 13 of them are 40-foot frontages, almost 70%. This pattern of development is consistent with the 100-foot radius, the 200-foot radius. In fact, you'll have a pattern that includes 24 out of 35 with 40-foot frontages and an additional 11 that have between 50 and 55. So you'll have approximately, 24 out of 44, a total 35 out of 44 that would be non-conforming to the residential B requirements. In fact, on the south side of Roosevelt Avenue, what's identified now as Birdland Homes is a 80 by approximately 115 plus. That was a subdivision originally back in 2007. Earlier this year, under case 131 of 2019, we came back for the, since there was no construction over since 2007, the maintainer already had a CO, and now the construct of a new home on lot 46 and 47, and that was under case 131, 2019. That abuts the subject property to the north, so it's my opinion that granting this application is not going to alter or change the essential character of the area as far as development of parcels on 40-foot frontages or less than 55 requirements. A new colonial at this location will be an upgrade to the property. The existing house, I believe, was purchased within the last year under a foreclosure, is now being renovated and upgraded. The existing house requires side yard aggregate and side yards. The aggregate is approximately 7.5. The westerly side yard is existing, has been existing since for over 75 years at 2.7 feet. The inside, the side yard to the east would be on the subdivision line, and it would be to the new house. So it's not going to impact additionally to any additional homes in the area. In fact, on my inspection to the subject property at the area, I will note that there are non-conforming side yards, a pattern that existed for many, many years with many of these homes built in the early 1900s. The house at this location, with the benefit to the applicant as it outweighs any detriment to the surrounding community, it is monetary. All municipal services are available to the subject site. The property, as is with the one-family, with the one-and-a-half-story house on the westerly side on the entire property, after renovation upgrade, would be worth approximately $350,000. The house now on a, if this was granted on a reduced lot, would be worth approximately $325,000, with a building lot approximately $125,000. A new home at this location, I provided comparable sales, is approximately $475,000 to $485,000, and that is in keeping with the higher end of property values. In my opinion, it's not going to depreciate property values, alter or change the central character of the neighborhood. All municipal services are available to the subject parcel as it exists today. Thank you.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Nelson. Mr. O'Brien, back to you. All right, I believe you stated before that you would consent to the normal and customary new home requirements that we put in. Okay. Do have any other questions from the board?
Yes. Mr. O'Brien, with respect to the new home, there's parking for how many cars? One car in the garage and one car outside, or two outside?
Yeah, I believe because it's the attached garage, there'd be one in the driveway.
And what about the existing home?
Just the drive, Mr. Nelson has picked up, it's just the driveway.
There's
That would be two cars side by side. Yep.
Okay.
on a parking pad.
On a parking pad, yes. Park in a driveway, drive in a parkway.
Any other questions?
Yes, Mr. O'Brien, your client's application would indicate that he has three means of ingress, ground floor, one at the front, one at the rear, and then a side stoop.
1 second, Mr. Regano. Sure. You're talking about the existing home or the proposed home? Sure. That's correct. I'm sorry, Mr. Regano, can't.
Why does he need a side stoop? If you don't mind my asking?
Well, it's in the kitchen area, according to Mr. Laverty, and I would think that that probably would be more of a safety thing, you know, ingress and egress with a stove and oven. If I just checked with Mr. Laverty, if there's a concern of the board with that, he'll remove it. He would like to have it, but again, if it's a major concern that somehow something improper is going on, we can delete that from the plans.
Okay. Any other questions from the board?
Move the hearing be closed, the matter be placed on the decision calendar. Mr. O'Brien, Mr. Nelson, and everyone else who's signing, Mr. Reddy, on the case will receive a copy of the board's decision by mail once it's rendered. Have a nice day.
Second. All in favor? Any opposed? Any abstentions?
So there's 34 properties, substandard, and 9.
Next case, 363 of 19 Hewlett, Stephen Leahy, variance lot area occupied, construct two-story additions and open porch, all attached dwelling, is located at 325 Serena Road.
Do you swear or affirm to tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God? Yes. Please have a seat, name and address.
Gennaro Cozzolino, 2125 Deer Park Avenue, Deer Park, New York, 11729. Good afternoon, Mr. Chairman, members of the board. Gennaro Cozzolino for the homeowner, Stephen Leahy, residing at 325 Serena Road, Hewlett, also known as Section 39, Block 609, Lot 107, located in the Residence B zone. We're requesting relief from the board to construct two-story additions on both sides of the dwelling and a new open front porch. The proposed additions require variance for lot coverage, requesting to build at 29.2% from permitted 27.5%, a difference of 1.7%. Proposed additions and existing dwelling comply with all other zoning requirements. The proposed additions will have no significant impact to the environment, will not affect any of the neighbors, and will fit in with the character and nature of the neighborhood. Thank you.
So that's the only variance we need is a
lot coverage.
Lot coverage, and if this were built a number of years ago, would have been legal. Would have been under the 30%.
Correct.
All right, no objections from any neighbors that you're aware of?
That I'm aware of.
All right, any other questions from the board?
Move the hearing be closed, the matter be placed on the decision calendar, so you'll be notified by mail of the board's decision once it's rendered.
Thank you. Good afternoon.
Thank you.
Second.
Second. Aye.
All in favor? Aye. Any opposed, any abstentions? Yep. Busy day, Mr. O'Brien.
Is it, who gets certified mail? And what is certified?
Sorry, we're ahead of ourselves. I
Does
apologize.
that mean you sign or what?
No.
Isn't it convenient how they staple them where you can't?
That's a
return receipt, just not required.
Squadrelli Lido LLC, 44 Buxton. Stella Nancy and Louise Ross, 41 Buxton. Buxton.
Next case, 364 of 19, Merrick Vincent Latini. Install pool with less than required front yard setback on Royden Drive East and pool equipment less than required side yard setback. Is located at 44 Royden Drive East.
Yep, not the title owner. So defective mailing.
They also said they sent one first class mail to that address.
Is that what's required?
Yes, as occupant name.
Wait, so they didn't?
They did.
Wait, so let me find it on here. This is what it would generate, right? What is this for? I'm the most affected home.
That should be the return receipt requested.
For someone at my address, right?
Yes.
Because I'm the most affected. There's no home.
Name and addresses.
Nope.
Michael Truhart, 17 East Deer Park Road, Dix Hills, New York. Truehart.
Vincent Lentini, 44 Royden East, Merrick, New York, 11566.
Even if I had, I can't open his mail. I did.
Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. I'm the agent and also the swimming pool contractor for Mr. Lentini, 44 Royden Drive East. We're seeking a variance for a in-ground swimming pool. The hardship, of course, is that this is a corner lot, and there's not too many choices on where to have a swimming pool. They're looking for a fairly small pool, 14 by 21 feet long, for their children. And the required setback in the front yard is 10 feet. We're requesting 6 feet. The equipment setback is 4 feet from the rear yard, and we're requesting 2.5 feet, as that's all that will fit there. The second hardship is that there's a overhead wire that comes from the north side of the house to the utility pole, and we need to maintain the pool 10 feet from the overhead wire. So that pretty much plots the pool exactly where it's shown on the site plan as the only place possible to have a swimming pool.
Is the overhead wire shown on the site plan anywhere? Let's see it, unless I'm
Not
missing it.
shown there, no. I do have a letter from the National Grid, though, that states that they came and looked at it and approved the location. I also have, I'll leave this as evidence, I do have a drawing of the overhead wire where it exists.
Okay, I'd like to see that, so.
Sure.
Take that into evidence.
It's on the site plan on the survey now. As the pool is completely in the ground, there really will be no view at all from the neighbors. And we also have a letter of non-objection from all of the surrounding and adjoining neighbors, which I'm going to present for evidence as well.
All right, we'll accept that.
I assume you want this, the mailing as well? We submitted that, okay. Oh, maybe that's just my copy, okay. So we certainly don't think there would be any adverse effect or change to the character of the neighborhood as the pool will be in the ground, completely fenced in up to code for all safety regulations and alarms, of course. And if the board would look favorable upon the application, we feel the benefit to the applicant will certainly outweigh any potential detriment that may exist.
I'm looking on the search sheet, and the search sheet shows that in 2014, the applicant requested and obtained a variance with conditions to maintain the fence and maintain the deck, and nothing to do with the pool back then?
No, sir. No, the pool is proposed, not existing.
The deck was taken down as well.
I'm sorry?
Deck was taken down. There's no deck.
There's no deck? Okay, well, because you're showing two open permits here.
The permit was closed, that was taken care of.
When?
Before the holiday season, December.
Because I'm looking, okay, because this,
They voided that permit for the deck. And
did you close out the open permit for the variance for the for the fence?
that got closed out as well.
Okay, because it still shows as open, but this is from November.
Yeah, they wouldn't let us proceed until we took care of those issues.
All right. Anything else you'd like to add?
No, I think that's it.
All right. Any other questions from the board?
Will the hearing be closed, the matter be placed on the decision calendar? You'll both be notified by mail of the board's decision once it's rendered. Thank you and have a nice day.
Second?
Very much.
All in favor? Any opposed? Any abstentions? What are you, leaving money today? What's going on here?
Next case, 225 of 19, near Rockville Center, Marty Homes LLC, variant subdivision of lot area front width from and on street line to front setback line, construct dwelling with garage. It is located on the east side of Howard Street, 140 feet south of Pershing Boulevard. Next case, 226 of 19, near Rockville Center, Marty Homes LLC, variance of subdivision of lot area front width from and on street line to front setback line, maintained dwelling on lesser lot. It is located at 25 Howard Street. In addition, 227 of 19, near Rockville Center, Marty Homes LLC, variance subdivision of lot area front width from and on street line to front setback line, construct dwelling with garage. It is located on the east side of Howard Street, 220 feet south of Pershing Boulevard.
Do you swear or affirm to tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
Yes, Robert W. O'Brien, 877 North Corona Avenue, North Valley Stream, New York.
It's Barry Nelson, 220 Pettit Avenue, Belmore, New York, 11710. Good afternoon.
Good afternoon again. I represent the applicant, Marty, M-A-R-T-I, Homes LLC, with respect to the instant application for a three-lot subdivision in near Rockville Center, an area that I think probably is better described as Lakeview, Malvern, but it is what it is. At the outset, I'd like to move to have the three cases consolidated and heard as one.
So moved.
To my left is, as you know, is real estate expert Barry Nelson, who's prepared to testify regarding the nature and character of the area, and that the benefit of the application to the applicant outweighs any detriment to the surrounding community. Property that is the subject of this application is on the east side of Howard Street in, I'm going to call it Lakeview, approximately 140 feet south of Pershing Boulevard and 300 feet north of Lakeview Avenue.
What school district is it, you know?
That is the...
Malvern Schools, 12.
Thank you. I'm glad it is, because it's right across from the high school. You have easy access to the high school there.
Understood.
As I'm certain Mr. Nelson will point out, and I'll point out. Just for the record, it's also known on the Nassau County tax map as Section 38, Block 114, and lots 878 through 883. And as I just noted, the blank area to the left on your radius maps, that's the Malvern High School athletic fields, which is appears to be undergoing a huge renovation right now. The parcel that currently exists has 120 feet of frontage on Howard Street, but 100 feet of depth on each side, and there is currently a one-family dwelling right in the middle of the property that the applicant is looking to maintain as a one-family dwelling on a 40 by 100 under case number 226. The applicant also proposes constructing two new one-family dwellings on each side of that dwelling, one to the north under case 225, one to the south under case 227. Those lots will also be 40 by 100. So under case numbers 220, all the cases, the variance needed are for subdivision of lot area, front width from and on street line, and construct dwelling with garage. Oh, right, and I apologize, and we had adjourned at the middle lot, the existing lot, there's also 226. There's also a side yard and lot area occupied. Board is inclined to grant the application. The applicant, as my other applicants, are amenable to all reasonable customary conditions the board has been known to impose to ensure that each property is utilized as a one-family dwelling rather than illegal multifamily ones. As my practice, I made a personal inspection of the area. You will note, look at the radius map, you'll note that the development, the properties on the streets around it have a proliferation of substandard 40 by 100 properties. And that's Mr. Nelson's job, and I'm not going to get into it, but he'll talk about it. But there's also a bit of mishmash in the area, how properties are maintained. And I will take it up now before Mr. Nelson speaks. As the board is aware, I'm counsel to the County Planning Commission, so it's always awkward for me when there's a recommendation of a denial or a modification. In the instant case where the commission recommends a modification, the applicant would not only lose the profit from the sale of a third home, it would incur the cost of demolition of the existing home and the loss of the benefit of that in a resale. And that sits, as you know, square in the middle of the property. No adverse precedent would be set by granting this applicant because, as I said, there are a number of 40 by 100s in the area, and there are no other large lots that can be similarly subdivided. It is my belief, therefore, that the renovation of the existing dwelling and the side-by-sides will be a perfect fit in the area and be a great advantage to the applicant. And at this point, unless there are other questions, I'll turn it over to Mr. Nelson.
No, Chairman. Thank you. Comparable sales and listings. And I did hand in the old Nassau County Department of Assessment records, which would indicate that the dwelling, which is looking to be maintained under case 226, was originally constructed on lots 880 and 881 on a 40 by 100. I guess over time they've merged to the lots to the north and to the south. Nevertheless, the application is to maintain the existing dwelling with the detached garage, and that's where the lot area occupied comes about, and construct 2 new one-family colonials. Excuse me. Thank you. The general vicinity of this area, Lakeview Avenue east and west to the south, Ocean Avenue to the west, to the east would be Lakeview Avenue, and further east would be Peninsula Boulevard. We have along Lakeview Avenue some mixed type uses. You have automotive repairs, auto collision, you have multifamily dwelling, you got multifamily building. Everything on the east side of Langdon Boulevard, north of Lakeview Avenue, within the radius and just outside, would be the former Mercedes-Benz repair shop. It is automotive-related uses from east of Langdon Boulevard. And to the west, you'll find, beginning on the west side of Langdon Boulevard, 40 by 100s are common, and you'll see numerous ones. Continuing on to DeKalvin Street and then the subject street, you have 40s and 50s, and the north side of Pershing Boulevard, at least 5 40-foot frontages, 40 by 100, 4,000 square feet. As Council mentioned, the Malvern Union Free School District number 12 will be just within the 200-foot radius on the westerly side of Howard Street, and it is accessed or can be accessed off of Henry Street. There's substantial construction renovations taking place on that parcel right now, and I don't believe you can access it off of Henry Street any longer. Nevertheless, there is a new colonial being constructed on the subject street on the east side, and that would be on tax lots 873 and 874. I provided a photograph of that home. I think that it's a similar home that's being proposed in today's application. It is by the same builder, and I believe that parcel is single and separate from the parcel just to the north, which was part of the estate. So what you'll have now is two new colonials in keeping with the one that's being constructed. I believe it's 29 Howard Street, and it will be on lots 873 and 874, which is a 40 by 100. All municipal services are available to the subject site. The existing house has been in poor and rundown condition. It will be renovated. It will maintain a detached garage. The colonials to the north and to the south would be Center Hall colonials, one-car internal garage, and it looks like a pad for at least one car to possibly two cars in front of each dwelling, and the maintain would have the detached garage on the northeast corner of the parcel. With that said, the reviewing of the radius map, at least 50% or more are non-conforming, and that would be considering everything is single-family dwellings. There are some older homes built in the 1900s that are non-conforming two families. Also at the northwest corner of DeCoven Street and Lakeview Avenue are two-family dwellings on approximately 5,500 square foot lots and that's partially in a business zone as well. You have a multifamily dwelling at the northeast corner with, I believe, 8 apartments at the northeast corner of Lakeview Avenue and DeCoven Street. On Howard Street, you have the auto collision shop, which would be on lots 8, which is on the radius map, 942 through 945. So 2 new homes at this area, renovation and upgrading of the existing house, in my opinion, is a reasonable request. It'll be an upgrade to the area and provide for new housing for this immediate vicinity. The new houses are selling for approximately $575,000 to approximately $600,000. The older homes in the area generally are between $250,000 and $450,000. So I believe colonials, as proposed, new homes is a beneficial to the community without any detriment to the adjacent or surrounding community. Thank you.
Right. Mr. O'Brien?
Unless the board has any questions or concerns?
No? Any other questions from the board?
I'm looking at the map here, and on the block, which is that this parcel is located, I see on the physical block, as the houses stack up to each other, there's only 3 other lots that are 40s. Every other lot is larger than that. And so you're proposing to ask this board to, in my opinion, take what is the overwhelming amount of homes in the area that are not on 40-foot frontage. You're asking this board now to double the number of 40 lots on this block. So to me, I just don't see, in Mr. Nelson's testimony, I just don't agree looking at this map. And I'm looking at blocks in other directions, and I just think that this is something that I could see, being subdivided into 260s being reasonable. But 340s and doubling the amount on one block, I don't think is reasonable.
Okay, if I may address that briefly, we have a unique situation in that the existing house is in the middle. It's on lots 880 and 881. So the applicant is, cost-wise, is paying a substantial amount of money and looking to maintain that existing house. You have now the 40 to the north and the 40 to the south. It would be requiring the demolition of the existing house and then have two 60 by 100s. But if you look at right to the north, you have the 40-foot frontage. The second house and the fourth house to the south of the subject property are 40-foot frontages. And opposite the subject property on Henry Street, the northwest corner of Henry and Howard Street is a 40-footer. And on the south side of Henry and Howard Street, you have 240. So right in the vicinity, just on Howard Street, you have 1, 2, 3, and including Henry Street, you have 5. And then just to the south of that, you have a 43.39. So it's really not a departure of the development on Henry Street. As you come into this development, you'd come in through Lakeview Avenue. Lakeview Avenue, if the board visits the location, they'll see there's a substantial amount of auto collision-related uses, master collisions. If you came in off of Pershing Boulevard, you'll see the development on the north side of Pershing Boulevard, and you got 5 out of the 7 in this radius being 40-foot frontages. So coming to the location and the vicinity of the subject property, you do have 40-foot frontages, and a new colonial is not going to take away, on a 40 by 100, take away from the character of this neighborhood. If you came in off of Langdon Boulevard on the west side, everything on the west side of Langdon Boulevard are 40-foot frontages. That includes a church on lots 827 through 832. So I don't believe, while you might include the Carvin Street, which doesn't have as many substandard parcels, but the pattern to get to the subject property would take you through either Lakeview Avenue or Pershing Boulevard or right onto Howard Street, and you do have 40-foot frontages. In fact, there are some vacancies, or one on the corner, which is for sale on lot 154, and on the westerly side, you have an auto collision shop that's non-conforming for the use and its zoning near closer to Masters Collision. I mean, Lakeview Avenue, which is Masters Collision.
And
So, go ahead.
No, I would just say maybe I'm saying the same thing as Ms. Nelson is in a different way, but to take your 100-foot radius on Howard Street, and I'm just going to work my way around the clock, starting at it would be the southwest corner where you'll see a property. I believe it's under the name DP Henry LLC, and you'll see that as a 40. You'll then see Henry Street itself. As you're going north, you'll see a property owned by looks like Hodges is the last name of residence, which is a 40. You'll see the opening to the Union Free School District going into Malvern School. Then you have sort of an odd-shaped property. You come across the street just north of the subject property is a property, it looks like Hunt, and I'm sorry it's small print on mine, it's a long name starting with a D. That is a 40 by 100. You take the first the 2 northerly lots of this application. That was, as Mr. Nelson said, if you look in your search from the title company, you'll see that had been single and separate going way back, but the people lost it in a tax deed, and then it was required and merged. But the intent, I believe, all along was this was a legal lot back then and was going to remain as a legal lot, and if somebody had built a home, that would be there. Then you have the subject property, which would have been an 80 by 100, and 80 by 100 is a little large, followed by the Idella Harris Trust, and then you have the other Harris Trust property, which is 40 by 100. So as you go around the clock, you have 40, 40, that odd-shaped property, 40, what would have been a 40 course of the tax deed, the 80 by 100 part of this, the 60 by 100 in Harris, and then a 40. So you have, in that immediate area on that street, anybody driving down the street, it is the larger properties that would stand out, not the 40 by 100s that would stand out and would look out of character with the area. And you can see that by a visual inspection of the area. Don't take my word for it. Please, you're more than welcome and encouraged to go out and look.
Finish up. The northwest corner of the Carvin Street each of 50, approximately 50 by 100. Those are two families with variances, and there's an apartment building at the northeast corner of DeKalvin Street and Lakeview Avenue. That's a multifamily in excess of 4 to 6 units.
Any other questions from the board?
Move the hearing be closed, the matter be placed on the decision calendar. Mr. O'Brien, you, Mr. Nelson, and anyone else who signed in on the case will receive a copy of the board's decision by mail once it's rendered.
Thank you.
Thank you. Second?
Second.
All in favor? Any opposed? Any abstentions? More stuff coming down, we just keep that. Next. Stretching. Next case, 232 of 19 to 234 of 19, Roosevelt, Twin Oaks Day Camp, Inc., use variance to maintain daycare business in a Res B district, special exception to maintain daycare business in a Res B district. Oh, use and special exception, okay. Use variance for place of public assembly and amusement in a Residence B district, and special exception for place of public assembly and amusement in a business district in existing building, waive off-street parking, and no provision for on-site pickup and drop-off of children and attendees. Maintain 8-foot-high fence, a portion of which is forward of the building in a Res B district. It is located at 457 Babylon Turnpike. Please raise your right hands. Do you swear or...
That's my guess. This will be one house on the back, and this is...
Yes, good afternoon. On behalf of the applicant, my name is Daniel Baker. Mr. Tillman, Ballin, Adler, and Hyman, 90 Merrick Avenue, East Meadow, New York, 11554.
Wayne Muller, Robinson and Muller Engineering, offices at 50 Elm Street, Huntington, New York.
All right, Mr. Baker, what can we do for you?
Thank you. Good afternoon, Mr. Chairman, members of the board. We are here today appearing on behalf of the applicant Twin Oaks Day Camp, Inc., for variances and special exceptions in connection with the operation of a children's daycare facility located at 457 Babylon Turnpike in Roosevelt. At this time, I'd like to ask to consolidate the three cases and hear them all as one.
So moved.
Thank you. The daycare facility that is the subject of the application is operated by the same family that owns and operates Twin Oaks Day Camp and Twin Oaks Country Day School, located directly across Babylon Turnpike, and that property is located entirely in the village of Freeport. So just so everyone understands the distinction, this is an ancillary property owned by the same principals, but is not physically part of that property across the street, which operates the main.
How long have they owned this property?
So this property has been owned since 2000. They have owned the camp and school property across the street since 1972. Kind of skipping around, so I'll just get right to where you've taken me. That property has been operated across the street in the village as a camp for well beyond 1972 when the principals bought it. They've operated it that way since, and as a school. In 2000, they bought this property to operate as a daycare facility, which they did. Just a little history on the building itself. It was built in and I'm talking about the subject property. I'll let you know when I'm talking about across the street if we need to. But the subject building was built in or around 1964 after approval by this board for use as a warehouse in a split zone, business and residence B. So just going back to where I would have began, the property is located in a split zone. The first 100 feet on Babylon Turnpike going back along Elm Street, this is a corner property, is a business zoning district. The rear portion of the property going back from Babylon Turnpike and along Elm for approximately 30 feet is a Residence B. And it is improved with a 7,800, a 4,950 square foot building, one story, that was built in 1964, again, after approval as a warehouse. So back then, the board approved a warehouse use in the business zone and residence zone. At some point after that and before 2000, it started operating as a dance studio. When my clients bought the property, it was operating that way. They then converted it to a daycare facility. The physical structure of the building is such that 2 classrooms have been divided off at the front of the building. Going back, most of the building is what you would expect a school gymnasium to look like, with a stage in the rear portion. Most of which is never occupied or used other than the classes for the daycare use. The subject applications came about because of new licensing requirements by New York State for daycare facilities. And when my client was made aware of this by the state, one of the things they asked was for copies of the approvals from the town for use as a daycare facility. This was the first time that they were made aware or became aware that they needed something different than what they had. So they didn't receive violations. It wasn't a situation that somebody came down on them, but they went forward with these applications so that they can get their approvals, which will in turn allow them to get their New York State licensing for a daycare facility. A little bit. A little bit about the use as proposed. So for right now, since the licensing from the state isn't in place, they only have 6 students in this facility. That's the most that they can have without that license. If the license is approved by New York State, subsequent to hopeful approval by this board, they will operate with 30 children split between the 2 classrooms, and those are generally 3- and 4-year-old children. As was read off in the call earlier, the variances that we are seeking today are use variances and special exceptions for having a daycare use in the Residence B district, having public assembly and amusement in the Residence B district, and also in the business district. We need a waiver of off-street parking, and there are no provisions for on-site pickup and drop-off of the children. Mr. Mueller will address that in a few moments. And we also need approval to maintain an 8-foot-high fence, which is on the back side of the building and the side of the building away from Elm Street. Briefly, I can just tell you that that has been in existence since before my clients purchased the property, and is something that we believe is beneficial to the neighbors on each side of the property, so that they are not looking at this building.
The site plan that we have shows a notation amended 11/29/18. What was the amendment?
Where do you see that?
On the bottom right, just on top of the drawing number A-1.
You are looking at a different site plan than I am,
Great.
so I'm not sure.
Here's what we have, Mr. Jagers. And tell me if it's wrong.
Appears to be the same to me. Oh, actually, I'll tell you exactly what it is. The original site plan that I have in front of me, dated August 21st of 2018, the original date of the drawing, said proposed daycare use. The amended version that you had, in which I didn't seem to, or probably have somewhere else in my file, has changed proposed daycare use to maintain daycare use. I think it was just clarifying that this was an existing use, and not something that we were putting in new.
Okay, and as you're aware of, the Nassau County Planning Commission requested the demarcation of the child drop-off and pickup area.
Yeah, so I can speak to that as well. This matter was first on the board's agenda this board's agenda for March 6th. We adjourned it because of that determination coming back from the Planning Commission. Since then, both I and Mr. Mueller have had a chance to speak to Martin Katz. In fact, Mr. Mueller drafted a letter that he sent to them and explained the situation, which is, for all intents and purposes, there is no on-site capability to have drop-off and pickup. We had explained to him, particularly Mr. Mueller did, I think, not only by phone and letter, but also spoke to him in person yesterday to explain how the operation works, how it has always worked, and we would like it to continue to work, which is a drop-off and pickup that happens on Elm Street to the side. And Mr. Mueller, again, can speak to that some more when he's, well, you know what? Why don't we just segue right into Mr. Mueller at this
Your
point?
case.
I think it's a good time. We can submit it.
Okay, Mr. Mueller, your name and address is already on the record?
That's correct.
All right, you've been sworn in?
I have been.
All right, since the last time we qualified you as an expert on traffic and parking, have there been any changes in your credentials?
No, there have not.
All right, we'll continue that qualification. You're free to testify.
Thank you. For the record, I'd just like to submit a copy of the letter that we submitted to the Planning Commission.
All right, we'll accept that evidence.
Dated April 15, 2019, addressed to Mr. Martin Katz of the Planning Department. I was at the Planning Commission yesterday morning. They typically meet on Thursdays. However, due to Holy Thursday, I believe they moved the meeting till Tuesday. Mr. Katz said that he reviewed the letter that we had submitted as part of the application, and he indicated to me that the board was going to issue a local determination that the letter that we had prepared satisfied their request for the additional information as enumerated in the Planning Commission Resolution number 10293-19, 293-19. I believe that was dated March 6, 2018. So we believe
It is dated, and that is again reflecting to the, reflection of the drop-off area. And you just responded on Monday to try to get an answer for today's hearing? Is that the purpose of that letter at the 11th hour?
Discussions with Mr. Katz had taken place before that. He had asked only later last week if we could give him something in writing. So we had spoken to him about it, and we thought that that was sufficient. His response seemed fine. At the last hour, he had asked us for something in writing.
This application was received by the Planning Commission February 1.
I understand that, but the discussions with Mr. Katz started after we were here on or around March 6th to adjourn this. The discussions happened after. Again, Mr. Pellegrini, the discussions with Mr. Katz were ongoing. Mr. Mueller was engaged and prepared his report, had to do his analysis, and then we spoke to Mr. Katz not yesterday or 2 days ago, but after further discussion with Mr. Katz, he asked if we could provide him with a written statement to what we had already discussed with him.
The simple answer is that you cannot provide a pickup and a drop-off area.
That's true.
On site, and the Planning Commission held it in abeyance pending that simple explanation, and it never happened.
I'm sorry, what never happened?
The written change of the Planning Commission's recommendation pursuant to you telling them that...
Meaning a new resolution from...
Yeah, a new resolution or an adopted amendment.
That's probably true because they only met yesterday.
No, we're beating a dead horse. This was reviewed by the Planning Commission February 1.
And I only received that, I think it was 2 days or 3 days before our March 6th scheduled date here.
Okay.
So immediately after being made aware of that and speaking with Mr. Jagers, I reached out to Mr. Katz and went down the path of answering that question for them.
Okay. as they say on Judge Judy, if it's not contained within here, it doesn't exist, so, gotcha. Moving right along.
To briefly go over I'd also like to submit for the record copies of observations of the on-street parking in and around the subject premises that we prepared as part of this application. And just to briefly go over the letter that I prepared to Mr. Katz, which summarized the way that the...
We're going to accept your report and evidence.
Thank you. As indicated by Mr. Baker and as depicted in my letter, it is proposed to maintain the use of the approximately 5,000 square foot one-story masonry building as a daycare use. The property is situated on the northeast corner of Babylon Turnpike and Elm Street in Roosevelt, New York. I've had the opportunity to discuss the operation of the daycare center with the operator of the daycare center, who also owns the day camp, which is located on the opposite side of Babylon Turnpike, across the street from the subject property. As indicated by the operator, the day camp currently owns their own mini fleet of minibuses that will be used to transport students to and from home and the daycare center. The buses will pick up and drop off students on a specific route that they take, picking them up at their home and then dropping them off at the
Do those buses have, I'll say, school bus qualifications, if you will? When they stop and pick up and drop off passengers, do they have the red lights to have people stop?
If you'd like to, you have to come up, Joe. You can answer that.
Yes.
Regular schools?
Yeah, they're minibuses.
Yeah, but because the camp has their own.
I don't know. Okay, I don't know that.
Yeah, they're mini school buses.
So they comply with the New York State or whatever?
That's absolutely correct.
Thank you.
That's absolutely correct. There are multiple children on each bus that would pick up and drop off students to the daycare facility. There are 4 to 5 staff on site at any one time at the daycare facility. While it's not really depicted on the plan, in the rear of the building, there's an overhead door which exists. In front of that door, there's a driveway. The door really has no particular utility. It's probably better shown on, was this plan ever submitted?
Getting it.
If I may, there was photos that were submitted as part of the application that show the elevations of the building. In the rear of the building, there's an overhead door, which when the building was used as a warehouse, was inevitably used as the loading area for the warehouse. So the trucks would back up into the overhead door, which is situated in the southeast corner of the building. So there's like a little driveway there that serves the utility of 3 parking spaces. However, they're non-conforming to the town code.
So those parking spaces would be where it's indicated on your site plan as play area?
No, just to the west of that. There's an overhead door. Here, if I may approach, you can see from this photo. So while those are non-conforming spaces, they effectively operate as parking spaces that serve for the employees of the facility. They park in front of their own overhead door. It's a very similar situation that occurs on the other side of Elm Street for the Bauer Oil facility, which has numerous overhead doors, and they utilize the areas in front of those doors as parking for their vehicles during the day. The applicant has indicated that there would be a maximum of 30 students at the daycare facility at any one given time. Approximately 50% of the students would be transported to the facility using the minibuses that I enumerated previously, and then the other 15 roughly would get picked up and dropped off by their parents.
15, 1-5.
1-5.
Thank you.
Correct. The area that they use to drop off, because obviously the site is relatively small, is on Elm Street. As indicated in the observations that we performed during the times of pickup and drop off, and at other times, there's always an availability of parking, of available parking on Elm Street to allow the parents and/or minibuses to pull up on Elm Street, pick up the students when they're leaving the school, and then discharge the students as they're entering the school during the school day. That's a very efficient operation. I've been told, I haven't seen it in operation because currently there's only 6 students at the school. They're all being dropped off. The buses aren't there currently because they scaled back their activity.
And there is legal parking on Elm Street on both sides?
That's correct. Yeah.
And it's easily passable?
Yes. Very limited activity on Elm Street as far as parking goes. The bulk of the activity that we observed were a couple of employees that the applicant, that work at the daycare facility, and a couple of parents that we saw picking up students in the afternoon.
And Elm Street is not a through street anywhere?
No, it is not. I believe it dead ends at the Meadowbrook Parkway, further to the east. So it's a very isolated neighborhood. There's no real traffic. Our observations of the traffic on Elm indicated that during the peak time in the morning, when the students would be arriving, there were a total of 10 vehicles on Elm. So it's a very, very low level of activity that exists on Elm in its present condition.
Is there a traffic light on Babylon Turnpike in Elm?
No, there is not.
Because it's trying to come out one of those side streets to make a left turn onto Babylon Turnpike is a potential nightmare.
I mean, it's a well-traveled roadway. However, based on the low level of activity that we would anticipate, I wouldn't anticipate any significant operational problems.
Not on Elm, but I'm just, because Babylon Turnpike, getting out onto Babylon Turnpike is a problem.
It is a busy street. I would definitely agree with that. Again, the applicant believes that 2 to 3 buses will be utilized to transport the 15 students to and from the school. The remaining 15 students or so would be picked up and dropped off by parents. That activity occurs within a half-hour period. Again, we do not anticipate any significant impacts as a result of the pickup and drop-off of the students to and from the daycare facility. They are escorted from the parents' vehicles into the school and then brought back from the daycare facility back to the parents' vehicles. It's a very secure way that they transport the students to and from the facility, so that the amount of time that the parents are actually parked on Elm to either pick up or discharge students is relatively small. Therefore, we don't anticipate any significant congestion that would result as a result of the approval of the daycare facility. Also, as indicated by Mr. Baker, the building was a warehouse. It was approved as such. While the warehouse on a whole would probably generate a little bit lesser traffic during the peak hours than the daycare facility. However, because of the nature of the use, the primary activity would be associated with more heavy trucking, which would tend to be larger vehicles bringing goods and whatever to and from the warehouse. That activity would be much different than the small minibuses and the parent vehicles that are used to pick up and drop off the students. In addition, the property is zoned Business X, which there are a plethora of uses that could be built on the property that would generate more traffic than the daycare facility would generate. And an example of that would be you could put a small retail grocer in there that would generate more activity than the daycare facility. And restaurants are permitted uses within the Business X zone. They would generate more activity than the daycare facility. The daycare facility really has a very limited window of activity that would be in the morning and the afternoon. On the weekends, there would be relatively no activity. So from an overall perspective, the approval of the daycare facility and to maintain its use at 30 students, in my opinion, would not create any significant traffic impacts, and that based on the observations that we performed, there is available parking to accommodate the use, both on Elm Street and Babylon Turnpike. Thank you.
Okay. Mr. Baker.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Yes, Mr. Mueller just provided my summation in pretty good form. So, unless there are any other questions, I would ask the board to approve this application. It is a use that has existed for quite some time. The potential for other uses, whether it be the earlier use as a warehouse or industrial type use, or the potential uses that could be here as of right in the business zone, in my opinion, lead to this being a fine and good use for this area. As far as we know, it has not created any issues or problems for the neighbors, and both this property and the larger one across the street are in harmony with what has been going on in this neighborhood and continues. So we would ask that you approve this application.
All right, thank you. Any other questions from the board?
I just have a question. It's typical 5 days a week,
Yes.
right?
It
And
is,
what's
the hours
Yes.
are all 9:30 starts, and it can be either what is considered half or full day, so that a half day would end at 12:30, full day would end at 3:30, and that's
Oh, okay.
it. So the
And there-
drop-off pickups are all at those times.
And it isn't any kind of a daycare where children would come from elementary or junior high school to stay there?
No, there's no aftercare.
Okay, all right.
All right, any questions?
I move the hearing be closed, the case placed on a decision calendar. When the board renders its decision, you will be notified.
Thank you very much.
Second.
Second.
All in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? Any abstentions? All right, that completes our hearing calendar for today. We're going to take a short break, then we're going to come back and do decisions
Thank you very much.
and whatever else we need to do.
My parents, it was a day camp starting in the 1950s. My dad worked there in the 60s, taught it in 72, and then my mom in 75 started the nursery school. It was never a nursery school before then. We did, now it's Camp Coleman and has been there for years, yeah, so. No, not that type of thing. There are a lot of daycares in the area there, but no, the day camp, the closest one would be Merrick Woods, which is like more Merrick Avenue, but no, it's just been us and Coleman forever. Yes, unfortunately. We get along very well. We cater more to the younger ones, he does the older ones, and then they come back to us for travels. Well, Ross's daughter, okay, so Ross's daughter is coming to my nursery school next year. Little Sage.
Hopefully.
Oh, no, definitely, hopefully. Well, no, he's coming to the one that's in already existence across the street.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Afternoon decisions. Case number 354 of 19 Levittown Chamber of Commerce. Don't worry about it. It's their amusement special event that was granted from the bench. 355, 356 of 19 in Merrick Chamber of Commerce. Their two events were both granted from the bench. Case 347 of 19 in West Hempstead, Jared Guzman, 273 Coventry Road in West Hempstead. Any discussion? If not, do I have a motion?
I move the case 34719 West Hempstead, also known as 273 Coventry Road, be granted as requested.
Second.
I'll second that.
All in favor? Any opposed? Any abstentions? Next case, 348 of 19 in Merrick, Odina Dalisa, property address 87 Alfred Road East in Merrick. Any discussion? If not, do I have a motion?
Make motion that case 348 of 19, the 87 Alfred Road, owned by Odino Delisa, be approved.
Second on that? All in favor? Aye. Any opposed? Any abstentions? Next case, 349 of 19 near East Rockaway, Wakas Buta. Any discussion on this one? This was the place on the small lot down in East Rockaway. Do I have a motion on this?
We talked about that side staircase. We decided that that was still okay.
Yeah, I think what happened is, if you remember what Mr. Pellegrini said, it was reviewed by Rebecca first, who's our expert on FEMA, so we sort of have to go with her recommendation on this one. She just did not deny it for anything other than what's on the calendar.
Okay, so I make a motion we approve case 349 of 19, 240.
Well, yep.
Yeah, and consistent with the filed plans, right? Because, I mean, I know that's standard operating procedure, but I agree with you. There were a few questions we had, but the plans are what they are, and if that's what we're looking at, that's what Becky reviewed. I would second that motion.
Okay, all in favor? Aye. Any opposed? Any abstentions? Next case, 350 through 352 of 19 in Merrick, Cynthia and Charles Undorf, 2261 Brook Avenue in Merrick. This is the one where we had the large gazebo, and he also had the 10-foot living fence in the rear of the property, though it doesn't extend at front. And to be honest, from the pictures, it really just looked like he gave him some privacy in the backyard. Right. Do I have anybody want to make a motion on that one?
I'll make a motion. Mr. Chairman, cases 350 of 19 through 352 of 2019, Cynthia and Charles Undorf, located at 2261 Brook Avenue, be approved as requested with the living fence maintained at a height no greater than 10 feet, in all the usual conditions and permanent on the living, and, well, I guess we can do 5
years on the
5 years on the living fence, so that we just are able to, ensure that it's only 10 feet.
All right, second. All in favor? Any opposed? Any abstention? Next case, 353 of 19 Inwood, EG Custom Woodworking LTD, 167 Dowdy Boulevard in Inwood. This one, although it was an expansion of it was for storage only, so they could get rid of the outside metal storage containers. The email that was sent by the fire department, I think, misunderstood that this was going to be an actual expansion of the building and the number of cars coming to it, but that was not the case based upon the testimony.
Right, and they actually have enough parking with the proper size and maneuverability, actually, just for the fact that it was located in Residence B, that was sort of the property spanned more than one resident, more than one zone.
If this will convert to a retail, it would have to come back to us because this is a carpenter shop, so anything with parking would have to come back to us in the future anyway.
I would.
All right, so I have a motion.
I move that case number 353 of 2018, 167 Dougherty Boulevard in Inwood be granted with the condition that all exhaust of sawdust and chemical odors, if there are any, be filtered within the building and not exhausted into the neighborhood.
I'll second.
Well, and that all the outdoor storage containers be removed?
No, yeah, it's not dumpsters. There's 2 storage containers to be removed and not replaced. And he can store at least one of his cargo
Leave
van.
the commercial vehicle out of it.
No, it's just a car. I didn't say it was a commercial vehicle. I didn't ask about the plates.
The
No, they go by plates. That's why I didn't ask that.
The,
That's what you guys just missed.
I made that motion. By the way, the site plan indicated that those two cargo containers are to be removed. Okay. So,
And they
Did-
not be replaced.
did we get a seconded?
Second.
All in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? Any abstentions? Case 357 of 19 of Franklin Square. Lucas Jablonski and Edita Judica. Property address is 100 Caroline Avenue, Franklin Square, is adjourned to May 22, 2 p.m. 358 through 360 of 19 at Oceanside. Marie Bellitti, 92 Evans Avenue in Oceanside. Any discussion? If not, do I have a motion?
I move cases 358 through 360 of 2019, 92 Evans Avenue in Oceanside be granted as requested.
Second. All in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? Any abstentions? Next cases, 361 of 19 in Roosevelt, Verde Land Homes, Inc., and 362 of 19 in Roosevelt, Legacy, INV, and Management Group, LLC, property address on Henry Street in Roosevelt. Any discussion? And if not, do I have a motion on these two cases?
Move cases 36119, 36219, located 38th Henry Street in Roosevelt, be granted as requested.
With the exception that no side entrance.
No side entrance
No
on
side
the
entrance.
construct.
Is to be constructed.
All right, it's 361, and we had normal new home conditions? Okay, second.
Second.
All in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? Any abstentions? Case 363 of 19 in Hewlett, Stephen Leahy, 325 Serena Road in Hewlett. Any discussion? If not, do I have a motion on this one?
I move that case 363 of 19, 325 Serena Road be approved as requested.
Second.
Second.
All in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? Any abstentions? Case 364 of 19 in Merrick, Vincent Lentini, 44 Croydon Drive East. That's in Merrick. This is for the swimming pool. There's no place else to put it because he gave us the chart showing the power line that actually goes across the rear portion of the property, which would be the only other place that a pool could go. So he's really stuck with, if he wants a pool, this is where it's got to go.
How far forward of the house does the fence have to be in that? I don't recall.
The fence was approved already with a prior variance. The fence is already existing.
But I mean, I get that we're talking about the side yard, but does it also come forward of the house?
I think it did somewhat, but it still was pre.
But not all the way to the street?
No, it definitely did not go to the street.
No. Okay, good enough.
Do- So because the fences are.
Yeah, I don't think, don't get that from us. Let me put it that way.
So, that's all right.
like a fence to me. Whatever, I'll just abstain.
I would like to see the 2014 variance that we granted.
So, okay,
But you know what, Beth?
Yeah, because he doesn't.
Why don't we just hold it?
That's what he's saying, because they're open permits.
Hold it for Joe and Pat to look at.
No, Joe, you can look at it.
I want to see what the site plan looks
I
like
just
for the
wanted to see
2000.
it.
We're going to hold that file. Next. Let Mr. Jacobs just. What?
No, they just, everyone just, oh, he just wants to be able to make the notation.
Okay. You okay?
So he's gonna, Joe's gonna inspect that. While they're doing that, what is the law as it relates to how soon, how long after we hear a case that we have to decide it, or it's denied by
60
the
days,
court?
90
62
days?
days or something, yeah.
Yeah, so.
Or it's denied by, is that 267B? I can't remember.
Okay, you ready? Next case is 225, 226, 227 of 19 near Rockville Center, Marty Homes. These are the houses on Howard Street. Any discussion on these? Inspect, okay. 232 to 234 of 19 in Roosevelt, Twin Oaks Day Camp INC. It's the case we just heard with the daycare center. Any discussion?
Am I missing it, or did we not get, we still haven't gotten a final, on 19? No, on Roosevelt. We still didn't get a final determination by the Nassau County Planning Commission?
No, we did not.
That's true, I do think it's true.
Okay. So, I mean,
So hold it.
yeah.
Wait, on which one?
Roosevelt, 232, daycare, Twin Oaks.
Oh, I'm looking at the Roosevelt, though, going to, on Verde Land? No. Okay.
John, you're not allowed to ask.
So I reach out to Marty Katz and see what the status is.
Okay, so we have to do that. We also need a, well, sequel, yeah, okay. All right, so we're going to hold that one also. All right, Al, anything else we need to do?
Is solar glass done, then Heather? It's done, right? I mean, it's ready to go out, right? Yes. Okay. And what about the South Shore collision?
No, go ahead, Al.
I'll get to that. One thing that I think we should speak to is, last hearing, I gave the findings for
That's right.
7-Eleven. I believe that
That's
all...
the 7-Eleven in Long Beach, on Long Beach Road, right.
7-Elevens. This is
Yeah.
the one in Long Beach. I gave a copy to all...
Everybody got a copy. Did everybody have their chance to review it? So,
Al, I don't think I got a copy because I had to leave early. Oh, because remember I left to sign documents and then I had to come back. And you guys finished while I was gone. But go ahead. I can abstain, I don't care.
I gave you.
Thank you.
actually, you should not, because you voted to deny part of this.
Okay, either way, go ahead, keep going. I'm not-
Does somebody want to make a motion regarding the findings, the proposed findings? Can someone make a motion regarding the proposed findings? Do I have a second? All in favor? Aye. Any opposed? Any abstentions? No.
Just put me abstaining because I didn't, remember I left, I had to go sign documents and when I got back, I mean, I came back.
Al, anything else?
No, I mean, I didn't.
Chairman, on no dent,
On no dent, okay.
Robert, there's some typos on the 7-Eleven.
I will address the typos.
I'll give that to you. Yeah.
Okay,
That's
yeah.
nothing to do. The content is fine.
Yeah, I did see that exhibit numbers is
Yeah.
very minor technical.
Okay.
issues. I will address those.
You got it.
No dent?
No dent. Chairman, I have a copy of the covenants and restrictions.
Right, well, you gave those to us earlier.
I think Mr. Fisher wanted a copy of it, so I have board.
Dan, did you have a chance to review that yet or no? Okay, so let's get everybody make sure to have a copy of the covenants and restrictions and the resolution.
So we're holding that one again.
We're gonna hold that again. We'll make a, we'll,
What was the,
Page 2.
I'm gonna go right up the frickin' wall.
Was there any continuing speak on, the Galgamez and this is the subdivision that I had I'm sorry, 1109 of 18 and 1110 of 18. It's on the bottom of page 2 on the reserve calendar. This is the one that I had a letter from the plans examiner, Paul Montemarano, in regards to changes made on the application.
Is this 1109 or 1110?
Yes.
Correct.
Did you get the letter from the attorney stating that the only change?
Was
No,
there a letter?
I will request the letter from
Okay.
the attorney. No problem.
Yeah.
Well, if there wasn't one, we have the.
Okay.
Can I just ask, do we know what the letter we want from the attorney says?
Just to accompany the amended. To accompany what was from the plans.
So enclosed are the amended plans? I mean, because we have the building department already having reviewed it.
They want to see the letter.
If there is one.
There isn't a letter. I just mean, what do we want them to write in the letter? What do we ask?
Al, anything else?
There's not a letter, so they want us to ask the attorney to write it. So I'm just, make sure so we don't have to do it again, that we know what we're asking the letter.
All right. Not at
Well,
the
I have
moment.
solar
We have,
glass.
we just, I thought we just did that. The solar glass one.
no.
We did, well,
Oh, I
we
thought-
did it already repeatedly.
Oh, okay.
We didn't.
So it's just as we discussed last time. There were a few alterations made, but the primary three conditions, which were consistent with the request, but incorporated the testimony about it, said that they shall limit the number of commercial vehicles stored on the premises to no more than 5, and such vehicles shall only be vehicles that are used in the course of the business of the applicant. And then the applicant they have 3 storage containers anyway. So we're allowing those, but 2 of which are in the front yard on Florida Avenue, provided such containers are used in the applicant's business, which is conducted from the premises, and are not increased in size and or relocated on the premises. And that this grant, as it relates to storage of commercial vehicles and the storage containers, is limited to this applicant who is, whose business is that of the production and storage and installation of glass. So that we don't have, if they have 3 storage containers and 5 commercial vehicles, and then they sell the business to someone who's doing auto body or something with all kinds of chemicals, then they can't just stick 3 storage containers there, or enlarge them, move them, and put other things in them that are noxious or offensive, because what these guys are putting in, and the same with the commercial vehicles, and they can't rent the space out for other commercial vehicles. It's supposed to be commercial vehicles associated with their business.
Okay.
So which was what they had discussed in the hearing, I think what we all agreed to, and so that's what's only added on to the grant, which was already we looked all at last week. Because we've
That's-
done,
This is something that was discussed
no, we
earlier.
already discussed it, it just wasn't written in it's already what they've asked for. Yeah, so they asked for it, they testified to
Okay.
it, and we agreed that we would limit the number.
Okay.
It just wasn't in the writing, so I added it, because it,
Do I have a motion to accept this so that we can get this decision out?
I make a motion, which I did before, that we accept the draft with the changes, the additions that were just added in writing, but were already agreed to and discussed by the board. Sorry, I'm just looking for the case number. Because I'll read it. Case 189 of 2019 and 1 through 192 of 2019, all of those cases, which is Near Island Park, Solar Glass, 4030 Austin Boulevard. I make a motion that we accept, or that we approve the application as presented with the site plan and the testimony that was given and the conditions that were drafted by council.
Second? All in favor? Aye. Any opposed, any abstentions? Okay. All right, Al, anything else?
Only if you wish to address any other cases, I
don't think so at the moment. Do I have a motion to close?
Make a motion to close today.
Second.
Second.
All in favor? Any opposed, any abstentions? Thank you all.